American comics. My understanding is beyond belief. I created my own little universe. Chapter 61. The equipment should be almost finished. Can Loki really get away? Black Dwarf looked at Ebony Maw. Loki has his own plan. Our mission is just to assist. It's impossible, we can just retreat. Ebony Maw looked indifferent. He and Black Dwarf appeared here just because of Thanos' instructions. Make a big fuss on Earth. It would be best to attract the attention of the entire 9 realms to Earth. In this way, Thanos will have a chance to create a time difference with Asgard. If the effect is not achieved, Thanos will not be in a hurry. Just treat it as a test of Asgard and Earth's reaction. After all, now is not a good opportunity. After the Chitauri army arrives, we can leave Earth. Don't reveal our identities, Ebony Maw said indifferently. The Obsidian 5 generals are still somewhat famous in the universe. For a long time, they followed Thanos to conquer and slaughter various life planets. They have long been notorious. The Obsidian 5 are like a signboard. As long as they appear, it means that this life planet has been targeted by Thanos. Either migrate with the whole tribe, or wait for half of the creatures to be killed. They came to Earth and were teleported by Loki using the space gem. So it can be said to be silent. But if there is a real war, they will definitely not participate. The Chitauri army will participate in the war. Thanos can still be said to be a deal made by Loki and him. But if the Obsidian 5 participate in the war, it is very likely that they want to attack the 9 realms. The meaning is different. Loki may be fine, but the 2 of them will definitely die. The instrument was built quickly, and the location was chosen long ago. It is at the top of the Stark group. Because there is energy here that can supply the space gem to open. Supergiant also specifically reminded, don't take the space gem away. Even if the Mind Scepter is left on Earth, it doesn't matter. The current dark cult cannot be targeted. The 2 infinite gems are too big a target. Many powerful people in the universe will be tempted. It will be very disadvantageous for Thanos to realize his ideals at that time. Besides, not all infinite gems have appeared now. It's not the right time yet. The most important goal at present is to create a divine tool that can carry infinite gems. The rest can all be put aside for the time being. Including infinite gems originally, Ebony Maw naturally knows what to do. So he is not going to participate in the Battle of New York. What if Loki can't get out of trouble? Black Dwarf asked doubtfully. He will find a way to get out of trouble. Ebony Maw looked at an agent beside him. The Mind Scepter is in his hand. Loki is not a fool. He dared to join the game even though he knew Kronos was there. The Mind Scepter had been handed over to the person he controlled long ago. And let the other party find a way to contact and control the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. When the Chitauri army invades, someone will naturally let him out. Buzz. Just as Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were talking, the device to activate the space gem was finally installed. What a strong position. Looking at the fluctuations emitted by the space gem, Ebony Maw didn't know what he was thinking. But he still followed the intentions of Thanos and Supergiant and did not intervene. The blue light shone brightly on the top. Tesseract can be activated at any time. When do we act? The controlled professor looked at Ebony Maw on the side. After we leave, you take people to rescue Loki. Yes. The controlled agent stood aside, ready to hand over the Mind Scepter and send Ebony Maw and the others away. I hope the plan goes well. Black Dwarf looked at the Tesseract in front of him. You can start the device at 6 o'clock in the morning on Earth time. Ebony Maw looked at the doctor beside her. 6 o'clock in the morning is just the right time. The darkness before dawn. At this time, most people have not yet woken up. The Chitauri army can catch the Earth off guard. This time is also the time when the creatures on Earth are the most tired. Understood. The professor nodded. Then he quietly stood beside the Tesseract. Let's go, it's time for us to leave, Ebony Maw said to Black Dwarf. Then Ebony Maw used the Mind Scepter to activate the space gem and left the Earth with Black Dwarf. This operation was much smoother than expected. There was almost no obstruction. On the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. was still in a meeting. The disappearance of the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract at the same time made everyone very uneasy. Although it is calm now, everyone knows that this is the calm before the storm. How is the war preparedness? Kronos looked at Nick Fury on the side. We have contacted the military. After receiving the news, the military said that they are ready to support at any time. SHIELD alone cannot handle such a big thing. So Nick Fury has already asked the military for help. It feels so bad to be beaten passively. Tony sat on the chair in the conference room and said helplessly. At the moment, an idea came to his mind. Under the notice of SHIELD, both the military and the police stations in various places have entered the war preparation mode. What are you doing? Stop it. There was no movement outside, but a riot broke out inside SHIELD. There were many people controlled by Loki, and at the moment SHIELD was already in a mess. What's going on? Nick Fury asked. Many agents suddenly started to attack their opponents. There were a lot of casualties. Phil Coulson reported. It's the Psychic Scepter, Kronos said. Black Widow, Hawkeye and Captain America went to suppress the riot. The internal chaos happened before the battle even started. It was 6 in the morning. A dazzling blue beam suddenly burst out from the Stark building in the distance. A huge amount of space portal appeared in the sky above New York City. The biological fleet of the Chitauri army is coming. It looks like the war has begun. Kronos also saw the blue light outside the window. The space gem has been activated. Thor also saw huge amounts of portals in the sky. Nick Fury did not hesitate, and directly sounded the alarm and notified all the combat troops. It's the Chitauri army. Loki, this guy. He actually cooperated with the Dark Order. Thor looked at the army in the sky. His face changed. The Dark Order. What is that? Tony asked curiously. I'll talk to you in detail after the war is over. In short, you just need to know that this army is notorious throughout the universe. As he spoke, Thor began to spin the hammer and flew towards the portal in the sky. Nick, find someone to watch over Loki. Leave the portal to us. Banner, it's your turn. Head for the destination. Natasha Romanoff, Clint, Steve. After the turmoil in SHIELD is quelled, hurry to the teleportation array to join. Kronos used psychokinesis to tell everyone. Understood. Everyone responded. Nick Fury felt a little weird. But he didn't think much about it. After all, what Kronos said made sense. No matter what Loki planned, as long as he couldn't get out of SHIELD, then the plan would never succeed. Although Kronos started later. But under the ability of psychokinesis to teleport, Kronos arrived at the battlefield faster than Thor. At the moment the Chitauri army had already begun crazy destruction. This time to support Loki, Thanos gave them only one task. That is to break words and kill. For the rest, don't worry about anything else. So the Chitauri army started killing mode as soon as they landed. Destroy whatever you see. Countless pedestrians on the ground were screaming. Although many people were still asleep at 6 o'clock in the morning. But such a big noise. Anyone who is not a dead pig can hear it. Everyone, retreat to Central Park. Kronos' voice covered the entire block. The crowd, who were originally like headless flies, ran towards Central Park after hearing Kronos' voice. It's my turn to perform. Kronos looked at the Chitauri army that was like dumplings, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The golden microcosm began to rise. The dazzling light made the originally dark city become extremely bright. What is that? The Pope. That is the incarnation of God. Countless people saw this golden light. Just like the night of the battle with the abomination. Lightning light speed AA fist. Kronos threw a punch. Although it can't reach the speed of light now. But this fighting ability is the most suitable for clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers. Countless fists flashed past. Many Chitauri who had not yet landed exploded into blood mist. But those Chitauri warriors were not afraid at all. Just because the Chitauri army is very similar to the Zerg. They all adopt the central idea. Although there are many life units. But there is only one thought. Boom. Thor also summoned thunder. The two of them moved very big. Half of the Chitauri army that fell was instantly destroyed. Hulk. The Hulk followed closely to the battlefield. If the sky battlefield belongs to Kronos and Thor, then the ground battlefield belongs to Hulk and Tony. Many Chitauri soldiers are chasing and killing running humans. They are all killed by Hulk with one punch. Therefore, Hulk saved many people. Many people were desperate when they saw Hulk. Because in the past few years, Hulk has been promoted with a negative image. Those people thought they were dead. Who knew Hulk would save them? This was beyond their expectation. They also realized something. Hulk didn't seem to be a bad guy. Kronos and Thor were fighting in the sky, while Hulk was cleaning up the escaped fish on the ground. Tony was finishing off the escaped fish, and he would come to kill the escaped fish who were still alive. Shield. Boom. The prison where Loki was imprisoned was directly blown up by an agent. Finally, it's here. Loki took the Mind Scepter from the other party. Nick Fury originally arranged it very well. This place can be said to be heavily guarded. But Loki is not a fool. Among these people, there are controlled people who have not been exposed. So Loki easily escaped. I will be crowned king today. Loki showed his divine outfit. You are dreaming. A shield flew towards Loki at a very fast speed. Dang. Loki just raised his hand and used the Mind Scepter to knock away the shield. Although Loki is a magician. But Loki is a magician with a warrior dream. In the past, in order to compete with Thor, Loki has always been obsessed with close combat. Mortal. Loki smiled. Then his figure disappeared in shield. Nick Fury roared angrily. He actually suffered such a big loss. And it was under the situation that Kronos could remind him. Seeing this situation, Captain America, who wanted to say something, did not say anything. But he was more dissatisfied with Nick Fury in his heart. When someone clearly reminded him and he was invaded, such a mistake could still happen. It really shouldn't be. Since Loki has escaped, there is no need for S.H.I.E.L.D. to guard it. Captain America began to rush towards the portal. Black Widow and Hawkeye on the other side also received the news. They all rushed towards the portal. Nick Fury was feeling very frustrated now. But he couldn't say anything. Thor, is the Chitauri army endless? If we keep fighting like this, we will all be exhausted to death. Kronos asked Thor using the communication tool. No, the Chitauri army is a Zerg model, with multiple life forms thinking together. Find a way to destroy the Chitauri army's mothership. The other side's mothership should be in space, opposite the portal. Thor responded. Is that so? That's very simple. You evacuate the crowd and reduce casualties, and leave the Chitauri army's mothership to me. After that, Kronos flew towards the mothership in the sky. Under the blessing of psychokinesis, Kronos' flight speed far exceeded the speed of sound. In just a few blinks of an eye, Kronos passed through the space tunnel. Arrived in the universe. Is this the biological mothership of the Chitauri army? The golden microcosm rising from Kronos' body directly illuminated this piece of space. His body size is not considered tall among the many life forms in the universe. But under the illumination of the microcosm, the whole person is like a rising sun. Rising directly from the earth. Is this the Kronos that Loki talked about? Thanos looked at the picture in front of him on the holy place. That was the picture transmitted back in real time by the biological warship of the Chitauri army. Very strong. Thanos stared at Kronos in the picture with a solemn look. He could feel that the other party was at the same level of strength as himself. No wonder Loki is so afraid of this man. In the entire 9 realms, except for Odin and Ancient One, this man should be the strongest. Supergiant looked at the golden light shining on Kronos, his eyes full of solemnity. This is a variable. They need to be very careful. Does Nidavellir have a chance? Thanos looked at his 5 obsidian generals. I didn't find any chance. Although Asgard's attention is attracted by the earth. But the attention to the 9 realms under its rule has not decreased. It should be that it has noticed that Loki is not right. Ebony Maw said to Thanos. Thanos' face was expressionless. Not long ago, his 2 daughters, Gamora and Nebula, were sent out by him. The goal is the Cosmic Spirit Orb. That is, the Power Stone. The news of the appearance of the Cosmic Spirit Orb has been very loud in the universe recently. It is said that it is on a planet called Morag. But there is no specific news about where this planet is. In the universe, almost every year, a life planet is destroyed and then reproduced. So it is normal that many of the disappeared planets do not know their names. 4 infinite gems have appeared. Thanos' eyes finally fluctuated. He had waited too long for this day. On the other side, after Kronos appeared in the universe, he found that his body seemed to be a little strange. But he couldn't tell the feeling. But Kronos didn't care. He thought it was the first time he was exposed to a vacuum state. Forgiveness of the Dawn Goddess. It is also called Aurora Execution, but I think this name sounds better. Kronos did not waste time. A burst of freezing air directly solidified the biological warships and all the Chidori army in front of him. Then he waved his hand gently. All the Chidori army in front of him were shattered into ice chips and dissipated in the universe. Kronos has now basically completed the moves of all the saints of the zodiac in Saint Seiya. With the small universe of the late Sixth Sense, he has almost become a hexagonal warrior with no blind spots. It seems that Kronos succeeded. Looking at the Chidori army that had lost its mobility, Tony said with joy. Don't be careless, Loki is still on Earth. We still have to find a way to deal with him. Captain America's voice sounded in the communication channel. Leave him to me. Thor has locked Loki's position. Hulk watched Thor fly away and followed him. How could it be so fast? Loki looked at the turmoil that had been quelled with anger. He had just arrived on the battlefield, but the Chidori army had been completely wiped out. This was hard for Loki to accept. Loki. Thor's angry roar sounded in Loki's ears. Do you think you can catch me? Loki looked disdainful and prepared to leave the earth. The psychic scepter was still in his hand, so he still had a chance. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt his whole body lighten. Hulk appeared behind Loki without knowing when. Hulk. Looking at Loki, who turned his head, Hulk smiled. Then came one of the famous scenes. Loki was tossed back and forth on the ground by Hulk like a hammer. There were deep pits on the ground on both sides. It looks like I don't need to do anything. Thor came to the top of Loki. At the moment, Loki looked at the sky with a face full of doubt about life. You lost, Loki. Thor placed Mjolnir on Loki's chest. Loki came back to his senses and found that he had lost his ability to move. He could only lie quietly where he was. Why hasn't Kronos come back yet? Did something unexpected happen? Tony also came to where Thor and Hulk were. Black Widow, Hawkeye and Captain America also came here to join. It shouldn't be. With Kronos' power, it should be easy to deal with a biological warship of the Chidori army. Thor was not worried at all, because Odin once told him that Kronos' power was far stronger than his own. Boom, boom. Just as Kronos was about to return to Earth, his heart suddenly beat violently. What is this? What's going on? Kronos felt the air in his cells boiling. Is there a force similar to air in the universe? Kronos looked up at the universe. The location of the Chidori biological army is far away from the Earth. But there are still some planets and fixed stars around. Kronos was surprised to find that there seemed to be something in those fixed stars, surging into his body. What is this? What? Kronos closed his eyes and quietly felt the unknown power in his body. Is it the power of the stars? This power felt very strong and pure to Kronos. It was like the original power of a star. No, now is not the time to stay here. It seems that after I go back, I have to go to outer space. Kronos couldn't analyze the power in his body for a while. But he could clearly feel that the power was very high level. It was even stronger than the chi in his body. If I had to describe it, it was probably the feeling of divine power. Kronos suppressed the throbbing in his heart, falling towards the direction of the portal. Look, he's back. Thor looked at the sky. Kronos was landing. Are there any casualties? Kronos looked at the people present and asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police have already counted them. The entities of the Chidori army are also being destroyed. Captain America said to Kronos. These things were arranged by Kronos when he was away. I leave this guy to you. I hope I don't see him again on Earth. Kronos said to Thor. I know. Thor smiled awkwardly. He knew what Kronos meant. This time he was giving Odin face. After all, Kronos and Odin had a deal. The godhead of the god of light is still in Kronos' hands. Where is the Tesseract? Are you going to take it back to Asgard or stay on Earth? I suggest you take it away. Kronos said to Thor. We also suggest you take it away. Tony and Captain America spoke at the same time. Captain America and Tesseract are old friends. Since World War II, one has been destroyed by weapons made by Tesseract. Unexpectedly, the first battle after waking up was still caused by Tesseract. He is almost having a stress reaction to this thing now. Tony just thinks this thing is very troublesome. And it can be remotely controlled and opened. This thing originally belonged to Asgard, I will take it away. Thor heard what the three said and decided to take Tesseract away. The rest of the things, you go. I still have things to do. If you need me, contact me at any time. Kronos' mind is not here at all now. He is very concerned about the reaction of his body appearing in the starry sky. After returning to the manor villa, Oronos began to meditate. What kind of power is this? Kronos was surprised to find that his mental and physical strength had actually increased a little under the baptism of that nameless power. Interesting. Kronos seemed to have found a way to achieve life transition. But it still needs to be confirmed. Then Kronos went directly to the laboratory and took away the Godhead of Light. Then he came to Kamar Taj. You are here. Ancient One was still the same, making tea when he had nothing to do. I seem to have found a way to condense the Godhead. Kronos said to Ancient One. Duh, what method? Ancient One looked at Kronos in surprise. It is very difficult for mortals to condense the Godhead. But Kronos is very special, so special that the time gem of this universe cannot fully observe his future. I need your help. No problem. Ancient One readily agreed to Kronos' request. Then the two came to the space outside the Earth. As soon as the two walked out of the Earth, Ancient One found that something was wrong with Kronos. The energy of the stars in the universe is constantly gathering towards Kronos. What a magical phenomenon. Ancient One has never seen this before. Fixed stars in the universe are extremely powerful energy bodies. For example, the planet Devourer needs to rely on devouring planets to fill his stomach. To put it more bluntly, it is to devour the energy in the planet. But the planet Devourer is a god at the same level as the Creator God. It is also one of the few beings who became gods in the form of mortals. Now Kronos has also encountered such a situation, and Ancient One thinks it is not a coincidence. There are just some slight differences between the two. The planet Devourer needs to actively devour planets to obtain enough energy. And Kronos only needs to stand in the starry sky of the universe. Countless cosmic energies and energy in the stars began to converge towards Kronos. Kronos, I think you'd better not try to condense the Godhead now. Ancient One said with a serious face. Why? Kronos looked at Ancient One with some surprise. Because you are still too weak. You cannot bear these star energies yet. I suggest that you integrate the chi in your body with the star energy first, and slowly strengthen your body. When you reach the peak state of your body, try to condense the Godhead. Ancient One expressed his opinion. Kronos fell silent. What Ancient One said made sense. The existence of the Godhead is the peak product of the integration of spirit, energy and spirit. Now his body is far from reaching the limit of strengthening. Do I have to wait until I comprehend the seventh sense of the microcosm before I can try to condense the Godhead? Kronos frowned. Whether it is the seventh sense microcosm or the condensed Godhead, it can increase his combat power by huge amounts of. But his intuition tells Kronos that he should wait a little longer. Now is not the best time. I know, Kronos sighed. His body will reach the peak of the sixth sense in less than half a year. If he can condense the Godhead smoothly, the chi in his body will have the opportunity to be replaced by divine power. Kronos' strength is likely to jump into the level God-Father. Even in the entire universe, he is definitely the top power of the pyramids. Not to mention the blessing of the seventh sense of the microcosm. My suggestion is that you don't do anything in the past 6 months and adjust your state well. Adjust all your energy and spirit to the peak. I have a hunch that you can succeed. Ancient One looked at Kronos with burning eyes. By your good words. Kronos took a deep breath and returned to Earth with Sherry. The feeling of the essence of life evolving was very addictive. The feeling of getting stronger all the time was simply indescribable. But Kronos knew that what the Ancient One said was right. Now was not the time yet. The body had not reached its peak yet. You can start to comprehend the manas first. Kronos was not prepared to do nothing. At least he could borrow the time gem of the Ancient One first. The seventh sense, manas, is also known as time perception. According to the description in Saint Seiya, as long as the seventh sense is comprehended, one can move at high speed. How strong must the body be to be able to withstand the energy brought by the high-speed movement? Judging from the current situation, if Kronos wants to comprehend the seventh sense of the microcosm, he must first condense the Godhood. In this way, by using the power of God to baptize the body, the most ideal state of breaking through the seventh sense can be achieved. Time. How can time work in the body? Kronos had a headache. After the microcosm reaches the seventh sense, there are some feelings that can only be understood but not expressed in words. Kronos perceived the state of his body. Kronos, there is only so much I can do. Ancient One looked at the meditating Kronos and thought secretly in his heart. Like Odin, she has discovered that there is something wrong with this universe. Among countless reincarnations, Kronos is the only exception. It is a variable, and Kronos' soul has a natural transcendental characteristic. In other words, Kronos' soul cannot be destroyed. As long as it is like this in the eyes of the Ancient One. Such a precious soul will naturally attract the attention of some special beings. But the Ancient One concealed the fluctuations of Kronos' soul. In addition, the Earth and the real dimension are protected by the Holy Place magic array. So those dimensions Mephisto, don't worry for the time being. As long as Kronos successfully condenses the godhood and reaches the level of Godfather in combat power. Then there is no need to hide anything. I just didn't expect that Kronos was targeted by that His Majesty, and I don't know whether it is good or bad. Ancient One looked at Kronos with complicated eyes. This was also the last thing Ancient One expected. Because that goddess has always been rude to everyone. When Kronos walked out of the Earth 2 days ago and destroyed the Chitauri biological mothership, the soul fluctuations were already detected by that person. Before, he had been on the Earth, with the cover of the holy place, so it was nothing. A mortal soul, it is very consistent with Kronos' characteristics. Ancient One thought of what the goddess representing the rule of death said to herself, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. According to the goddess, Kronos' soul is of a high status. It is inevitable that the godhead will be successfully condensed. After Kronos' godhead is successfully condensed, she will meet Kronos. I hope it's not a bad thing. Ancient One can only hope so. After all, it was the first time she met the goddess. The Battle of New York caused huge amounts of sensation around the world. 6 Avengers members, including Kronos, became idols of many young people around the world. Especially Kronos. The Sanctuary Foundation also announced Kronos' identity. With the double buff of charity and superhero, Kronos' popularity soared. The Vatican even directly announced that Kronos was suspected of being God. Even Hulk was whitewashed a lot. Many young people like Hulk's image. And are willing to contact Hulk. After Banner saw the interview, the pressure in his heart was further reduced. Now the whole person is much more sunny. Occasionally, Hulk will be let out to breathe and take photos with fans. Hulk also learned a lot of new knowledge under Banner's intentional teaching. Although he still loves to fight, he is not so uncontrollable. Kronos, here is a new document, you may need to deal with it. Nick gave Kronos a document. During this period, Kronos was meditating hard, striving to reach the peak of the sixth sense in the shortest time. Occasionally, when he is free, he will come to the headquarters of Avengers to teach Black Widow, Hawkeye and others about their small universe. Although they still have no clue about the sixth sense, they have initially mastered the use of Chi. Their combat power has been greatly increased. If we compare the past with the present, Captain America can beat 3 of his former selves. This is the difference. What information? Kronos was a little surprised. Now his position in S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat transcendent. He originally cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D., and he is also the instructor of Captain America and others. And the cooperation with Alexander Pierce is also very smooth. Now Kronos is like the uncrowned king within S.H.I.E.L.D. Many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are fans of Kronos. This situation makes Kronos very satisfied. As long as Hydra takes action, Nick Fury will be attacked. Kronos can help Fury and turn his fake death into real death. Then he can deal with Hydra and take over the inheritance of both parties. The strength of the Sanctuary Foundation will be unprecedentedly enhanced. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was turned from public to private due to the rebellion of Hydra. There is nothing wrong with letting the Sanctuary Foundation support it. While thinking, Kronos has already opened the information in his hand. It turned out to be him. Kronos was a little surprised. The information was a picture. The picture was a burning skull. It was Ghost Rider Johnny. So, there is a demon sneaking in. Kronos is very interested in this mission. Because this mission will contact one of the Lords of the Hell Dimension, who is also known as the strongest Lord of the Hell Dimension. Mephisto. Definitely, it's just the projection of the other party, with no power. I'll take this mission. This guy is a little special, and Tasha and the others can't participate. Kronos closed the information and said to Nick in front of him. Do you know him? Nick looked at Kronos in surprise. This burning skull has just appeared not long ago. But it has caused a lot of damage. And no one knows who the other party is. The burning skull, no matter how you look at it, is very scary. Ordinary people don't dare to approach it. However, there is information showing that the other party is likely to be a motorcycle stuntman named Johnny Blaze. This guy is related to Hell. Very tricky, Kronos answered casually. Hell, Nick Fury felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient again. He had just dealt with the matter of the Asgard gods some time ago. Loki, the god of tricks and lies, even invaded the Earth with his alien army. How long has it been? New York City hasn't even started rebuilding yet, and Hell has already appeared. Does Hell really exist? Nick Fury asked in disbelief. Definitely, and there are many powerful people in the Hell system. The Earth should be considered Mephisto's territory. This old guy has been active on Earth for many years. Okay, nothing else, I'll leave first. Kronos decided to go to Johnny tonight. If he remembered correctly, this should be the Witch Heart demon sneaking into the Earth. The target is the Saint Venganza contract. In the evening, Kronos had already arrived in the city where Johnny was. Ghost Rider's power is very strong. Kronos came to the place where Johnny passed by. Maybe he just started to transform, and he is not very familiar with the control of power. The streets on both sides were severely damaged. It is worthy of being the spirit of God's vengeance. Kronos perceived the power of divinity in the power of Ghost Rider. Many people think that it was Te who gave Kronos the power to transform into Ghost Rider. Since Johnny's power comes from Mephisto, why can Johnny resist Mephisto? In fact, the source of Ghost Rider's power is not Mephisto. There are probably three sources of Ghost Rider's power. One is the demon Zatanos, the metal of power, and the third is the spirit of vengeance. But no matter which of these three, the root of its power is God. As for why Mephisto can give Johnny the power of Ghost Rider, the reason is also very simple, because this guy controls the demon Zatanos. Use the power of Zatanos to give others the power of Ghost Rider. But there is a disadvantage, that is, Mephisto has no management rights. Others can ignore him. This is also Ghost Rider's the fundamental reason why Rider lost control. The reason why Mephisto gave humans the power of Ghost Rider. The first reason is that the other party signed a contract with him, and as long as he died, his soul would belong to him. The second reason is that he hopes that Ghost Rider will disrupt the order of the world dimension. In this way, he will have the opportunity to enter the real dimension with his true body. But unfortunately, those who can inherit the power of Ghost Rider are those with relatively pure souls. Otherwise, they have no way to activate the power of Ghost Rider. This is also the reason why Mephisto was betrayed by Ghost Rider. In fact, Mephisto only created 2 or 3 Ghost Riders. Later, he found that he could not control it, and it also made things difficult for himself, so he gave up this plan. Many of the subsequent Ghost Riders were born through the metal of power. Kronos followed the traces of power and came to a room. Fit. Kronos knocked on the door politely. Who are you? Johnny opened the door with sleepy eyes and looked at Kronos in front of him. He felt Kronos looked familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ronos. I'm an official. I came to you this time to consult you about your transformation. Kronos sensed the burning breath in Johnny's body. The spirit of revenge is also called the wrath of God. The flame of anger can burn all the sins in the world. This is why Ghost Rider can burn people's souls. As long as you are found guilty, your soul will be burned clean. What transformation? I don't know. Johnny's face changed and he wanted to close the door. Don't you want to know why Mephisto is targeting you? Maybe I can help you cancel the contract. Kronos' words made Johnny stop closing the door. He looked at him in shock. Do you know Mephisto? This is the secret that Johnny has always kept in his heart. The original deal with Mephisto was to save his father. But unfortunately, my father still died under Mephisto's scheme. I definitely know, Lord of Hell, who doesn't know? Kronos smiled and walked into Johnny's house. Johnny didn't stop him, but stepped aside. Can we chat now? Kronos looked at Johnny. Definitely. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Originally, I lived a quiet life for decades after the deal with him. But a few days ago, Mephisto suddenly found me and asked me to help him find something called the Saint Venganza contract. As long as the Saint Venganza contract can be found, he can return my soul to me. And he gave me this power. Johnny said with a haggard face. It's the Saint Venganza contract. Kronos heard Johnny's words and knew the development of the plot. The witch heart demon might have entered the earth. Do you know this contract? Johnny asked curiously. I guess I know it. Quote, I don't know much. San Venganza was originally just a small town. There are only 1,000 residents in the town. Many years ago, Mephisto used some contract to lure the people of the town. It led to thousands of people killing each other, and finally all died. The soul is sealed in the San Venganza contract. Originally, the Ghost Rider of that generation should have handed the contract to Mephisto. But he chose to betray and disappeared with the contract. Mephisto probably wants these 1,000 souls. Kronos explained the ins and outs of a San Venganza contract. But there is one thing I can tell you. Even if you find the San Venganza contract and give it to Mephisto, he will not return your soul to you. Devils are greedy. Kronos said to Johnny. Then what should I do? Am I going to become Mephisto's puppet? Johnny said very unwillingly. You don't have to worry about that. Your power was given to you by Mephisto. But the only bargaining chip he has to threaten you is your soul. He can't control you, because the source of Ghost Rider's power is God. Kronos' words made Johnny a little dazed. Just looking at the appearance, Ghost Rider really has nothing to do with God. A burning skull, no matter how you look at it, looks like the power of hell. So what should we do now? Johnny was at a loss. He had just been able to transform. And he couldn't control himself. He didn't know anything about the Saint Venganza contract. So now he was completely at a loss. Wait, someone will come to find you. And if nothing unexpected happens, the previous generation of Ghost Rider should still be alive. Kronos said lightly. Ghost Rider's goal is too big. And it is naturally opposed to the devil. Even if Johnny does nothing, Wu Shinmo and the 3 devils of water, earth and wind will come to find Johnny. Only Ghost Rider can perceive Ghost Rider. They need Johnny's power to find the previous generation of Ghost Rider. Only in this way can they find the Saint Venganza contract. I remember who you are. Johnny walked to the front of the TV in 2 or 3 steps and turned it on. He randomly switched to a news channel. It was the Battle of New York. Kronos' face was clearly photographed. It's you. Johnny made a comparison between the TV and Kronos. He didn't expect that the person who appeared in front of him was Kronos, who was known as the incarnation of God. Johnny felt much more relaxed now. This person is a real strong man. I don't know if it's because Kronos' power is too strong and suppressed Johnny, so he didn't transform into Ghost Rider tonight. A friend is coming. Kronos took Johnny to a forest. What are we doing here? Johnny asked puzzled. You'll know soon. Kronos looked straight ahead. An orange ring was slowly appearing. Kronos, why are you here? The person who came was not someone else, but the king. It turned out that you are here to deal with this matter. Is there no one in the holy place? Kronos didn't expect that the person who came was the king. This guy doesn't look reliable. But you have to know that in the main universe MCU, Strange disappeared because of Thanos' snap of fingers. Wong is the sorcerer supreme of Kamar Taj. Although he is not strong, it is enough to show that Wong is definitely one of the best in Kamar Taj. Apart from Caecilius and Strange, no one can say that they can definitely beat him. Not even Mordo. So you are here to deal with the witch demon as well. Wong knew as soon as he heard it that Kronos was also here to deal with the witch demon. After all, in recent times, apart from the witch demon, there is probably nothing that Kronos can deal with personally in this area. Now Kronos is a big guy who can sit and discuss cultivation topics with the Ancient One. Kronos also admires Wong very much. Yes, after all, he is the son of Mephisto. Out of curiosity, come and see. If you are okay, Zhao Zhao, we can go together. Quote. Kronos said with a smile. Okay. The king would naturally not refuse Kronos. Originally, he was still thinking. It was a bit difficult for him to deal with Wu Shinmo and the other 3 demons by himself. Ghost Rider was also a guy who was both good and evil. What if he and the demons fought against him together? I didn't expect to meet Kronos, so there was no need to worry. Just lie down. Who is this magician? Johnny felt that since he turned into Ghost Rider, all three views were baptized. Even the magician of the devil came out. He is the magician of the holy place. The usual task is to deal with events such as demon invasion. Kronos briefly introduced the holy place. Deal with demons. Then why didn't you deal with Mephisto at the beginning? Johnny asked puzzledly. The Mephisto you see now is the result after being dealt with. Because the three holy place magic circles of the holy place cover the real dimension. Those dimensional lords can't come to the earth in person. You can only come in as an incarnation. That's why Mephisto is so weak. Otherwise, he would have gone to Saint Venganza to make a contract, so why would he need you? The only thing Mephisto can do on Earth is to trick people into signing a contract with him. As long as you don't fool him, he can't do anything to you. The king glanced at Johnny and said to him, "You are the newly born Ghost Rider, right? It can be seen that you are not very familiar with your own power." In the king's perception, Johnny's breath is very obvious. It's just like a bright light in the dark night. This is one of the reasons why Wu Shinmo and others were able to find Johnny so quickly. You must know that Carter Slay has reached a superb level of control over his own power. As long as he doesn't transform, he can't be detected. Definitely, this has something to do with the opponent's weakening power. The Saint Venganza contract. This matter is recorded in the holy place. It was a big deal back then. It's just because the previous generation of Ghost Rider disappeared with this contract. We didn't find him either. After listening to Johnny's story, Wong thought for a moment and said slowly. He remembered this matter, and it happened when the contemporary Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One took office. It was about 100 years ago. The Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One at that time was unable to show his body because of the Dormammu believers. In addition, Dormammu descended into the real dimension. The two sides fought fiercely. Mephisto had an opportunity to take advantage of this. He signed a contract with thousands of people in the town of Saint Venganza. Thousands of people fought and finally turned into wrong souls. Everyone was full of resentment. The holy place also sent a great magician to deal with this matter. But when the great magician arrived at the scene, the place was empty. Although the resentment in the air can still be felt. But all the souls have disappeared. Even the previous generation of Ghost Rider is missing. Mephisto can only be helpless and furious. After dealing with Dormammu's affairs, Ancient One entered the Hell Dimension. It is said that a war broke out between the two. No one knows the result of the battle. All we know is that the battle caused a lot of souls in Hell to lose. Mephisto roared angrily, but Ancient One finally returned to the holy place intact. Since then, Mephisto rarely caused such a large-scale killing. Because the effort and the reward are not proportional. Now Mephisto is just using his incarnation to fool a few souls that he likes. Then he tempts them to sign a contract and finally uses it for himself. In the king's memory, the holy place has not had a conflict with the people of the Hell system for at least 20 years. Unexpectedly, it was the demons of the Hell system who were causing trouble again this time. The Saint Venganza contract cannot be given to Mephisto. The power of thousands of vengeful spirits is not that strong. For Mephisto, it is simply dispensable. But why would Mephisto go to such great lengths to snatch the Saint Venganza contract? This is unreasonable, Kronos analyzed. The movies and TV shows of the previous life did not show this. But Kronos felt that this was the biggest unreasonableness. The Witch Heart Demon was originally invincible. Even Ghost Rider could not deal with him. Because the Eye of Judgment is useless against soulless demons. And Johnny, who had just awakened and became a Ghost Rider, was no match for the Witch Heart Demon in close combat. He was beaten, but even with such a good result, the Witch Heart Demon forcibly absorbed thousands of vengeful spirits. Let his body become a container for those vengeful spirits. In the end, it was all burned to ashes by Ghost Rider's Eye of Judgment. He even lost his life. This is obviously unreasonable. Kronos had a bad feeling in his heart. This matter was probably planned by Tuo. When Ancient One went into hell, Mephisto must have suffered. With his vengeful character, he would never let it go. If there is a chance, the other party will definitely take revenge on Ancient One. He was silent for 20 years, definitely not because of fear. It must be because of a plan. And Wu Shinmo is Mephisto's son. It's hard to say whether Mephisto deliberately taught him. There is a devil's breath. Kronos looked into the distance. In his perception, 4 very evil breaths appeared. It's disgusting. Dare to take the initiative to find the door. Wang also sensed the other party's breath. Johnny, who was standing next to him, was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't slept all night, and it was almost dawn. He had no fighting power during the day, just an ordinary person. That makes sense. Kronos looked into the distance. 4 figures were slowly walking out. The other party was a demon, not a ghost. He was not afraid of the sun, not to mention that the darkness before dawn was the darkest time of the day. Ghost Rider. Daden, the supreme holy place. Who are you? Wu Shinmo saw the 3 people in front of him. Johnny's Ghost Rider aura was obvious. The king's attire showed that he was from the supreme holy place. Only Kronos, Wu Shinmo was unsure. He felt divinity in Kronos. He also vaguely felt divine power. But Wu Shinmo was sure that Kronos was not a god. Because the aura of a god was obvious. It was completely different from the aura of ordinary creatures. He had divinity and divine power, but no godhood. In Wu Shinmo's perception, Kronos was very complex and mysterious. Are you here for the Saint Venganza contract? Wang stood in front of Johnny and said to the 4 people in front of him. He was sure that the 4 people in front of him would not fight with him. Even if the other party was not afraid of the sun. But under the sun, the power of the devil would be weakened to a certain extent. It was just much better than Johnny's inability to transform at all. That's right, give me the Saint Venganza contract. Quote, as long as I successfully devour the evil spirits of Saint Venganza, I can immediately withdraw from the earth. Wu BBBJ, Heart Demon showed a strange smile on his face. As the son of Mephisto, Wu Heart Demon is very powerful and can feed on human fear. This is very similar to a god sealed in Asgard. But Wu Heart Demon is not that powerful yet. According to what Kronos has learned, Wu Heart Demon's purpose of looking for the Saint Venganza contract is to devour the thousands of evil spirits and enhance his own experience. Then defeat Mephisto and become the new Lord of Hell. However, Kronos perceived Wu Heart Demon's breath. At most, it is the level of the first echelon under the sub-godfather. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Excuse me, I don't see the possibility of you defeating Mephisto. With your strength, even if you successfully devour the thousands of evil spirits in the Saint Venganza contract, you can only touch the level sub-godfather at most. Do you think the holy place will let you mess around in the real dimension? Or do you think you can defeat Mephisto in hell? Kronos couldn't understand what Wu Shinmo did at all. The movies and TV shows in his previous life seemed full of loopholes to Kronos. As Mephisto's son, Wu Shinmo should have a very good understanding of Mephisto's power. Out of the dimension, Mephisto's combat power can reach the peak of level Godfather. In the dimension, it can even reach the peak of level single universe or even multi-universe. With such strength, why did Wu Shinmo think that he could defeat Mephisto by devouring thousands of evil spirits? Kronos' words made Wu Shinmo stunned. He was stunned by Kronos' question. In his memory, it seems that there is only one idea. That is to devour the thousands of evil spirits in the Saint Venganza contract. This way, he can gain the strength to defeat Mephisto. But where did this idea come from? How did he know about the Saint Venganza contract? It seems like he has no impression at all. Wu Shinmo's face changed. Because he realized that something was wrong with him. Kronos' words were very clear. He naturally knew what was going on. Whether it was Ancient One or Mephisto, they were not opponents he could touch. Even if he swallowed thousands of evil spirits in the Saint Venganza contract, it would be impossible to overcome such a huge gap in strength. Just when Wu Shinmo's face was uncertain, the old sigh sounded in everyone's ears. Johnny and Wang's faces changed instantly. Only Kronos was not affected at all. Why don't you let him find the Saint Venganza contract and devour the evil spirits in it? An old man with gray hair and a very elegant and noble look slowly walked out from the depths of the woods. It's you, Mephisto. Johnny gritted his teeth and looked at the old man in front of him. A magic circle appeared in Wang's hand. Kronos didn't move much, just glanced at Mephisto. Although the momentum was very strong, the power of the incarnation in front of him was pitifully weak. Kronos estimated that Wong could hang out the incarnation of Mephisto in front of him and beat him. Father, Wu Shinmo's face also changed. He obviously realized that he was just a puppet of Mephisto. A chess piece. The goal was the Saint Venganza contract. After planning for so long, it was broken by a mortal. Mephisto sighed helplessly. The Wind Demon, Earth Demon and Water Demon beside Wu Shinmo respectfully saluted Mephisto. Sure enough, my guess is correct. You knew that Carter Slay would not give you the Saint Venganza contract. That's why you asked him to help you get the contract. It's also because of the special nature of Ghost Rider. He can hide for a long time and will not be discovered by the holy place. Wait until the time has passed and the incident has calmed down, then you can let Wu Shinmo come to get the Saint Venganza contract. Mephisto, what do you want to do? Kronos looked at the old man in front of him. I can only say that the devil is worthy of being a devil. Appearance is very deceptive. If you don't know the other party's identity clearly, ordinary people will definitely be eaten up by Mephisto. Planning for 100 years, you actually saw through it. Mephisto had time to look at Kronos carefully. Something is wrong, what on earth are you? Mephisto looked at Kronos and a curious look appeared on his face. Like Wu Shinmo's perception, he could perceive the complex aura on Kronos. Like a god but not a god, like a human. Like a demigod, but something was wrong. What a dazzling soul. The more Kronos looked at Kronos, the more shocked he felt. The other party's soul was full of immortal characteristics. Even he was stunned by Kronos' soul. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain on this trip. Your soul can be worth all my collections. Mephisto's expression changed. His eyes stared at Kronos. His eyes were full of greed. Oh, really? I'll take this as a compliment. If you want my soul, come and get it. Kronos naturally knew the specialness of his soul. Strictly speaking, he knew the specialness of his soul better than anyone else. So he was not surprised at all that Mephisto would show such an expression. Unfortunately, I don't have the power now. This guy is not very good. Mephisto glanced at Wu Shinmo beside him. His eyes were full of disgust. Father, what do you want to do? Wu Shinmo was horrified by Mephisto's glance. He realized something was wrong. Although it is not blessed by the Saint Venganza contract, it can still be used. Do you know why you have no soul? Because, you are just a shell of mine. Originally, I wanted to wait until you swallowed the Saint Venganza contract before entering your body. Mephisto's tone was full of regret. Since you are exposed, you have no value at all. As long as I can get his soul, you can be regarded as making the best use of it. As Mephisto spoke, his figure slowly disappeared. Only a ball of black mist was left at the original place. Let's go. Kronos sensed the soaring breath of the witch demon. No wonder the witch demon has no soul. No wonder the other party let the witch demon come to the earth. It turned out that the other party wanted to use the witch demon's body to directly break the barrier between the real dimension and the hell dimension. Directly cross the magic array to the holy place and appear inside the earth. If the witch demon successfully devours the thousands of evil spirits in the contract of Saint Venganza, then once Mephisto descends, he will definitely be the fighting power of level God Father. Although it can't reach the level of the original body. But even if it is Ancient One, don't think about taking him down in a short time. Fortunately, the other party did not succeed. The current breath strength is at most level sub-God Father. How is it possible? The king's face also changed drastically. He pulled Johnny and began to retreat frantically. He naturally knew what happened. None of these dimensional Mephisto is a good person. The king dragged Johnny and kept chanting. The Trinity God of Vishandi is very strong. This is indisputable. The three of them are the strongest among the Mephistos in the dimension. They represent the pinnacle of white magic. But this does not mean that the Mephistos in other dimensions are idiots. Vishanti's formation has protected the present world for countless years. If the Mephistos in those dimensions want to invade, they will definitely find a way. It's just that everyone uses different methods. For example, Mephisto in front of him successfully bypassed Vishanti's magic formation. In the original timeline, Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, also successfully broke the holy place on Earth. Made the magic formation ineffective. But unfortunately, it was restrained by the time gem. Director, something is wrong. There is a region where the energy index is growing very fast. Hill walked into Nick Fury's office and said to Nick Fury, "What is this?" Nick Fury's eyes condensed. "Isn't this the location where Kronos is dealing with the burning skull? Quick, sound the alarm. Turn the satellite over to me. I want to know what happened." The alarm of S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded again. The news of the Avengers assembly was also sent out. What happened? Captain America and his 3 companions who were training came to the conference room as soon as possible. It's not clear yet, but the problem is huge. It's even bigger than the Battle of New York. Nick Fury looked at the rising index on the energy indicator. His face was grim. Alexander Pierce also came to the conference room. Inquired about the situation. Wait a little longer, the satellite will be able to call up the picture soon. As soon as Nick Fury finished speaking, the satellite projected the picture in front of everyone. What is this? Demon. Looking at the picture in front of her, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff exclaimed as soon as possible. The picture that appeared in front of everyone was really shocking. A creature over 10 meters tall, red all over, with devil horns on its head, appeared in front of everyone. And right in front of him was Kronos. Is this the Lord of Hell that Kronos said? Nick Fury was also shocked. It's one thing to hear someone say it, but it's another to see it yourself. Is this what you really look like? Kronos looked at Mephisto in front of him. Your soul, it's mine. Mephisto looked at Kronos and showed a ferocious smile. It seemed that Kronos' dazzling soul was already in his pocket. Really, Kronos' body was shining with golden light, and the power of the microcosm began to burn. Are we just leaving like this? Aren't we going to help Kronos? Johnny was being pulled by the king and was leaving the battlefield at a very fast speed. Even if they had already run a distance, they could still see the huge amounts of Mephisto's body clearly. The burning hellfire had already turned the forest into scorched earth. The spreading breath seemed to be able to burn the soul. Even though the king was running, he felt that his soul was a little uncomfortable. Even though Johnny already had the power of Ghost Rider, he also felt suppressed. Just looking at such an enemy, Johnny felt frightened. Our leaving the battlefield now is the biggest help to Kronos. In that level of fighting, we are just a burden. Sorcerer Supreme is being held back by Dormammu. Originally, I was wondering why Dormammu chose to launch an attack at this time. Now that I think about it, Dormammu should have reached some kind of agreement with Mephisto. The king said breathlessly. The incident just happened so fast that he didn't have time to open the portal. Now he is in a relatively safe position. Wong immediately opened the portal. What should we do now? Johnny's face changed when he heard Wang's words. Call for help. Kronos and Mephisto are fighting strong men. If you don't pay attention, it may be a world-destroying battle. We must find a way to limit them. Wong rushed into the portal while saying this. Quick, the holy place is still in the magician. Come with me immediately. Wong shouted hoarsely in the holy place. Many people heard his voice and came out one after another. Such a strong breath of hell. Mordo's face was on the side. The breath of hell coming from the other side of the portal almost suffocated him. What's going on? Did Mephisto personally descend to the real dimension? How is it possible? He can't break through the magic formation. Many magicians also perceived the burning breath of hell. They rushed to the other side of the portal. Mirror space. Lock the space around here. Wong shouted vigorously. Needless to say, many magicians realized the level of the battle at this time. They couldn't intervene. They could only find a way to block the space. Otherwise, once the fluctuations of the battle between Kronos and Mephisto spread, the entire Earth will be destroyed. I didn't expect that one day there would be a conflict above level sub-Godfather inside the Earth. Mordo's face was very ugly. Level sub-Godfather, being crowned with the word Father, has already shown the strength of its power. As long as the other party wants, it can easily destroy the planet. Even if it is just a sub-father who touches the concept of father. The strength is also a strong man who is well known in the entire universe. What are these people doing? In S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick looked at the people who walked out of the portal and felt a headache. I originally thought that with S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence ability, the understanding of the entire Earth is absolutely clear. At least nothing can be hidden from them. Last time Thor, this time the suspected demon creature, and the group of people who seemed to be able to use magic. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know anything. It should be a friendly force. They seem to be blocking that area. Quote, Captain America looked at the actions of the Holy Place magician and analyzed. Are we going to the scene? Banner asked. We must go. Tony said firmly. He didn't have the habit of giving up on his friends. Let's go. Captain America also agreed with Tony. Wait, you guys. Nick Fury wanted to say something else. Director, that's our captain, isn't it? Natasha Romanoff smiled, turned around and walked out of S.H.I.E.L.D., followed closely by Hawkeye. Go ahead, remember to report the situation at any time. Nick Fury sighed. Having seen Carol's power, he deeply knew how terrible the battles of those strong men were. The movement shown on the satellite screen in front of him. It was no less than when Carol fought the Kree Empire fleet. It was even more powerful, according to the satellite screen. Before the two of them started fighting, the area of AA dozens of kilometers had turned into a sea of AA fire. Such a battle, the Avengers at this stage are absolutely unable to participate. Fortunately, there is no man's land. This is the only thing Nick Fury is thankful for. Nick, don't worry too much, now, we can only trust the Avengers. Alexander Pierce comforted Nick Fury. That's the only way. Nick Fury touched his chest. The confidence is still there. But he is not sure whether it is time to find an old friend. On the front battlefield, the fire of Hell spreads. As expected of the Lord of Hell, he is known as the strongest Lord of the Hell dimension. Kronos felt the opponent's power, his eyes full of admiration. Kronos, hand over your soul, Mephisto roared, and the battle began. The huge amounts of body is not an obstacle, on the contrary, the movement speed is extremely flexible. Not even slower than Kronos. Boom, the two fists met. Countless fist shadows waved between the two. In the blink of an eye, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The cracks in the earth spread to the distance. The landform was changed instantly. What a fierce battle. The huge amounts of collision sound can be clearly heard even from more than 10 kilometers away. No, the blockade area must be wide. We are too close, if we continue like this, we will be affected. The king felt the waves of air rushing in, his face solemn. Then retreat another 10 kilometers. This is already the limit. If we go any further, the strength of the space barrier can no longer be guaranteed. Moto also knew that what the king said made sense. This distance was too close, although they were at least 30 kilometers away from the front battlefield. But the battle of Level Sub Godfather was so powerful. No, at least retreat another 20 kilometers. It doesn't matter if the strength of the space barrier is a little weaker. It's enough to withstand most attacks. We can only ignore the aftermath on the ground. It's better for this piece of land to be sunk than for the entire Earth to be torn apart. Moto's face changed at the king's words. But he didn't refute it. Because he knew that what the king said was true. Facing such a level of battle, the only thing they could do was to sacrifice the car to save the king. Otherwise, all mankind would be buried with it. Crystal wall. Kronos raised his hand and pulled out a golden light curtain. The light curtain blocked Mephisto in front of him. Interesting power. Hellfire burned in Mephisto's hand. He punched the defense of the crystal wall. ZZ. There was a burning sound. The crystal wall pulled out by Kronos was distorted by huge amounts of distortion. It seemed that it would reach a limit in the next second. Titan Nova. Kronos was not to be outdone, and his microcosm exploded. The golden light rushed straight into the sky. A beam of light exploded with Kronos as the center. The land within a radius of dozens of kilometers was lifted up by Kronos with the power of his microcosm. Then, at the speed of falling meteorites, all of them fell on Mephisto. With the blessing of the microcosm, the impact of each boulder was comparable to that of a missile. Mephisto also realized that his huge body had become a target. Humph, if I wasn't familiar with this body. Mephisto was somewhat helpless. Originally, he thought that Level Sub Godfather's combat power would be the opponent of no one except Ancient One on the entire Earth. But he didn't expect Kronos to be so strong. Mephisto's body was actually not very big, at most about 2 meters. It was a completely different concept from the current body that was more than 10 meters tall. The reason why this body was so big was because it was too weak. It couldn't contain Mephisto's power, so it was stretched. The battle on the battlefield was very fierce. Many Holy Place magicians who were watching from a distance also looked solemnly at the two people's massive battle. Ancient One was restrained by Dormammu head-on. Now, no one on the entire Earth can stop the battle between Kronos and Mephisto. It actually overturned the land of dozens of kilometers. If there is no space blockade, I am afraid that the land under my feet would have sunk into the sea. Mordo looked at the land in the distance that was lifted up as a weapon and muttered to himself. In the past, Mordo often felt that his magic attainments were already very high. He already looked down on the weak magicians in the holy place. He thought that these people could not help much. But today, after seeing the battle between Kronos and Mephisto, I know what it means that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. If it were not for the magic formation inherited from the holy place, plus the constant magic power transmission from Vishanti, they would not even be qualified to stand on this battlefield. The magic formation of the holy place is quite powerful. In the later period, even Scarlet Witch, who was fully awakening and practiced the Dark Book, could not break it head-on. It definitely has a defense power above level Godfather. On the other side, the Avengers also arrived at the scene by plane. What kind of battle is this? Tony sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the Earth lifted up in the distance, his eyes were a little dazed. It seems that we can't participate in this battle. Captain America sighed. They originally came with the idea of AA supporting Kronos. But after arriving at the scene, they found one thing. That is, they couldn't even get close to the battlefield. They haven't landed yet, and they are at least 70 to 80 kilometers away from the battlefield where the front battle is taking place. But even at this distance, they can already see the movements of the front battlefield. And the scorching breath of hell makes them feel very uncomfortable. They are about to lose their combat effectiveness 70 to 80 kilometers away from the battlefield. Look, is there anyone there? Natasha Romanoff pointed to a place on the ground and said, "Let's land there." Captain America also saw the people who were maintaining the space barrier on the periphery. A group of 5 people got off the plane. Who are you? Avengers. Johnny also saw the plane that landed not far from him. He was quite familiar with the 5 people who came down from it. Recently, the TV was full of news about these people. Can you tell us what's going on? Who is Kronos fighting with? Captain America asked. His intuition told him that Johnny was an insider. The one who is fighting with Kronos is the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Then Johnny and Captain America and others told the whole story. I didn't expect so many things to happen in one day. The Avengers all looked unhappy. Then according to you, can't we even get close to the battlefield now? The Silent Banner also asked. Kronos helped him a lot. If possible, Banner still hopes to participate in the battle. You should stay here obediently. We are now at least 60 kilometers away from the location where Kronos and Mephisto are fighting. But even so, the aftermath of the battle has exhausted us. We cannot remove the space barrier now to let you in. Once the space barrier collapses, the aftermath of the battle between Kronos and Mephisto can tear this continent into pieces in an instant. Wong also heard the conversation between Johnny and the Avengers. So he interrupted. Are we just going to watch? Hawkeye said angrily. At the moment, yes. The merciless words made everyone present fall into silence. Although it's just a borrowed body, its strength is beyond expectations. Kronos looked at Mephisto's figure in the distance and pondered secretly. If it weren't for the fact that the Sixth Sense microcosm has already approached its peak, and it was strengthened by the power of the stars before. The result of this battle is really hard to say. The combat power displayed by Mephisto at the moment is definitely at the peak level of level sub-Godfather. Various magic and energy attacks are very skillful. It seems that I have to use Aquarius's moves to deal with you. Kronos' eyes glowed with golden light. The star map of Aquarius appeared behind him. What is this? Star map, as expected of an immortal soul. Looks like he's about to become a god. Mephisto looked at Kronos greedily. The excellence of the other party's soul was beyond his imagination. Diamond Star Fist. The energy of the microcosm was transformed into freezing air. The originally scorching earth was instantly frozen. The red world turned white in an instant. It was as if the two of them had instantly changed into a different world. Such a strong ice ability. Mephisto's face changed. Kronos' ice ability could actually freeze the hellfire that burned the soul. This is simply incredible. The sky has changed. looking at the frost spreading from afar. The Avengers experienced a switch from extreme heat to extreme cold. I can't hold on. Some magicians were screaming. Not every magician in the holy place is so powerful. Can support the space barrier for a long time. Hold on. As long as we wait until the Sorcerer Supreme is free, we will win. The king's voice rang in everyone's ears. In the center of the battlefield, huge amounts of Mephisto's body had been frozen into an ice sculpture. But Kronos knew that such freezing air could not hurt Mephisto. Crack, the ice sculpture broke, and the fire of hell burned again. You really surprised me. Mephisto looked at Kronos as if he was looking at a work of art. Really, more unexpected things are yet to come. Quote. Kronos glanced at the surrounding environment, which was already in ruins. If the fight continued, the entire Earth might be gone. Another dimension. Kronos opened his hands suddenly. A space portal was opened directly behind Mephisto. Huge amounts of space pulling force made him freeze instantly. Want to throw me out? Dream on. Mephisto showed a hideous smile. His feet were welded to the ground. The surrounding rubble was sucked up completely. Galaxy starburst. Looking at such a strong Mephisto, Kronos ignited the power of the small universe without hesitation. Under the control of mental power, the power of the whole body poured out. A galaxy was looming in Kronos's hand. Then there was a huge amount of energy torrent. Mephisto would not sit still and wait for death. The fire of hell burned fiercely, and the power in his body was released at this moment. Boom! Two energy torrents collided. The light column rushed straight into the sky, under the blockade of the space barrier. All the energy surged with the sky as the outlet. The huge amounts of energy made Kronos and Mephisto's bodies tremble violently, as if they would be blown away in the next moment. Mephisto realized that something was wrong instantly. Because the space portal behind him was still pulling his body. Without the leverage under his feet, coupled with the fluctuations of the impact and diffusion of the energy beams from both sides, his body began to move towards the space portal. Even if he used the flight ability to stay in place, it was useless. In the end, Mephisto could only watch his body leave the Earth. Kronos, see you next time, your soul is mine. You'd better not leave the Earth. Mephisto also knew that he could not get rid of the pull of the space behind him. He simply gave up resistance, but gave Kronos a dangerous smile when the last one disappeared. Really? Then I'll wait for you. Kronos also smiled, and only he knew what he gained from this battle. Mephisto's figure was successfully thrown out of the Earth by Kronos. And Kronos simply gave up resistance. Because the energy in his body had been drained. Kronos, who gave up resistance, retreated rapidly. It broke the speed of sound in an instant. Something is flying over here. Captain America, who had sharp eyes, seemed to have seen something. As soon as his voice fell, a figure directly hit the space barrier opened by the magicians of the holy place. Boom! The huge amounts of impact sounded. Kronos' body was embedded in the space barrier. Behind him was a spider web-like crack. Puff! No! The space barrier is going to break. Kronos' impact became the last straw that broke the camel's back. All the magicians fell to the ground. All vomited blood. Just now, in order to lock the energy of the battle between Kronos and Mephisto, all the magicians had squeezed out the last bit of strength. The violent impact of Kronos' body made all the magicians unable to bear it. The space barrier shattered. However, the energy torrent of the battle between Kronos and Mephisto had almost been released towards the sky. Otherwise, everyone present will die. It's Kronos. Banner instantly transformed into Hulk. He jumped 100 meters high and caught the falling Kronos. Ahem. Although Kronos had drained the energy in his body and smashed the space to end. But he did not fall into a coma. It's just that he is in a very bad state now. You actually won. Wong collapsed on the ground, with blood at the corner of his mouth, looking at Kronos caught by Hulk, and said in disbelief. Do you really want me to lose? Kronos pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled. I just can't believe that you actually exiled the great Lord of Hell alone. Wong shook his head. He is a magician of the holy place and knows clearly how strong Mephisto is. There is a thick stack of introductions about Mephisto in the holy place. To sum it up, there are 4 words. Invincible. But Kronos actually exiled Mephisto from the Earth by himself. This was something he had never expected. It can't be said that we won. After all, that guy didn't come in his true form, and the strength he could exert was at most level sub-Godfather. It was already a stretch to be able to exile him. The energy in my body has been exhausted, Kronos said helplessly, although Mephisto was also a level sub-Godfather like him. But the opponent's energy reserves were much greater than his. With the blessing of the Hell Dimension, it was not an exaggeration to say that his energy was endless. This was also the only shortcoming of Kronos. What a shocking battle. Tony also walked to the side of Kronos. The detection device on the armor began to detect Kronos' body. I knew this matter would be related to Mephisto, but I didn't expect the other party to plan so deeply. Fortunately, I came directly. Otherwise, we will face a powerful level Godfather inside the Earth. All mankind will die. Kronos was also somewhat fortunate. He was interested in Ghost Rider, so he came. If he didn't come this time, the plot would definitely develop in the direction of the original book. The only difference is that Ghost Rider's Eye of Judgment cannot burn Mephisto's soul. The final result is that the souls of all people on the Earth become Mephisto's collection. Boss Nick Fury called. Answer it. Jarvis's voice sounded. Hey, Nick, what's wrong? Tony answered the phone. What's the situation on the battlefield now? Who is that demon-like figure? Nick Fury's voice was very anxious. He was eager to know the situation on the scene. But the call was not connected because of the magnetic field disorder. Aren't you watching the satellite? Tony asked curiously. The satellite was destroyed. The last picture only showed a huge amount of beams. Then the satellite lost the signal. Nick Fury was also helpless. Unexpectedly, the last energy collision between Kronos and Mephisto directly destroyed the SHIELD satellite. This is a huge amount of loss. The battle is over, Kronos won. We will tell you the specific situation when we come back. Tony hung up the phone. Let's go, we need someone to clean up here too. Also, Johnny, come back with us. Kronos said. Captain America and the others nodded. This area is really not allowed to be approached now. The battle between Kronos and Mephisto left a huge pit 100 meters deep on the battlefield. It must be blocked. Otherwise, anyone who walks here in the middle of the night may fall to death. Wong, are you going back to the holy place? Do you need medical support? Kronos looked at the king who was sitting on the side. No, there are treatment methods in the holy place, we will solve it ourselves. The king shook his head. Okay, then you be careful. I will come to you after things are over here, Kronos said to the king. Although he successfully kicked Mephisto out of the earth in this battle. But the magician of the holy place definitely made an indelible contribution. If they hadn't blocked this area, a space barrier was set up. I'm afraid this continent has sunk into the sea. The whole earth will be in turmoil, or even destroyed. The king didn't say anything, but just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Then Kronos took Johnny and a group of Avengers members who were just there to watch the show onto the plane. But Kronos didn't know that his battle with Mephisto caused cracks to appear in many sealed locations on the Earth. Although most of the aftermath of the battle was resisted by the space barrier, it still caused a considerable impact on the Earth's space. For example, the TIE particles that were originally sealed in the space of the 9 realms. There was a violent fluctuation. My lord, TIE particles appeared. In the dark star field, an ugly and tall man excitedly reported to the people on the throne. Finally, I've waited for this day. Asgard, I want you to pay the price. Malekith stood up from the throne. They, the Dark Elves, have finally waited for this day. TIE particles were originally the treasure of the Dark Elves. In the battle with Odin's father, God King Bull, the Dark Elves were defeated. TIE particles were also sealed and buried by God King Bull. That was the day when the 9 realms were connected, so God King Bull sealed TIE particles in the angle between the Earth and other spaces. As long as the 9 realms no longer overlap, TIE particles will not be discovered. But the overlap of the 9 realms is at least 5,000 years apart. Such a long time is enough to make everything disappear. Originally, TIE particles appeared in the world when the 9 realms overlapped. But because of the battle between Kronos and Mephisto, TIE particles exposed their breath in advance. Although the 9 realms have not overlapped or connected yet. But since the Dark Elves have already sensed the breath of TIE particles, they will naturally not just ignore it. The Dark Elves who have been silent for thousands of years are about to reappear in the universe. Not only the Dark Elves noticed the abnormality, but Thanos also received news that the level sub-Godfather battle broke out on Earth. Sir, the Earth seems to be in turmoil. Supergiant said to Thanos. Turbulence, what's going on? Thanos was a little surprised. With Odin and Ancient One in charge, how can there be turmoil? Our spies on Earth reported this. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One was restrained by the Dark Dimension Lord Dormammu. Hell Lord Mephisto invaded the Earth in his avatar. Showed the fighting power of level sub-Godfather. But Mephisto seemed to be defeated and was exiled from the Earth by Kronos. Supergiant reported the news he received to Thanos. The people hiding on the Earth were carefully selected by them. The news is absolutely reliable. I didn't expect that a small Earth could attract the attention of so many powerful people. I am a little curious about this planet, Thanos said lightly. Throughout the universe, there are very few battles above level sub-Godfather. The collision of powerful people at this level can easily tear the planet apart. So it is definitely big news. And what about the Earth? It faces the invasion of the dimension Mephisto every other day. It also has two heavenly fathers, Odin and Ancient One. The strength of this planet is extremely special even in the universe. But this is a good opportunity for us. I have a hunch that the most critical step of the plan is about to be realized. Keep an eye on Asgard and Nidavellir, Thanos said to Supergiant. For some reason, Thanos had a hunch. It seems that his long-cherished wish is about to come true. Yes, sir. Supergiant walked out of Thanos' room. Shield, you are finally back. Nick Fury's face was calm when everyone came back intact, but he was relieved in his heart. After all, the energy index calculated by S.H.I.E.L.D. before was too amazing. If that energy exploded completely, it would be enough to tear the entire planet apart. That is to say, it was today, half an hour ago. A war that could destroy the world has broken out on Earth. Nick Fury once regretted not pressing the call button earlier. Let Carol come back to deal with this matter. If the Earth is really destroyed because of this, it will be a big loss. Fortunately, Anos successfully handled this incident. Even Nick Fury didn't realize that he had begun to rely on Kronos without realizing it. Just like relying on Captain Marvel Carol at the beginning. Tell me, what is the situation? Why did this level of battle break out? Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce sat in the conference room, waiting for everyone's report. Let me tell you. Captain America had already learned the ins and outs of the matter from Johnny. After a brief summary, he explained the cause and effect of the matter. So the guy who fought with Kronos is really Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce felt that they could no longer understand this world. Especially Alexander Pierce. He was already wondering if Hydra should give up the Insight project. After all, the sudden battles on Earth now involve super ability people. And the battles are very fierce. Thermal weapons seem to have no effect at all. If Hydra wants to dominate the world, wouldn't it be faster to directly join Kronos? And Alexander Pierce has already noticed the changes in the Sanctuary group. The other party is preparing a large amount of supplies, as if they are preparing to build a base or something like that. Although this matter is done very secretly. But there are Hydra people everywhere in the world. After all, Hydra is not just his lineage. It seems that I have to have a good talk with Kronos. Alexander Pierce feels very stressed. In the previous New York battle, under Kronos' suggestion, Ina successfully obtained the Psychic Scepter and started the research of super ability people. But so far, the progress is not very good. Now there is the invasion of the Lord of Hell. Alexander Pierce feels that even if a super ability person is developed, it will not reach this level. After the meeting, Alexander Pierce found Kronos. Kronos, shall we talk? Alexander Pierce invited Kronos to talk. Okay, Kronos did not refuse. Can you tell me, if you start training from a young age, can you have your current power after practicing for 20 years? Alexander Pierce asked. Not sure, it depends on personal ability. Quote, Kronos said honestly. But he felt a little strange. Why did Alexander Pierce suddenly ask him these questions? Was it because of his battle with Mephisto that scared him? Kronos, tell me honestly, do you have the ambition to unify the world? 0.0 inches. Alexander Pierce gritted his teeth and said, Kronos saw the determination in Alexander Pierce's eyes. Do you want to take this Hydra under your command and surrender to me? Kronos immediately understood Alexander Pierce's thoughts. That's right. After this series of events. Quote, I think the Insight Project is a joke. Alexander Pierce sighed. The Insight Project is a plan implemented by Hydra using the Zora algorithm to rule the world and eliminate those who are not good for Hydra. But after the Battle of New York, and this battle between Kronos and Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, Alexander Pierce realized one thing. Hot weapons cannot dominate the world. Only the strong who attribute the great power to themselves can do it. Interesting. How did you come up with this idea? Alexander Pierce did not hide his thoughts and said to Kronos honestly. This made Kronos look at him with some new eyes. No wonder Hydra can develop so well. In a parallel universe, it once ruled the world. Such a rational leader is really rare. If it weren't for the protagonist Halo, Kronos felt that Hydra's IQ could crush everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. It's hard to say whether you can get my power through practice, but who knows if I will have the ability to grant such power directly one day in the future. Kronos looked at Alexander Pierce meaningfully. I understand what you mean. Alexander Pierce used the honorific directly. Kronos smiled. It was so easy to subdue Hydra. Kronos was not worried about Hydra's betrayal. After all, he was the one who held absolute power. To the holy place. An orange-yellow portal appeared in the holy place. Ancient One walked out with a tired face. The mark of Dormammu on his forehead had disappeared. My time is running out. Ancient One sighed. As a mortal, she was able to live for more than 500 years, which was beyond the imagination of countless people. All this was because Ancient One absorbed the power of the Dark Dimension. That's why Dormammu was so angry. After all, who can stand being fleeced by Ancient One all the time? What's going on? What's going on? Just coming back from the Dark Dimension, Ancient One was a little confused when he saw the situation in the holy place. Almost all the magicians in the holy place were injured. No one was normal. Sorcerer Supreme. The king limped up and told Ancient One what happened before. I see, you are worthy of being the Lord of Hell. There is a way to bypass the magic formation set up by Vishanti. Ancient One praised Mephisto. Even though he was an enemy, Ancient One had to admit that Mephisto had a high IQ. And he was very patient. Even if it took him 100 or 200 years to plan, he would definitely get it done. If Kronos hadn't been there this time, the Earth might have really been in jeopardy. It would definitely have become a slaughterhouse for the lords of the two dimensions. It seems that Kronos is not far from that step. Although Mephisto did not come to Earth in person. He just borrowed a carrier. But according to the king's description, Mephisto at that time had at least close to the peak of the Sub-Father's combat power. Add the soul of level Godfather. Such a combat configuration was actually pushed out of the Earth by Kronos. This can already show the strength of Kronos. It is probably not far from level Godfather. The return of the Ancient One to Earth is undoubtedly good news for the holy place. This means that this dimensional crisis has basically been overcome. Although this time is very dangerous. On the other hand, after Kronos returned to the Manor Villa, he immediately entered a state of meditation. No wonder the saints are stronger the more they fight. Kronos felt the strength of the cells in his body, his eyes full of joy. This wave drained the energy in his body, and countless cells began to swallow the energy in the air as a supplement. Indirectly baptized all the cells in his body. Originally, the chi stored by Kronos was cultivated slowly by himself. But in the battle with Mephisto, Kronos was surprised to find that he could now directly absorb energy from nature for his own use. He guessed that it was because he had been baptized by the power of stars in the starry sky some time ago. After all, the essence of the earth is also a star. The benefit brought by this wave is that Kronos directly reached the peak of the sixth sense. All cells in the body are under the control of mental power. And all cells have begun to store energy. We have to find a way to create a holy garment. Quote, Kronos recalled his battle with Mephisto. The difference in the physical body is very obvious. Humans are essentially a very fragile race. Although Kronos' body has been greatly strengthened due to his practice. But compared with those races whose original physical qualities are very outstanding, the difference is still very large. Not to mention the second-generation ancient gods like Mephisto. His son Wu Shinmo, strictly speaking, is a third-generation god. It is understandable that the physical body is so strong. Do as you say. Kronos contacted Odin directly through the special method given to him by Odin. Kronos, I was just about to congratulate you. Kronos was about to speak when he heard Odin's congratulations. What do you mean? Kronos was a little confused. Don't you know yet? The fact that you exiled Mephisto's incarnation in Midgard has spread throughout the universe. Now in the universe, you are also a well-known strong man, eh? Odin laughed, very satisfied with Kronos as an ally. Can this be spread? Kronos was a little confused. You still underestimate the strong in the universe. In the entire universe, there are not many strong people above the level of Godfather. Every strong person at the level of Godfather is the focus in the universe. Before, Dormammu suddenly attacked the real dimension and broke out a war with the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. This matter has spread among many strong people. So the Earth has always been the focus. When Mephisto was exiled from the Earth by you, many people watched. Odin explained. I see. Kronos didn't care. He didn't plan to hide himself anyway. By the way, you suddenly came to me, is there something going on? Have you got a clue about the condensation of the Godhead? Odin asked, because this was the first time Kronos contacted him since the Godhead of Light was handed over to Kronos. Neither, it was not because of the previous battle with Mephisto that I felt my physical strength was still lacking. So I hope Nidavellir can make me a set of armor. Kronos stated his purpose. This is definitely possible. When you have time, we can set off at any time. Odin agreed directly. The Godhead has been handed over, so making a set of armor is nothing. If the destroyer armor had not been destroyed, Odin could even give the destroyer armor to Kronos. Now, Kronos thought about it and decided to do it now. Anyway, there was nothing to do now. Just go now. Okay, I'll turn on Bifrost to pick you up. Odin cut off the communication. Kronos also walked out of the villa and came to the anchor point that Heimdall had fixed before. Above the sky, the light of the rainbow passed by. Bifrost directly enveloped Kronos' figure. When Kronos walked out of Bifrost, he had already arrived in Asgard. Wait a moment, Your Majesty the God King is on the way. Heimdall greeted Kronos. Okay, Kronos responded politely. After all, he was not very familiar with Heimdall. I watched the battle between you and Mephisto. It was very exciting. Heimdall suddenly said. Kronos was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Heibudir actually watched the battle between him and Mephisto. With your current strength, you can be considered a strong man even in the 9 realms and the universe, Heimdall said to Kronos. I've always been curious about how far your eyes can see. Kronos looked at Heimdall's golden pupils and asked. This is also an unsolved mystery. Heimdall's ability is very similar to the acute eyes in the mythical heaven. It can see through all the worlds. Except for some special places that cannot be seen, the rest can be seen at a glance. The entire universe is within the visible range of my eyes, as long as I want, Heimdall responded with a smile, with a hint of pride in his voice. A very powerful ability, Kronos sighed. No wonder he can become the guardian of Bifrost. If it were Reyna T for Heimdall's eyes, Bifrost's landing might not be so accurate. The two chatted casually. After a while, Odin came to Bifrost. Let us go directly to Nidavellir, Odin held the Stylnol in his hand and walked over. Out of concern for Kronos, Odin decided to act as a temporary bodyguard. At least with him around, Mephisto didn't dare to come. You've become stronger again, but this doesn't seem to be a good thing for you. Kronos glanced at Odin. It had been less than 3 months since he last met Odin. But Odin's aura was many times stronger than it was 3 months ago. This showed that Odin's condition was very serious. It has indeed become much stronger. Odin sighed. Many creatures sigh because they are too weak. Only the old Aesir sigh because they are too strong. Odin can no longer control his divine power. Maybe it won't be long before he has to crown himself a god. It was for this reason that Odin was exiled to Earth by Loki during Ragnarok. Paragraph Mark K. Let's go to Nidavellir first. Odin took Kronos on the Bifrost. Although Nidavellir is in the universe, it also belongs to the 9 realms under Odin's rule. Bifrost can reach it directly. Is this Nidavellir? Kronos looked at the scene in front of him, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Although he had seen the star ring in the movie in his previous life. But it was not complete. It was Nidavellir after Thanos extinguished the fixed star. The current Nidavellir is in its heyday. Your Majesty the God King. Dwarf King Etri came to Odin and Kronos. No, you call this a dwarf? Kronos looked at Dwarf King Etri. The other party's height must be at least 3 meters. The reason why dwarf is called dwarf is because of the body proportion, not because of height. Odin rarely explained. Indeed, the body proportion of dwarf is very strange. Are you here to build a weapon this time? The Dwarf King asked Odin respectfully. After all, Odin has not been to Nidavellir for a long time. It's not me, it's him. Odin glanced at Kronos beside him. I want to make a set of armor. But it has to be done according to my requirements. Kronos said to the Dwarf King. Definitely, the Dwarf King said confidently. In his opinion, there is no artifact in this universe that he cannot make. Kronos stated his needs. It's not very difficult. Please wait a moment. Kronos stood still. According to the Dwarf King Atra, armor artifacts are very special. They do not have an absolute shape. Because when combined with the owner's blood, they will automatically present the appearance the owner wants. Kronos was very curious about this. Under the busyness of the dwarf, the star ring was activated. The power of the fixed star shines. The dwarf casting room works like an assembly line. Is that the Uru god steel? Kronos saw the melting Uru god steel. Yes, the best enchanted metal in the entire universe. Odin said to Kronos, I hope I can make the armor I want. Kronos looked at the melted Uru steel with expectation. Uru steel is a very precious casting material. There are not many such materials in the entire universe. But all the ones made are artifacts. Very powerful. And ordinary civilizations are not qualified to use Uru steel to make weapons. This is why the casting technology of the dwarf family resounds throughout the universe. To melt Uru steel, the energy of the fixed star core is needed as an aid. Then a series of tools are used to transform the power of the fixed star core into ultra-high temperature that can melt Uru steel. Hundreds of millions of degrees is too little. Tens of billions of degrees may be needed to melt the Uru steel. Under Kronos' gaze, the Uru steel quickly turned into a pool of molten iron. Kronos, drop 2 drops of blood in. The Dwarf King turned his head and said to Kronos. Kronos was stunned for a moment, but still did it. After all, there was no such link in the film and television works of the previous life. The blood was wrapped by the rune just after leaving the body. Then it slowly sank into the molten iron of the Uru steel. What is this? Kronos looked at the molten iron in front of him in disbelief. The moment the blood dripped in, it actually had a connection with him. Runes constantly appeared and then disappeared. The molten iron of the Uru steel was slowly taking shape. This casting method is really unheard of. Kronos looked at the gradually taking shape armor, his eyes full of shock. Buzz. An invisible wave spread. The armor cast by Kronos was finally completely formed. What a gorgeous set of armor. Without the continuous heating of the fixed star power, the Uru god steel quickly cooled down. The moment the artifact was successfully forged, it could be used. Kronos' mind moved. The armor instantly disintegrated and turned into streams rushing towards Kronos. The sound of metal collisions constantly sounded. Afterwards, a whole set of armor completely covered Kronos' figure. The armor was golden in color, with 6 pairs of wings behind it, and the exposed parts of the body were almost 100% covered. Except for the armor on the head. The armor on the head can be freely controlled, and when needed, it is also fully covered. It looks very gorgeous, but it does not affect the action at all. On the contrary, it has a strong blessing on combat power. Incredible. Kronos looked at the armor on his body. It's called the God's Clothes. Kronos directly named this set of armor after the God's Clothes of the Lord in the Saint Seiya. This armor seems to be very suitable for your combat system. Odin looked at the fully armed Kronos with admiration in his eyes. In Odin's perception, Kronos' power at the moment is comparable to that of God Father. It's like he once wore the Destroyer armor and defeated another god of level single universe with the peak strength of level God Father. Although that battle ended in a miserable defeat. It really exceeded my expectations. Kronos was very satisfied with this set of god clothes. This set of god clothes greatly increased his strength. Not only can it increase the power of fighting ability, but it can also reduce energy consumption. And it accelerates the absorption of external power to restore itself and protect the wearer's body. It can be called a perfect god clothes. Even the appearance is very gorgeous. It seems that you are really about to condense the godhood. After wearing the divine clothes, Kronos' absorption of star power has become smoother. Just standing here, there is endless star power flowing into Kronos' body. Constantly washing Kronos' body. It should be soon. Kronos did not shy away. After all, he was also looking forward to this day. Now with the divine clothes, he is more confident in condensing the godhood. Amazing. Odin's eyes were full of admiration. Kronos is definitely the best creature he has ever seen. Even those gods who were born as gods are not as good as Kronos to some extent. The goal of this trip was successfully achieved. Kronos was also very happy. After saying goodbye to Odin in Asgard, Kronos returned to Earth. However, the divine clothes Kronos did not take him into his body. Instead, he placed it in the space outside the Earth. With the divine clothes as a transfer, constantly gathers star power. The spirit has reached a peak state. After a week of meditation, Kronos has reached its peak. What's going on? Kronos was meditating as usual. But he felt something was wrong today. What's going on? Why is the star power on Earth so dense all of a sudden? Kronos opened his eyes. The star power on Earth today is at least 3 times denser than yesterday. This is totally out of character. Did something happen? Kronos frowned. Recently, he was busy concentrating on Godhead, whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, the group or the Avengers. Kronos did not participate. He was wholeheartedly adjusting his status at home. The god cloth placed outside the Earth was also constantly converting star power from afar. Aspros, has there been any abnormal situation on Earth recently? Kronos called Aspros. No, sir, the Earth has been quite peaceful in the past week. Aspros was stunned for a moment and immediately replied. I see. Kronos still felt something was wrong. The sudden increase in the power of the stars on the Earth was impossible no matter how you looked at it. Then Kronos drove towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Kronos, I haven't seen you for a long time. Kronos had just walked into S.H.I.E.L.D. when he saw Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, have you seen anything unusual recently? Kronos asked. There are some. I don't know what's going on recently. Many people say they have encountered strange physical phenomena. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent went to the scene to check. The magnetic field in those places is very chaotic, and the space seems to be abnormal. Things are thrown down, but they fall from the sky, and they keep repeating. Natasha Romanoff said to Kronos. Kronos' face changed when he heard Natasha Romanoff's words. So that's the reason. Kronos found the reason why the power of the stars on Earth suddenly increased. That is the connection of the 9 realms. This is a strange phenomenon that only occurs once every 5,000 years. The 9 kingdoms on the world tree will be lined up in a row, and they can ignore space and distance. Even a mortal can walk from Earth to Asgard on foot. So, TIE particles are about to appear. Kronos thought of the real gem. This gem was originally sealed by the previous god king of Asgard, Bol, in the angle between Earth and other worlds. Now 5,000 years have passed. Reality gem will definitely appear. Kronos. Just as Kronos was thinking, Thor's voice sounded in his ears. Thor, why are you on Earth? Kronos was a little surprised. When he went to Asgard before, Kronos didn't see Thor. However, in the communication with Heimdall, Kronos learned that Thor was just out to suppress the rebellion. So he didn't care, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually on Earth. This is not important, go and see Jane. Thor came to Kronos holding Jane Foster. What happened to her? Natasha Romanoff also asked curiously. I don't know, there is a strong force flowing in her body. As a human, Jane's body can't withstand this strong force. Once this force goes out of control, Jane will die instantly. Thor's tone was anxious. After all, she was the woman he loved deeply. Kronos saw this and understood that she had absorbed the power of the reality gem. Unexpectedly, He had just thought of the reality gem, and the gem had been taken out of the sealed space by Jane Gu. Take her for a checkup first, Kronos said to Thor. Several people did not stop. He immediately walked towards the shield examination room. According to the instrument, there is a very strong force flowing in her body. It's just that this force is very peaceful and has not caused any harm to her for the time being. But according to the instrument's estimation, the strength of this force is probably not weaker than the Tesseract. The shield inspectors quickly gave the results. Not weaker than the Tesseract. Thor's face changed. He knew what the Tesseract was. It was a divine artifact born from the Big Bang, the infinite gems. Wait, not weaker than Tesseract, could it be TIE particles? Thor thought of such a thing instantly. This is the benefit of reading more. The previous Thor would never have thought of this thing. But Thor, who had read countless books in Asgard, instantly thought of TIE particles. After all, whether it is the form of existence or the power it possesses, they are very similar. TIE particles, what is that? Captain America was also on the side, asking curiously. An artifact as famous as the Tesseract and the gem on the Mind Scepter. It is an artifact that existed before the universe was fully born and the world was still dark. It is said to be the treasure of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves once wanted to use TIE particles to plunge the entire universe into darkness, thereby maintaining their absolute rule. But TIE particles should have been sealed by my grandfather, God King Bull. Why did it appear in Jane's body? Thor was a little confused. Is it possible that the space Jane accidentally entered was the space where TIE particles were sealed? When I was meditating today, I felt that the power of the stars on Earth had increased by more than 3 times. Combined with the news Natasha Romanoff just told me. Is the legendary day of the 9 realms overlapping coming? Kronos reminded Thor. The day of the 9 realms overlapping. Thor's face changed, because this situation was mentioned in the ancient records of Asgard. When the God King Bull sealed TIE particles, it was also the time when the 9 realms overlapped. What should we do then? Should we just watch Jane die? Thor's face was full of anxiety. I think you should not worry for now. Jane is not in danger of life now. According to her current situation, as long as TIE particles don't run away, Jane can live for at least 3 months. I think what you need to do now is to notify Asgard and prepare for battle. The 9 realms overlap, and each world is completely exposed to the eyes of other worlds. Asgard has ruled the 9 realms for countless years and has many enemies. When I went to Asgard last week, you were still suppressing the rebellion. On the day of the 9 realms overlap, you are not afraid of Asgard's trouble. Kronos said to Thor. Yes, you are right. Thor felt that his head was like a paste now. Kronos' words reminded him, Asgard must be prepared for war. The day of the 9 realms overlap will not last too long. According to past records, it will only last for 1 or 2 days at most. As long as we take good precautions in these 2 days, there should be no problem. As for TIE particles, we don't need to worry about her now. Wait until the day of the 9 realms overlap is over. Then think about how to extract TIE particles. Kronos asked the Avengers to prepare for battle. By the way, Alexander Pierce was notified. Hydra was also prepared. But S.H.I.E.L.D. has not responded yet. Too slow. Nick Fury, it seems that you no longer have any need to exist. Kronos has put Nick Fury's death plan on the agenda. As for the specific executor, it is naturally Hydra. This is a perfect scapegoat. It's just the process in the middle, which needs to be operated in detail. Make sure Nick is dead, and then let Alexander Pierce take power again. In this way, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers are under his control. With Kronos' reminder, Asgard has also made combat deployments. Odin always feels that Kronos seems to know something. Deep in the universe, Dark Star Field, Malekith, TIE particles have appeared. A dark elf came to the location where Malekith was. I have perception, in Midgard. Malekith suppressed his inner excitement and said lightly. Let's go, we, the Dark Elves, are going to take back the glory that belongs to us. The Dark Elves' fleet began to sail out of the Dark Star region. It's not just the Dark Elves that are taking action. Thanos has also begun to take action. Thanos, who is always monitoring the Earth, has naturally received the news now. The opportunity has finally come. Thanos looked at the starry sky in front of him, and the ambition in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Let's go to Nidavellir. Thanos said to Supergiant. Yes. The Holy Place warship began to set off towards the galaxy where Nidavellir was located. As long as Asgard fell into chaos, Thanos would directly attack Nidavellir and create the artifact he wanted. The Dark Elves. Kronos was on Earth, and began to think about how to deal with the Dark Elves. In the original timeline, the sneak attack of the Dark Elves severely damaged the entire Asgard. Queen Frigga died in this battle. In the end, it was Thor who turned the tide and defeated Malekith. But from Kronos' current perspective, what was presented in the previous life's film and television works is simply nonsense. In the setting, Malekith is the patriarch of the Dark Elves and has lived for countless years. And he has also fought with the God King Bull, control TIE particles and want to drag the entire universe into darkness. The strength is at least level sub-Godfather. Such strength as Thor can do anything wrong. Secondly, before marrying Odin, Queen Frigga was the ruler of the Vanir. Originally, he was also a level sub-Godfather. His attainments in magic may be second only to Sorcerer Supreme. Such a strong man can subdue Malekith with his bare hands and fight against the Cursed Warrior. Very powerful. Although he died at the hands of the Cursed Warrior in the end, it can also be explained that the magician's melee combat was too weak and the warrior got close to him. Even a level sub-Godfather like Frigga died at the hands of the Cursed Warrior. But the Cursed Warrior couldn't beat Thor. The last Malekith extracted the TIE particles from Jane and integrate with the TIE particles to control part of the power of the gems in the world. The strength leapt and reached the level Godfather. Such a strength was killed by Thor and Jane. The setting is very outrageous. Kronos will not put his hope on Thor. After all, no matter how you look at it, Thor is very unreliable. In such a big battle, Thor will definitely not play a decisive role. ... We still have to fight in Asgard. The Earth is too weak. Even the aftermath of the battle with level Godfather will wipe out all the creatures on Earth. After thinking it over, Kronos decided to take Jane to Asgard. Including TIE particles, there are now as many as 4 infinite gems appearing from Earth. This is an extremely dangerous signal. After all, even level Godfather would take a second look at infinite gems. Several gems added together, even if it is a bonus to level Godfather, it is quite objective. This also explains why Sif and Volstagg took the gems of the present world to the Collector at the end of Thor 2. As a member of the Council of Elders of the Universe, the Collector is a level single universe. It's just that he was nerfed badly in the movie. The High Lord and the Collector are 2 brothers, both of whom have existed since the birth of the universe. They are very powerful. In the comics, the Collector and the High Lord made the Avengers suffer a lot. Don't even mention Thanos going to the Collector to snatch the gems of the present world. I'm afraid that even the star field where the Collector is located dare not approach. Thor, take Jane, I will go to Asgard with you. Kronos said to Thor. Okay. Thor did not refuse. He was wondering if his father, Odin, would have the ability to deal with TIE particles. The Earth is ready for war at any time. I have a bad feeling. Kronos said to Captain America. Don't worry, we are here. Captain America nodded. It's impossible for Kronos to face everything alone. The biological mothership that destroyed the Chitauri army before, and the invasion of Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, all were solved by Kronos alone. At most, they helped. It's not important at all. Now hearing Kronos say this, Captain America suddenly felt needed. Notify Banner and Johnny and ask them to stay permanently. Let's talk about it after the storm has passed. Kronos gave a few instructions. I know. Captain America did not think Kronos' arrangement was exaggerated. After all, according to Thor's description, TIE particles are as powerful as Tesseract. Even gods have to covet them, or even try to snatch them. Tesseract is the best example of Zhao. Now the TIE particles that have been sealed for thousands of years have appeared. Who knows what risks there will be? Who will snatch them? In short, it's better to be careful. The Earth is in your hands. If you can't handle it, crush this thing. I can perceive it. Quote, Kronos gave Captain America something similar to a jade token. This was made with his mental power. It contains a trace of his mental power. As long as the Jade token is broken, this trace of his mental power will return. Kronos can immediately perceive that someone is looking for him. Okay. Captain America put away the Jade token solemnly. He understood what Kronos meant. Take Jane to Asgard because it is more powerful than the Earth. This is called risk transfer. The last time Kronos and Mephisto fought, they almost destroyed the Earth. If it happens again this time, I'm afraid the Earth really can't stand it. Heimdall. With Thor's call, Bifrost enveloped Kronos and the other two. Get ready for battle. This may be a more severe situation than the Battle of New York. Captain America glanced at the people around him and said, "Yes." The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to prepare for war. "I hope everything will be fine." Quote, Natasha Romanoff's eyes were full of worry. The frequency of supernatural events has been very high recently, and everyone feels a little tired of dealing with them. After all, it is a battle to destroy the world and dominate the Earth. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Kronos walked out of Bifrost, with some helplessness in his tone. Go find my father first. Thor was very anxious. After all, his sweetheart was in danger. The three flew towards the Asgard Hall. Thor met Odin. He told Jane about the situation. TIE particles. I didn't expect this thing to appear at this time. Odin's face was serious. He also participated in the battle with the Dark Elves. So he knew how powerful the Dark Elves were. This is troublesome. Odin's face was very ugly. He looked very powerful now, but in fact, he was already weak. If a battle really broke out, he could only fight once at most. Although he was the peak strength of level Godfather, his body could no longer withstand such a high-intensity explosion of divine power. After the battle, his soul would definitely return to Soul Castle. He was not afraid of death, but his life was connected to the seal of Helheim. Once he died, judging from the current situation in Asgard, he would be killed by Hela in a minute. It's really troublesome. There are only 6 infinite gems in total, and 4 of them are in the 9 realms. How can it not be troublesome? Kronos' words brought Odin back to his senses. Yes, how could I forget you? Odin's eyes lit up. Although the strongest fighting force in Asgard is now the Queen of Gods Frigga. But he has allies. Don't worry, I came to Asgard to deal with TIE particles. Quote, I have an idea. If it can really succeed, maybe I can take this opportunity to become a god directly. Kronos has his own plan. Since he got the godhead of the God of Light, Kronos has studied it almost every day. But there is little progress. The godhead looks like a solid. But no material can be analyzed. It is not a solid, but it has a solid shape. Kronos has no idea how to condense the godhead. But his spirit has reached a peak during this period of baptism. So Kronos has an idea. That is to use the power of Reality Gem to help himself condense the godhead. Use the power of Reality Gem to create a godhead in his body first. Then Kronos uses that godhead as a blueprint to condense his own godhead. This is the best way Kronos can think of. But my appearance may attract Mephisto. Asgard is better to open the barrier in advance. Kronos said to Odin. I know, don't worry. Quote, Odin nodded. Anyway, no matter how bad the situation is, it won't be worse than it is now. In the battle with the Dark Elves, Odin knew clearly that the Dark Elves were not exterminated. The trace of the Patriarch Malekith was not found at all. And the Dark Elves have a natural sense of TIE particles. As long as TIE particles are born, the other party will definitely be able to perceive them. Under Odin's order, Asgard entered the war mode. The barrier of Asgard was also fully opened. The golden energy barrier covered the entire Asgard. It looks very solid. And Kronos came to the place where Jane Foster rested. Thor was also here with her. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort? Kronos looked at Jane Foster. I feel fine. Although my body is very weak, it doesn't seem to be that uncomfortable. Quote. Jane Foster looked at Kronos with a nervous expression. Kronos was very famous on Earth. Jane Foster also knew him. Among the Avengers, Kronos was the most popular. People in many places even worship the gods in Kronos. You can imagine the gap between them. Even Thor, the real Thor, couldn't compare to Kronos. Don't worry, I just came to see the thing in your body. Do you mind if I shake your girlfriend's hand? Kronos glanced at Thor. No mind. Thor smiled silly. Jane Foster rolled her eyes helplessly. Kronos began to explore the TIE particles in Jane's body. In Kronos's view, Malekith could directly use the power of Reality Gem, so there was no reason why he couldn't. And most of the infinite gems could be used directly. The difference was whether the user was strong enough and could withstand the backlash of the power of infinite gems. What a strange power. Kronos came into contact with TIE particles. In Kronos' view, Reality Gem is the most powerful of infinite gems. Its power is even stronger than Time Gem. Because Reality Gem can modify physical rules. It can even create something out of nothing. Such ability is extremely amazing. And the users of Reality Gem shown in the movies of the previous life are too stupid. Especially Malekith. Buzz. With the contact of Kronos' power, Reality Gem began to react. Countless red liquids began to flow in Jane's body. Then Jane felt her body weak. After all, it is just a mortal body. It can't bear a divine tool like Reality Gem at all. Under the traction of Kronos' power, Reality Gem began to move into Kronos' body. It works. Kronos suppressed his excitement, although he can't communicate directly with TIE particles like Malekith. But Kronos can also activate and use the power of Reality Gem. The whole process lasted about half an hour. The liquid transformed by Reality Gem was completely immersed in Kronos' body. How do you feel now? Kronos looked at Jane Foster. I feel very relaxed. That power seems to be gone. Jane Foster opened her eyes in surprise. The feeling of weakness was completely gone. That's good. The TIE particles have all entered my body. I found that your body is not very good, and I adjusted it for you. You should be able to live to 120 years old smoothly. Kronos said to Jane with a smile. Thank you so much. Jane Foster finally understood at this moment why Kronos's fan base on Earth is so huge. The man in front of her really has divinity. It can attract people to get close unconsciously. If her boyfriend was not Thor, Jane Foster would not mind having a story with Kronos. You take a rest first, I have some things to deal with. After saying that, Kronos walked out of the room. Reality Gem, whether it can succeed depends on you. Kronos suppressed his excitement and came to the Asgard Hall. Odin, I am ready to condense the godhood. Kronos looked at Odin. Condensing the godhood. Now. Odin looked at Kronos in surprise. Yes, I extracted TIE particles from Jane's body. With the blessing of TIE particles, I should be able to succeed. Kronos said firmly. Then wait a moment, I will contact an old friend. Odin thought for a moment, and directly used his divine power to contact the Ancient One. You mean, Kronos, ready to condense the godhood? Ancient One's eyes flashed with surprise, and he put down the teacup in his hand. Yes, and he is in Asgard now. Odin's voice sounded again. I know, wait for me. Ancient One said he knew. King, Mordo, Incelius. Ancient One called the three most outstanding magicians in the holy place. I need to go out for a while. If there is any problem on Earth, contact me in Asgard. Ancient One said to the three. Okay, Sorcerer Supreme, we understand. The three did not think much about it. After all, the day when the 9 realms overlap is coming. It was understandable that Ancient One went to Asgard. After all, she and Odin were the only 2-level godfathers in the entire 9 realms. Definitely, this does not include those creatures who were once godfathers but are now downgraded. After explaining everything, Ancient One directly opened the portal to Asgard. But Ancient One immediately found that he seemed to be able to only open the portal to the starry sky of Asgard. Rune magic is so magical that even the portal cannot be opened. Ancient One was not surprised. After all, Asgard's magic system has always been unique. Odin controlled the barrier device and let Ancient One in. Are you really ready? Ancient One looked at Kronos. She had known for a long time that the other party wanted to condense the godhood. And she had also made many suggestions. Ready. This is definitely the most promising time to condense. Kronos said decisively. Okay. Ancient One nodded and said nothing more. He just looked at Odin. Both of them knew clearly what it meant to condense the godhead after birth. Such a creature would definitely cause a commotion in the multi-universe. Even the gods of creation would cast their eyes on him. Start when you are ready. We will protect you. Odin also said to Kronos. BBFG. In Odin's view, the stronger Kronos is, the better. The stronger Kronos is, the more likely it is that Athens will break his fate. He will not be harvested as food by unknown beings. Ancient One magician, time gem may be used later. Kronos turned his head and glanced at Ancient One. Okay. Ancient One agreed to Kronos' request without hesitation. Kronos wanted to develop the seventh sense of the microcosm at once. Condensing the Godhead and the seventh sense, Kronos might become one of the strongest people at the top of the level Godfather. Kronos did not think about it after receiving a positive answer. Step by step, he walked onto the cosmic sea of Aa Asgard. A golden stream of light cut through the sky. It was Kronos' divine robe. At the moment, the divine robe was entangled with the power of the stars. It was shining. The light emitted could even illuminate the entire Asgard. The fact that Kronos was about to condense the godhood was also known by Frigga, Thor and others. Even the imprisoned Loki heard the news. Becoming a god with a mortal body. Kronos, you are really powerful. Loki smiled self-deprecatingly. The power he mentioned was not strength, but the mind. Loki originally had the godhood and grew up in Asgard. So he knew more about the difficulty of ordinary creatures becoming gods. That was almost a dead end. But Kronos had the courage to try. This was what Loki admired most about him. Above Asgard, Kronos, who was already sitting cross-legged on the cosmic sea, began to communicate with the reality gem in his body. Reality gem can construct reality according to the user's thoughts. It just consumes a huge amount of energy. Kronos used his thoughts to give reality gem in order to construct a godhood. Buzz. Red energy began to surround Kronos. Is this the reality gem? Ancient One saw the energy surrounding Kronos. Through communication with Odin, Ancient One knew that this was the power of reality gem. Do you want to use the reality gem to build a godhood in your body? Ancient One guessed Kronos' idea almost instantly. Unlike Odin, Ancient One, who has been wearing the time gem for many years, clearly knows how terrible the power of infinite gems is. Reality gem can indeed build a godhood. But there is a prerequisite, that is, you have to be big enough. Begin. Odin also noticed the change in Kronos' breath. In Kronos' body, a godhood is forming. What a terrible consumption. Kronos' face changed slightly. The consumption of reality gem to build a godhood in the body exceeded his imagination. According to Kronos' estimation, the energy stored in his body can only support about 10% of all consumption at most. The existence of the godhood is more powerful than Kronos imagined. That is, the gems of the present world can modify the laws of the world, so that the godhood that did not exist originally can be recognized by the law. Otherwise, it is simply a foolish dream to want to condense the godhood. Strong men below the level of single universe have almost no chance of success. Strong men above the level of single universe also look down on the godhead. The power in Kronos' body began to be consumed rapidly. At the moment, Kronos was extremely glad that he had built the God Cloth in advance. The God Cloth absorbed the power of the stars in the universe for him, and then constantly replenished his body. The consumed power and the absorbed power strangely reached a certain balance. The breath of the Godhead began to spread. Incredible, it really works. Ancient One and Odin also looked at Kronos in surprise. In the countless years in the past, no one thought of using the gems of the world to build a godhead. At the moment, Kronos was immersed in his body. In his mind, a godhead was taking shape. It's just that it hasn't fully appeared yet, so Kronos doesn't know what kind of god he will be after he becomes a god. The godhead constructed by the reality gem alone has begun to wash Kronos' body with divine power. Even if the condensation of the godhead failed this time, Kronos will not lose anything. On the contrary, he will get huge amounts of benefits. The premise is that Kronos can have enough energy to support the consumption of reality gem. Otherwise, the end result is that Kronos' vitality will be sucked away by infinite gems. What a brilliant scene. Thor looked at Kronos sitting cross-legged in the sky, his eyes full of shock. This movement is much more than when the gods inherit the godhood. The power of the stars in the outside world constantly flows into Kronos' body. In Kronos' body, the divine machine is constantly taking shape. With such a large consumption, when the godhood constructed by reality gem is completed, can I still condense my own godhood? Kronos sighed. There is no turning back now. The godhood constructed by Reality Gem can actually be used. But there is a disadvantage. That is, after the Reality Gem leaves Kronos' body, he will instantly be beaten back from a god to an ordinary creature. The combat power will decline significantly. Moreover, it takes constant power to maintain the godhood constructed by the Reality Gem. This method, although it can make ordinary creatures become gods, has great disadvantages. There is always the risk of being beaten back to a circle. So Kronos will not choose this method. What he wants is the true and absolute godhood that belongs only to him. Kronos' condensation of the godhood made a lot of noise. Not only Asgard saw it, but also the creatures of other worlds belonging to the Nine Realms. The day when the Nine Realms overlap has arrived. Even standing on the earth, you can see it at the top. At this moment, the Dark Elves, the Dark Cult, Mephisto and other powerful people all moved. The Dark Elves' target is naturally Asgard. And Thanos' target is Nidavellir. There is no better time than now. What is that? Is it a god? Countless people on Earth also saw Kronos condensing the godhood. Jarvis, is that Kronos? Tony seemed to not believe his eyes. Yes, it's Mr. Kronos. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at each other in bewilderment. Only Alexander Pierce looked at Kronos with a pious face. Chapter 71. The shining starlight on Kronos illuminated the entire Nine Realms. Countless people saw the shining light on Kronos. Sure enough, Lord Kronos is the reincarnation of God. The only true God in the world. Kronos' fanatical fans roared at the top of their lungs. They were very happy. I didn't expect this guy to become a god. Mephisto appeared on the outskirts of Asgard. Asgard's runes are so powerful that even he has to be a little bit afraid. What's more, after he walked out of the dimension, his normal combat power is only level Godfather. TIE particles are mine. Malekith also rushed to the outskirts of Asgard. But facing the barrier opened by Asgard, he could only be furious. The artillery fire on the battleship poured out crazily, trying to open the Asgard barrier with artillery fire. But the fact is that it was useless. TIE particles. Malekith walked out of the battleship. His eyes were fixed on the TIE particles entwined around Kronos. I didn't expect that a small human becoming a god would have you two come out to protect him. Mephisto saw Odin and Ancient One. Ancient One, how about we make a deal? As long as you hand over Kronos to me, I can promise that I won't invade the earth for 1,000 years. Mephisto looked like an old man. He looked very kind. Mephisto, everyone in the universe knows that if you make a deal and sign a contract with me, you will be eaten alive. You have no credibility at all. Quote, Ancient One said with a smile, not caring about Mephisto's words at all. She and Mephisto are old friends. When she just ascended to the position of Sorcerer Supreme, Mephisto had found her, tempted her to make a deal. But unfortunately, Ancient One did not fall for it. When they met again, it was already the end of Ancient One's life. Mephisto tempted Ancient One again, saying that he could give Ancient One eternal life. But Ancient One did not fall for it. Instead, he ran to the dark dimension to absorb power. Dormammu was so angry that he jumped up and down. Humph! Hearing the words of Ancient One, Mephisto snorted coldly. Obviously, the words of Ancient One made him very unhappy. Odin, hand over the TIE particles. Malekith stood on the battleship, looking at Odin in the barrier. At the moment Odin was a little different from what he remembered. He was already very old. But Malekith did not dare to be careless. When he fought with the God King Bull, he suffered a great loss because of carelessness. He even lost the TIE particles. The Dark Elves were broken and had been silent in the Dark Star region for thousands of years. The TIE particles are there. If you want, you can take them anytime. Quote, Gingnur, the eternal spear in Odin's hand, pointed to the location of Kronos. Do you think everything will be fine if you hide in Asgard? Midgard and Vanaheim are both countries ruled by Asdar, right? What if I conquer these two countries directly? Can Asgard still pretend not to see it? Malekith's voice was cold, and his words were full of murderous intent. The Dark Elves no longer have another 5,000 years to wait. That period of time was too long. Prepare for war. The conversation between Malekith and the God King Odin was heard by all the creatures in the Nine Realms. The Earth and Vanaheim were no exception. Vanaheim was not too worried. because the strength of the Vanir Protoss is also very strong. It is not much worse than the Aesir Protoss. It just lacks the top combat power of level Godfather like Odin. Frigga is a Vanir Protoss. A level sub-Godfather's magic power can also overlook the entire 9 realms. But Earth is different, as a planet where most of the tribesmen are ordinary people. Hearing Malekith's words, his face turned green. Especially S.H.I.E.L.D. They quickly issued a first-level combat readiness order. They were afraid that the Dark Elves would come to Earth the next moment. "We are probably not their opponents," Captain America said helplessly. Since he practiced Chi, his strength has doubled. Although he has not yet touched the 6th sense. But his current strength is several times stronger than before. Because of this, Captain America is more aware of the gap between himself and those absolute strong men. The only ones who can temporarily resist the Dark Elves here may be Johnny and Banner. Natasha Romanoff was also helpless. Their strength has become much stronger. But the opponents are no longer human. This makes them seem useless. Hulk should be able to resist for a while. When Banner said this, he was not very confident. Because he didn't know where Hulk's upper limit was. "Odin, you old man, how should you deal with it?" In Muspelheim, flame giant Surta also woke up from his slumber. The huge spatial fluctuations of the 9 realms overlapped naturally awakened him from his slumber. Since the 3 Odin brothers jointly deprived him of the eternal fire, Surta fell into a long sleep. In order to delay the weakening of his power. Although thousands of years later today, his strength has fallen out of the level sub-Godfather. But at least he is still alive. He can still see the excitement of Asgard. Surta is already very satisfied with this. "Odin," I said, "your kindness will kill you." In Helheim, Hela sat on a huge rock, watching the battle that was about to sweep the entire 9 realms silently. She was sealed in Helheim for nearly 2,000 years. She was bored to death. Now the space of the 9 realms overlaps. Although she can't get out. But she can see the situation in the 9 realms. It's just a day or two of vision. But Hela is already quite satisfied. "Then you try it." Odin's only remaining eye showed murderous intent. The eternal spear Gingnir in his hand began to emit a faint light. "Odin, how long can you live now?" Mephisto showed a ferocious smile. It was completely different from the kind and gentle old man before. "What is this?" The space outside the barrier was suddenly shrouded in endless darkness. Huge amounts of pressure spread. Dark Dimension Lord, Dormammu. The eyes of the Ancient One also became very solemn. The impact of Kronos' godhood and the overlap of the 9th level was much greater than she imagined. "Dormammu." Mephisto also showed a fearful look in his eyes. There will be wars between Dimension Lords. After all, devouring a dimension is much more beneficial than devouring countless ordinary creatures and planets. So dimension wars will often start. But so far, no Dimension Lord has been defeated or killed. Even the weakest nightmare has never been killed. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu's strength can be said to be comparable to Mephisto. In the dimension, both of them are strong at the level of single universe. Out of the dimension, the normal combat power of the two is at most maintained at the level of Godfather. Although Mephisto and Dormammu had cooperated a little when they were on Earth before. But this relationship is not reliable. Who knows if Dormammu will suddenly turn around and attack him? Ancient One. Dormammu roared angrily. The man in front of him has been fleecing the Dark Dimension for more than 400 years. Today he finally caught him. It's all in one day. Gu was very helpless. But he didn't have any intention of admitting defeat. The magic circle condensed on his hands. Already prepared for battle. Eye of Agamotto is also shining. Many people think that Eye of Agamotto is just a container of time gem. But it is not true. Eye of Agamotto was originally a powerful magic tool. It has a great bonus against magicians. The war is about to start. But at this moment, Kronos in the sky made a move. The red storm spread around Kronos. The powerful divine power condensed on Kronos. Success. Odin and Ancient One both turned to look at Kronos. TXI. Odin perceived some problems. Kronos now should have successfully condensed the godhead constructed by Reality Gem. Is this the feeling of becoming a god? It's really good. Kronos opened his eyes. The moment the godhead was successfully condensed, his life essence jumped. His combat power also surpassed level sub-Godfather and reached level Godfather. False God. Mephisto showed a mocking expression. He himself is a second-generation ancient god, born from the flesh and blood of the first-generation ancient god. Originally also possessed godhood, so Mephisto, like Odin, could sense the difference in Kronos' godhood. Although it was a false godhood. But now, Kronos does have the fighting power of level Godfather. Aren't we going to fight? We can start now. After I get rid of you, I will condense the true godhood. Kronos stood up. The power of the microcosm began to burn. At the moment when Kronos became a god, the cells in his body no longer stored chi. But it was divine power. If the power stored in a cell of Kronos before could only destroy a small car, then now, the divine power stored in a cell of Kronos can destroy a city. Such fighting power is a qualitative leap, although it has not yet reached the seventh sense of the microcosm. But the sixth sense after metamorphosis also has super strong combat power. Hand over the TIE particles. Malekith didn't care whether Kronos became a god or not. He only cared about the TIE particles, which is the reality gem. Dark elves. Kronos saw Malekith. Mephisto on the other side looked at Kronos and fell silent. Now his normal state is only at the level of level Godfather. If he really went to war with Kronos, he would definitely not be able to kill him. Mephisto didn't expect that Kronos would cross the barrier from the sub-father to the father in such a short time. You know, there are not many level Godfathers in the entire universe. The last time the combat power of level Godfather was born, it was Captain Marvel Carol who was given the power of 2 stars by the Space Gem because of the experiment of the light speed engine. If Carol is excluded, the last time a level Godfather was born in the universe was when Ancient One became Sorcerer Supreme hundreds of years ago. These two are the only level Godfathers born in the universe in the last few thousand years. But now, a third one has appeared in the universe. Kronos. So Mephisto is very entangled. If a war breaks out now, it may not be possible to take down Kronos. But if we don't fight now, then there may be no chance the next time we meet. Interesting, Kronos, I said, you'd better not leave the Earth. After thinking it over, Mephisto decided to make a loss-making deal. Kronos' soul with immortal characteristics really made him salivate. Under normal circumstances, Mephisto would not fight this battle. Leave Mephisto to me. Kronos glanced at Mephisto and smiled. Although he is a pseudo-god. But Kronos knew clearly that as long as he kept holding the reality gem, the pseudo-godhood could now be used as the real godhood. Leave Dormammu to me. Ancient One also chose his old rival. This battle must be fought. Mephisto and the others will not watch Kronos become a god. Then let Asgard take care of the Dark Elves. 0. Odin felt a little ashamed. After all, the situation in Asgard is not very good now. Facing the Dark Elves is also a bit difficult. Hey, it looks like I have to ask my old friend for help. Nick Fury sighed helplessly. Everything that happened recently was beyond his control. The pager rang. The message was sent. The next thing to do is to wait. On the other side, the Dark Cult also quietly came to the star field where Nidavellir was located. And Thanos boarded the star ring with the 5 Obsidian generals. Who are you? This is a country ruled by Asgard. Dwarf King Eitri looked at the group of people in front of him. Asgard is now in a state of panic. Dwarf King, help me build a magic weapon, and I can let Nidavellir go. Thanos slowly walked out of the darkness. The iconic purple skin and the deterrent power of level sub-Godfather made the Dwarf King's legs a little weak. Thanos. Thanos. Dwarf King Eitri swallowed unconsciously. Thanos' name is widely known throughout the universe. Mad Titan, Thanos. Everywhere he goes, lives are destroyed. Dwarf King naturally knows this. I don't believe you. Dwarf King Eitri said with gritted teeth. You have no choice. Thanos' eyes were cold. It seemed that if the Dwarf King said one more word, he would start a massacre. Okay, I'll help you, but you have to promise that you can't hurt my people. The Dwarf King Atra said with gritted teeth. He knew that since Thanos dared to come to Nidavellir at this time, something must have happened in Asgard. As a result, Asgard is now unable to take care of itself. As long as he helps Thanos build the artifact, he may be able to avoid this disaster. As long as the Asgard issue is successfully resolved, Thanos may not have the courage to come to Nidavellir again. The Dwarf King is convinced of this, because in the past thousands of years, Nidavellir has been through this. Under the protection of Odin and Asgard, Inbi is peaceful. I hope you won't let me down. Quote. Thanos looked at Dwarf King Ikki. He found a place to sit down. He waited quietly. Dwarf King Ikki had no choice but to activate the star ring. The power of the fixed star core was drawn out again. What artifact are you going to build? The star ring was activated, and Dwarf King Ikki asked. An artifact that can control 6 infinite gems. Quote. After Thanos finished speaking, Dwarf King Ader turned his head in astonishment. He looked at Thanos with shocked eyes. At this moment, Thanos' ambition was exposed. Although shocked, Dwarf King Ader still agreed to Thanos' casting request. Ader naturally knew what kind of artifact could control 6 infinite gems. Thousands of years ago, when Odin was ambitious and conquered the universe, he also created such an artifact. At that time, the God King wanted to collect 6 infinite gems with high spirits. But for some reason, Odin suddenly gave up. He was no longer obsessed with infinite gems. The aggressiveness was also greatly reduced. Ader created another artifact in the same way as last time. Although Ader wanted to make a fake one. But he knew very well that artifacts like artifacts could not be hidden from Thanos' son. A mere false god. How dare you say that? Mephisto's face was full of anger. He hadn't been so angry for a long time. So much nonsense. Kronos couldn't wait to experience the power of God. The divine clothes that originally stood in the starry sky of the universe began to disintegrate. Then they turned into countless streams of light and were worn on Kronos one by one. What is this artifact? Mephisto's face changed. The appearance of the kind old man could no longer be maintained. The demon's body appeared in front of everyone. Red skin, unique demon horns. More than 2 meters tall, it doesn't look abrupt, but the aura is very strong. The power of level Godfather is revealed. It's actually a demon. Countless people on Earth were in an uproar. They didn't expect that demons actually exist. Mephisto, that old guy. Johnny pounded the table angrily. The metal tabletop was dented. Buzz. It only takes a blink of an eye to put on the divine robe. As the divine robe was put on, countless star calendars poured into Kronos' body. Instantly, Kronos' state reached the peak. Not bad. At least I can fight with all my strength for a day. Kronos estimated the power consumption of Reality Gem. A smile appeared on his face. The microcosm rose. The golden light shone in the 9 realms. Mephisto. Kronos' figure turned into a stream of light. At this moment, Kronos' speed officially broke through the speed of light. So fast, Mephisto's face changed, and his demon body also moved. Kronos was not prepared to fight Mephisto in the 9 realms. The battle of level Godfather was huge. Even if it was a battle in the starry sky outside the 9 realms, the aftermath would likely submerge the entire 9 realms. For example, Ancient One also took Dormammu away from the battlefield of 9 realms. The 6 pairs of wings of Kronos' divine robe fluttered. The speed reached the limit that was invisible to the naked eye. Mephisto didn't react at all. Kronos' palm was already on his face. The 2 figures left the 9 realms at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. You must win, Kronos. Odin looked at the distant stream of light and tightened his grip on Fenrir's hand again. He didn't need to fight against the Dark Elves in person. Although Asgard is now in decline, it can still fight against the Dark Elves. Frigga stood on the top of Asgard. A large area of magic power was scattered. Runes appeared on the entire Asgard battlefield. Kill. Thor held Mjolnir and rushed directly to the front battlefield. The Asgard army behind him also roared and rushed to the sky. The war officially broke out. The strong breath swept across the entire 9 realms. Is this a battle between universes? Countless people on Earth are paying attention to this battle. This not only concerns the life and death of Asgard, but also the life and death of the entire 9 realms. Be ready to support at any time. Captain America looked at the battlefield above the sky. Although their strength is not strong, they are not afraid of a fight. Tony looked serious and kept staring at the battlefield in the sky. At the moment, the idea in his mind became stronger and stronger. Facing a battle of this scale, with the current technological level of the Earth, there is no power to fight back at all. Those forces in the universe. The technological level is far superior to that of the Earth, and the individual strength is still extremely powerful. This made Tony very anxious. All countries on Earth have already made first-level war preparations. His hand was directly placed on the missile launch button. Boom! I don't know how many light years away, Mephisto's figure smashed one meteorite after another. Finally, he stabilized his body on the surface of a huge amount of fixed star. But the surface of fixed star also had a large area of fragmentation. The overall volume was instantly destroyed by half. Mephisto supported his face with one hand. Kronos' huge force seemed to still be on his face. As the Lord of Hell, Tony has not been humiliated like this for a long time. Mephisto, you were really weak. Kronos stood in the universe, and his aura was not concealed at all. The power of Level Godfather was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Many powerful people in the universe are paying attention to this war. The battle between Kronos and Mephisto undoubtedly brought new fun to the long silent universe. Looking for death, Mephisto was angry. The fire of hell began to spread. Everything around was vaporized instantly. Boom! The battle of Level Godfather officially kicked off. Two streams of light, one gold and one red, constantly collided in the universe. Every collision would clear a space. I heard that the fire of hell can burn the soul. Then try my trick. The light on Kronos turned into a strange blue. Corpse Chi underworld wave. Kronos waved a blue wave. How is it possible? Mephisto looked at Kronos in disbelief. The blue wave in front of him was pulling his soul. You were really looking for excitement to play with the power of the soul in front of the Lord of Hell. Although Mephisto sensed that his soul was being pulled, he didn't care. Because the fire of hell is the nemesis of all soul skills. Hey, Kronos smiled slightly. Corpse ghost blue flame. With a fierce clench of his right hand, the blue ripples began to burn instantly. The hot feeling was transmitted to Mephisto's soul. This is impossible. Mephisto finally lost his composure. Because Kronos' corpse ghost blue flame actually offset the hellfire. Both can burn the soul and use the soul as fuel. It was strange that they were evenly matched and began to integrate. In this way, your hellfire is useless to me. Kronos smiled. Da! Mephisto roared angrily. As the Lord of Hell, he was actually suppressed by a human. This was completely unacceptable to him. The magic power in his body began to boil. Mephisto finally began to show his magic strength. The false god can be so strong. In the pantheon of the kingdom of God, Zeus was also watching the battle. Asgard is a member of the pantheon after all. Although he is in the 9 realms, as an old friend of Odin, Zeus cannot help but pay attention to this battle. What surprised him was that Kronos, the false god, actually had the power to suppress Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. His strength may be stronger than mine, Hades said lightly. He didn't have much contact with Zeus. But as brothers, they would occasionally contact each other. At the moment, the two of them were watching this battle together. After all, Hades was also one of the lords of the Hell system. Although he was the weakest one. After all, the control of the dimension was not in his hands. He could only borrow part of the power of the Hell dimension. If there was anyone who wanted Mephisto to lose the most, it must be the major lords of the Hell system. Only in this way can they seize the control of Hell from Mephisto. After all, he is just the father. Although he is very powerful in the real dimension, he is still not enough to face those dimension lords. Zeus sighed. As the king of Greek gods, Zeus has fought with dimension Mephisto more than once. Although Mephisto who has walked out of the dimension is also very powerful, it is not impossible to deal with it. However, the infinite power of the dimension lord is their biggest headache. Because they can't outlast it, they can't outlast it at all. In the end, the one who loses the battle must be the level godfather of their real dimension. If they leave the real dimension, it goes without saying. Without artifacts such as infinite gems in hand, they will be killed instantly by the dimension Mephisto. Leaving the real dimension, the only one who can fight against the dimension lord is the level godfather who controls the infinite gems. There is also the creator of the single universe. The gods. The battle in the universe is still going on. Although Kronos can suppress Mephisto, he can't defeat him in a short time. Dimension Mephisto's vitality is extremely tenacious. Even if he dies in the real dimension, he can be reborn in the dimension again. As long as the dimension they control is not destroyed, they will hardly die. And with an entire dimension behind them, Yin Jinping is infinite. Such an opponent who can't be killed or exhausted is the most troublesome opponent for everyone. Kronos at the moment, his fighting power is fully unleashed. He knows that he can't kill Mephisto. Even in the real dimension, it's impossible. So the purpose of his battle this time is to make his body adapt to the godhood. Control the godhood. Lightning speed punch. Kronos threw billions of punches in 1 second. The rays formed by the fist wind rushed towards. So fast. Looking at many of the heavenly fathers watching the battle in the universe couldn't help but blurt out Kronos' move. To be honest, they might not be able to take this punch on the front battlefield. Each fist light represents an attack that exceeds the speed of light. And it is covered with divine power. Such strength is simply unimaginable. The opponent is actually a false god. Even the true gods of the major pantheons in the universe cannot reach this level of strength. My lord, in Nidavellir, Thanos and the 5 Obsidian generals are also paying attention to this battle. The strength shown by Kronos is enough to destroy their dark cult alone. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Quote, Thanos looked at the strength displayed by Kronos, his expression unchanged. After countless years of waiting, are you still afraid of this time? Although Kronos is powerful, he may not be able to pass this level. After all, his opponent is the Lord of Dimension. Under the light of Kronos' fist, Mephisto's body constantly retreated. I don't know how many stars were smashed. Kronos. Blood flowed from the corner of Mephisto's mouth. He was injured by a human. Really tough. Kronos sighed as he looked at Mephisto, who was almost fine. Level Godfather is very strong, but facing dimensional Mephisto, it is still a little bit worse. Even if Kronos has the blessing of the divine clothes, he can only barely hold on. If it is a protracted war, Kronos is almost certain to lose. Because of this level of battle, the consumption at every moment is very huge. He will definitely not be able to outlast Mephisto. It is not a small consumption to maintain the godhood constructed by Reality Gem. Quote, how long can you last in such a fierce battle? Until you are unable to maintain the godhood constructed by the Reality Gem. Your strength has dropped directly to level Godfather. What can you use to fight me? Although Mephisto was angry, he was still very calm. He knew Kronos' current situation clearly. I can fight you all day long. Kronos didn't know what was going on, and this sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Although the energy in his body now can only support him for a whole day of fighting. Not only Kronos and Mephisto were in a stalemate. Ancient One and Dormammu were also in a stalemate. Although the two were not fighting in the real dimension. But Ancient One, holding the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Gem, could completely hold Dormammu back outside the real dimension. Not to mention that Dormammu was Ancient One's power bank. Looking at the Ancient One in front of him, Dormammu was angry and helpless. He was the Lord of the Dark Dimension, but he turned into Ancient One's power bank. Not to mention that he had extended the other party's life for more than 400 years, but he was also restrained by the other party. Dormammu, I know your purpose very well, it's nothing more than holding me back. We'd better just watch the battle quietly. Ancient One's expression was cold. A dark mark appeared on his forehead. If Ancient One didn't want to live, with her strength, even if she lived for another 1,000 years, there would be absolutely no problem. Dormammu didn't say anything. He knew that Ancient One was telling the truth. In terms of strength alone, Dormammu was at most equal to Agamotto. But if he had to face Vishanti, Dormammu would definitely not be his opponent. Although the Eye of Agamotto is called Agamotto, it is actually a divine weapon made by Vishanti. Many people don't know how powerful the Eye of Agamotto is. But in the comics, the old Ancient One can beat many dimensional Mephistos with the Eye of Agamotto alone. This artifact can also suppress the power of Time Gem. Let Time Gem become the artifact of Sorcerer Supreme. As long as you inherit the Eye of Agamotto, even if you are just a great magician and your strength is not level sub-Godfather, you can easily control Time Gem through spells. This is the power of Eye of Agamotto. And the combination of Eye of Agamotto and Time Gem can make Strange, who has just practiced magic for only 1 or 2 years, persuade Dormammu to retreat. It has already shown the power of this artifact. Therefore, facing the Ancient Two holding the Eye of Agamotto and Time Gem. Dormammu can only be powerless and furious. Now the only one who has the advantage is the Nine Realms battlefield. Asgard is suppressing the Dark Elves. The Avengers on Earth have also joined the war. In fact, they have no choice but to join the war. The flames of war have already spread to Earth. Although the Avengers want to put the battlefield outside the Earth. But it is obvious that they do not have the strength to do so for the time being. Even the most ordinary Dark Elves can fight back and forth with them. This is the difference between races. Is this the battlefield known as the Battle of Gods? Captain America was panting to defend against the attack of the Dark Elves. If he had not mastered the Chi, Captain America had every reason to believe that he had already been defeated. Tony was in the sky, firing missiles everywhere. But the damage of the missiles was not particularly fatal to the Dark Elves. Even if they were hit by 1 or 2 shots, they could stand up and continue to charge. It takes an average of 3 to 4 missiles to make an ordinary Dark Elf warrior lose his combat effectiveness. Such a gap in strength is really too big. If there were no military hot weapons stationed, I am afraid that the Earth would have fallen now. Carol, Nick Fury looked at the situation on the battlefield, feeling extremely anxious. And above the horizon, in a position that no one noticed, a figure rushed towards the Earth at a high speed. Who is that? Carol. Odin keenly discovered Carol's trace. As the level Godfather force that has emerged in recent decades, the other party is quite famous in the universe. Because she guards many planets. Odin also knows that Carol's hometown is the Earth. After all, Carol is a pure human. The power of the binary stars burst out, and Carol, who fell into the battlefield, was invincible. Wherever she passed, the Dark Elves suffered heavy casualties. A cursed warrior rushed towards Carol. Carol didn't even look at the other party. A dazzling light burst out. The cursed warrior turned directly into ashes. I won't accept it. Malekith looked at Carol with red eyes. It took a lot of effort to wait for TIE particles to appear. As a result, 4 heavenly fathers appeared in the 9 realms. This made his dream come to nothing. Carol, who possesses the power of 2 stars, is a level Godfather. On this battlefield without a Godfather, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. I didn't expect that after not returning to Earth for more than 20 years, the changes are so great. Carol is invincible on the battlefield. Therefore, there is still time to take a look at the battle situation. The battle of level sub-Godfather is rare in the entire universe. But in her hometown, she actually saw it. In Carol's perception, Malekith and Frigga are both level sub-Godfather. In Odin, Carol even sensed a fatal crisis. Is that the god King Odin? It really lives up to his reputation. Carol recognized Odin at a glance. Because his image is so outstanding. One eye, holding a golden spear. It was only after leaving Earth that Carol knew that Earth was originally a life planet under the rule of Asgard. It is also because of Asgard that Carol can protect other planets in the universe without any worries. Carol was originally wondering what could happen on Earth that would make Carol contact him. It wasn't until he perceived the battle between level Godfathers that Carol seemed to understand something. Level Godfather battles would only occur once every few hundred years in the entire universe. But this time, the battle fluctuations in the star field near the 9 realms were perceived by all the level Godfathers in the entire universe. Including Carol. I didn't expect that there would be so many level Godfather battles on Earth. Carol was also very surprised by this. Especially the battles several light years away. It was even more thrilling. One of them was the legendary Lord of Hell, Mephisto. After all, Carol's time to become a level Godfather was very short, and it was very accidental. It was almost impossible to replicate. For many of the powerful people in the universe, she only knew about them. But she didn't know them. For example, Odin and Ancient One. They were both fathers of the 9 realms. But Carol didn't know these 2 people. With Carol's help, the battlefield of the 9 realms gradually stabilized. It seems that I won again this time. Quote, in the space out of the real dimension. Ancient One said to Dormammu with a smile. You won't be so lucky forever. Dormammu looked at Ancient One with a ferocious expression. Definitely not. Ancient One did not refute Dormammu. After all, in her plan, she only had the last few years of life. However, Such a wonderful 9 realms, Ancient was actually a little reluctant to give up. Kronos has brought new vitality and changes to this world. Who is that? Watching Carol killing everyone, Captain America asked in the communication. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Natasha Romanoff killed the dark elf in her hand with a knife, and answered with a heavy breath. Jarvis, can you find it? Tony asked Jarvis. Boss, the other party's information has been sealed and there is no access right. Okay, very good, this means that the other party is an Earthling. Tony complained. End the fight first, this is my friend. Nick Fury's words reached everyone's ears. Your friend? Are you serious? Tony shouted in disbelief. Even Black Widow, Captain America and Hawkeye flashed surprise in their eyes. I didn't expect Nick Fury to have such a trump card. If it weren't for the Battle of the 9 Realms, it might not have been exposed. Now, except for the battlefield of Kronos and Mephisto, the other 2 battles have calmed down. Everyone's eyes turned to the location of Kronos. Boom! The battle between Kronos and Mephisto was still fierce. This star field has been turned into ruins by the battle between the 2. There are rubble everywhere. The Lord of Hell, it seems that he is not so good. Kronos wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said in a light tone. Although he had condensed the pseudo-godhood through the reality gem. But the physical strength has not been fully improved. The divine clothes played an indispensable role in being able to withstand such a long period of high-intensity collision. Mephisto's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that just a pseudo-godhood would make Kronos so fishy. The godhood is indeed very powerful, but most gods do not have the power of Kronos. This involves the development and movement of the godhood. But Kronos's godhood was condensed by himself, so there is no development process at all. Oh, by the way, do you want to know what kind of god I am? Kronos suddenly smiled at Mephisto. Mephisto suddenly had an ominous premonition. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body, and a sense of crisis constantly came from Kronos's body. I have to say that the status of Reality Gem is really high. Although I don't know if this Reality Gem is any different from the Reality Gem transformed by the Goddess of Vengeance Nemesis. But the godhood condensed by Reality Gem has indeed been recognized by the law. This world has recognized the birth of me, the new god. As he spoke, the aura of Kronos became unprecedentedly strong. The power of the stars around him began to gather towards this star field frantically. What is this? What is Kronos's godhood? Odin looked at the situation around him, and his eyes were also full of surprise. God is very strong, that's right. God has authority that ordinary creatures don't have, that's also right. But there has never been a god like Kronos. Can extract the power of the stars between the universe for his own use anytime and anywhere. Even the single universe creator who created the stars, the gods don't have such ability. They can create stars and destroy stars. But he couldn't get the recognition of the stars and draw the power of the stars anytime and anywhere. But Kronos did it. My position is called the Hand of the Stars. Kronos spread his hands. Countless powers of the stars gathered. Between Kronos' palms, a small universe evolved. This is impossible. Mephisto felt the power transmitted between Kronos' hands, his eyes full of horror. Because between Kronos' hands, he actually perceived the breath beyond the level God-Father. But Kronos is not even a god now. He is just a creature who has become a pseudo-god with the help of Reality Gem. Why does he have such power? Mephisto doesn't understand. Is this the ability of the immortal soul? It can actually be recognized by the stars. The Ancient One looked at Kronos with admiration in his eyes. Even he had to admit that Kronos' ability was the best among gods and humans. This move is named after me. Kronos' exclamation. Huge amounts of energy exploded in Kronos' hands. The terrifying energy storm swept across the entire star field in an instant. It was locked. Mephisto's face was very ugly. Because he was locked by Kronos' move. Space solidified, energy was expelled. The bright light passed through the universe. It illuminated a range of several light years. Mephisto was completely covered by Kronos' move. There was no possibility of escape. What a terrifying power. Carol looked at the starry sky with a serious face. That powerful force frightened him. Mephisto would naturally not sit and wait for death. The fire of hell formed armor and blocked himself tightly. Behind him, the breath of the hell dimension reappeared. Mephisto directly used the power of the dimension. The sound was so loud. The power of Kronos' exclamation was fully released. The terrifying energy storm directly cleared the entire star field. This star field has completely become a Jedi. The laws are disordered, the magnetic field is reversed, and there are space cracks everywhere. If you are not careful, you will be torn into pieces. Kronos, a creature who entered the level godfather with a pseudo-godhood, why is he so strong? Zeus, who was far away in the pantheon of the kingdom of God, was also very puzzled. He looked at Kronos with a serious face. Hades on the side even shut his mouth directly. Kronos' current strength is far beyond him. What a dazzling creature. Gao Tianzun was also paying attention to this battle on his own planet Sokka. As an elder of the universe, Gao Tianzun's lifespan has been calculated in billions. But in his long life, he has never met such an outstanding creature. I really want to collect him. The collector looked at Kronos and his heart was throbbing. The human race is widely distributed. In the universe, there are also many life planets dominated by humans. Collector had studied humans before, but had never met one as dazzling as Kronos. Humph, it's just a false god after all. Ego, the planet of life, was also watching this battle. I hope he won't affect the appearance of God. Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, was also watching this battle. The appearance of Kronos caused huge amounts of changes on Earth. Ajak was very entangled at the moment. Because God is now gone. The energy storm gradually dissipated. Mephisto's red body slowly revealed. Sure enough, even if I use all my strength, I can't kill Dimension Mephisto. Kronos sighed. The move just now was already his strongest move at present. Not only did it directly clear the star power converted in the God Cloth, but it also drained the star power of the surrounding star fields. Now Kronos' body only has the power to maintain the reality gem. I was actually injured so badly by a mortal. Kronos, you deserve to die. Mephisto was bleeding all over. Kronos' attack. If he hadn't opened the dimension, he would have been seriously injured. I lost. Kronos sighed. He knew he lost. Don't give up. We haven't lost yet. Odin's voice rang in Kronos' ears. At the moment, countless people in the 9 realms looked at Odin. Because the Gingnur in Odin's hand was shining. Let me help you, old friend. Ancient One also left the dark dimension and returned to the real dimension. The time gem on his chest flickered. The first artifact in the 9 realms. Gingnur. Carol looked at the shining Gingnur in Odin's hand and couldn't help muttering to herself. In the universe, there are many myths about Asgard. Especially about Odin, there are many. After all, he was the god king who had conquered the universe. The first artifact of the 9 realms. What a big name. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Avengers came to Carol. Just heard Carol muttering. It's not an exaggeration, Odin's eternal spear. Even if you look at the entire universe, it is one of the best artifacts. It is very powerful, and its inherent power makes the gods fear it. Carol explained. And at the moment, Odin's divine power was surging towards Gingnur frantically. Although my body is not good, Gingnur is still as good as new. I can't fight in close combat, but I can still help from a distance. Odin laughed heartily. After thousands of years, Gingnur once again appeared in front of the people of the 9 realms in its prime. The fully liberated Gingnur. I haven't seen this scenery for a long time. In Helheim, Hela looked at the completely liberated Grenier, and her thoughts seemed to drift back to the time when she and Odin conquered the universe. It seems that Mephisto will suffer a great loss. In Muspelheim, Serta's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. He was defeated by the eternal strong Gingnur at the beginning. Although there was a factor of being ambushed. But this also shows that the fully liberated Grenier combined with Odin's divine power is enough to cause fatal injuries to the strong in the level single universe. Go, Grenier. Odin took a step forward. The 9 realms shook. This step landed, as if the entire 9 kingdoms on the world tree were shaken. Countless creatures in the 9 realms perceived this vibration. What a terrifying strength. Is this Thor's father? The king of God. Feeling the shaking of the earth, all the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents changed their expressions. At this moment, they had a clearer understanding of the title of the King of God. With such strength, it is no wonder that others can rule the 9 realms for countless years. They have huge amounts of reputation in the universe. The Eye of Agamotto on the chest of the Ancient One also fully unfolded. The time gem exudes a green light. Under the control of the Ancient One, the green light surrounds the style. The golden and green brilliance complement each other. Boom! The fully liberated eternal spear Gingnir cuts through the sky. It directly penetrates the universe. And at the moment, the battlefield between Oronos and Fisto is just right. Die. The huge amounts of sense of crisis are transmitted to Mephisto's brain. What happened? Mephisto's eyes showed fear. Although he would not die, it would take a long time to fully revive in the dimension. There was a stinging pain in the center of his eyebrows. When Mephisto reacted, a spear surrounded by gold and green had appeared in front of him. Gingnir. Mephisto looked at the spear in front of him in disbelief. He did not see when it came. With the help of the Ancient One, the completely liberated Gingnir directly jumped through time. The moment it left Odin's palm, it appeared in the center of Mephisto's eyebrows. Boom! The eternal spear Gingnir collided head-on with Mephisto's dimensional power. Want to kill me here again? You are dreaming. Mephisto screamed crazily, his face ferocious. When fighting with Kronos, even if he fell into a disadvantage, Mephisto was not in a hurry at all. Because he knew that he would win. It was just a matter of time. But now, with the three-level godfathers attacking one after another, Mephisto sensed the danger of death. This is something he cannot accept. A harsh sound constantly spread from the place where Gingnir and Mephisto collided. It looks like we are still a little bit away. Looking at the stalemate between Gingnir and Mephisto, he knew that Odin and the Ancient One had taken action. Mephisto, I wonder if you can keep your position as the Lord of Hell when you wake up again. Kronos looked at Mephisto with murderous intent in his eyes. Don't you want to condense the Godhead? You don't have much strength left. If you attack now, won't the Godhead constructed by reality gem collapse? Mephisto seemed to understand what Kronos wanted to do. There was panic in his eyes. It doesn't matter, I can't condense again. Kronos' eyes were firm. Dream on. If the godhood that has been recognized is broken, don't even think about condensing again. Mephisto showed a mocking smile. Kronos' movements stopped immediately. Kronos, what Mephisto said is true. Don't do it. Odin's voice rang in Kronos' mind. Are we just going to watch him go? Kronos was a little unwilling. Dimension Mephisto is immortal, even if the three of us work together now to destroy his body and soul. But as long as the Hell dimension is still there, Mephisto will be resurrected in Hell. It's just a matter of time. There's no need to gamble your future. Quote, the voice of Ancient One's persuasion also rang in Kronos' ears. Ancient One magician, lend me the time gem. Kronos was unwilling to let Mephisto leave like this. Even if he can't kill him now, he must let him experience the feeling of rebirth. Okay, Ancient One opened the portal directly, took out the time gem from the Eye of Agamotto and threw it to Kronos. 2 infinite gems, I don't know if you can bear it. Since the Godhead can't be used, I will kill you with the 7th sense. Kronos held the time gem in his hand. The tone was full of murderous intent. 7th sense, how long do you think Gingnir can lock me? Although Mephisto didn't understand what the 7th sense was, but he wouldn't give Kronos a chance to break through again. The power of the Hell dimension began to spread. The surrounding stars began to decay. The end of all things. Ancient One's eyes were solemn. Hell has existed since the birth of the universe. It is the final destination of all living things. It is precisely because the dimension of Hell is too powerful that until now, no one has become the true master of this dimension. Even Mephisto, who is known as the Lord of Hell, is just one of them. Holding the time gem, Kronos began to meditate. Now it's all about time. The green light began to wrap around Kronos' body. The 7th sense, the sense of time. The 6th sense is called the heart sense, and this week it is the movement of mental power. Then what about the 7th sense? Kronos emptied his mind. The existence of the 7th sense is mysterious. Time, many people know this concept, but they can't interpret this concept. In the world of Saint Seiya, those who comprehend the 7th sense of manas have the power to fight a 1,000-year war. It can be said that humans who comprehend the 7th sense can no longer be called humans. They can even fight without eating or drinking, and without sleep. Consciousness is silent. Now Kronos, all the power in his body is restrained. The seventh sense of the microcosm. It involves the concept of time. Chronos, how can you break through? Ancient One looked at Chronos, and thought flashed in his eyes. Ancient One and Chronos have discussed the power of the microcosm many times. First of all, the five senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body. This is the ability that the human body originally possessed, and it is called physical feeling. When it comes to the sixth sense, it has already gone beyond the scope of human beings. This is why Chronos, who has realized the sixth sense microcosm, has become so powerful. Speaking of it, Ancient One finds it incredible. Chronos has only been practicing for a few years. But he has crossed several barriers one after another and directly defeated level Godfather. This is unprecedented in the universe. The road to creating a law is extremely difficult. Even if Chronos stops here, he can still leave a strong mark in the entire universe. Not to mention that Chronos has condensed the godhood with a mortal body. Although it is still a pseudo-godhood now. But in the entire universe, no one would think that Chronos would always stay at the stage of a pseudo-god. As long as this battle is over, Chronos will inevitably become a god. This is the consensus of all the powerful people above level Godfather in the entire universe. As Chronos' meditation deepened, his entire body was covered by the green light emitted by the time gem. Will Chronos really be safe? Although level Godfather can theoretically support and use the power of multiple infinite gems at the same time. But now Chronos is just a false god, Odin said with concern. Don't worry, believe him, Ancient One said firmly. Both of them bet their future on Chronos. They believe in Chronos as a variable. Is this the power of time? Chronos felt the time flowing in his body. This was the first time he had such a clear perception of the flow of time. What a magical feeling. Chronos closed his eyes and felt the changes that time brought to his body. As meditation deepened, the power of time began to permeate every cell of Chronos. What is this? Chronos couldn't believe his perception. In his perception, the cells of his body were metamorphosis. Originally, after the baptism of divine power, Chronos was strong enough now. But the power of time was actually accelerating the evolution of Chronos' cells. With the divine power, the calendar of stars wrote the collection of the calendar of time. The cells around Chronos began to evolve stars. Each cell seemed to have become a separate universe. It was filled with the power of time and was rapidly evolving the universe. Incredible. Is the final evolution direction of each of my cells a separate universe? Chronos perceived the changes in his body. Such changes were very amazing, but Chronos was not sure if he could bear it. If the evolution was really successful, Chronos would no longer need to absorb external power. Because each of his cells was a universe, the broken stars could be deduced again with the power of time. Moreover, the cell division speed is controlled. That is to say, Chronos' natural lifespan is close to infinity now. As the seventh sense of different worlds so different? Chronos couldn't believe it, although there is only a prototype of the evolutionary universe now. But such a change is quite amazing. Chronos thought of the super god in the Saint Seiya world. In the Saint Seiya world, the super god Chronos exists, but has never appeared. He is everywhere, existing at all time nodes in all time and space. As long as he wants, he appears at any time point in any universe. But there is no entity, and the microcosm comes from the super god Chronos. Now his body has such a change. Chronos has a guess, the universe in the Saint Seiya world. Is it just a cell? It's just because the super god Chronos has reached an extremely terrifying level in his own evolution. So in the universe within the cell, living beings can be born. The body contains the spirit of God, and it is a universe of its own. What a terrifying thing. This also explains why the training system of Saint Seiya is called microcosm. It is precisely because of this that Chronos has only descended in the form of an incarnation. But even as an incarnation, Saturn's strength has reached an unsolvable level. If Saturn had not recognized the power of Light Fang and humans, he would really be able to destroy the world. Even the main gods of Olympus are not Saturn's opponents. Because it is his own cells, there is no such thing as the real body descending. Sure enough, it's in this direction. Chronos closed his eyes tightly, and the power of time had permeated every cell in his body. As long as the power of time fills every cell in the body, Comprehend the eighth sense, the sense of space, alaya consciousness. You can use the power of time and space to open up the world. The four directions above and below are called you, and the past and present are called Jo. The ancients are honest and do not deceive me. Kronos suddenly opened his eyes. The seventh sense of the microcosm. It's done. What is this? What power? Odin and Ancient One felt the changes in Kronos. They were both a little dazed. The power called the microcosm seemed to be stronger and more special than divine power. Buzz. An invisible wave spread from Kronos' body. Kronos opened his eyes. Mephisto, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's said that he had waited for a long time, but under the effect of the time gem, Kronos just closed his eyes for a second and immediately opened his eyes. It was in this short second that Kronos had undergone earth-shaking changes. How is it possible? It's only a second, why would there be such a change? Mephisto looked at Kronos, a little absent-minded. He couldn't even take care of the grid nail above his eyebrows. Is this the power of the seventh sense? Kronos stood up. After realizing the seventh sense of manas, the power stored in Kronos cells will only increase, not decrease. This means that to some extent, Kronos no longer has to worry about the exhaustion of power. The power of the seventh sense locked the lower limit of Kronos. In simple terms, it is to keep Kronos cells constant at a time point. No matter how the power in the cells is used, there will be no consumption. The premise is that this time point will not be broken. This is why the Saint Seiya can fight the 1,000 Days War after breaking through the seventh sense. Because the power in their bodies has been constant by time. It will never be exhausted. In the world of Saint Seiya, it has never been heard that the microcosm is exhausted. There are only two ways for them to die. Either die of old age or die in battle. But no matter which one, there will be no phenomenon of power exhaustion. Because of the rules of the world. In the world of Saint Seiya, people who have comprehended the seventh sense cannot live forever. The body will gradually weaken. When you reach old age, your combat power will decline. But that is because the body cannot withstand the explosion of the microcosm. It is not that the microcosm was originally weakened. In the world of Marvel, there is no suppression of rules. The power of the microcosm is fully revealed. After realizing the manas, one can set 3 time points in his own cells. They represent the early, middle and late stages of the seventh sense. The essence of the seventh sense is to accumulate the time and energy within the cell. In this way, when the eighth sense, the alaya consciousness, is realized, it can be imitated in the cell. Let the cell become a universe. It can be said that Kronos has realized the seventh sense. Even if the Godhead condensed by the reality gem is used as the real Godhead, there is no need to worry about the problem of power consumption. But Kronos will not do this. What he wants is the real Godhead condensed by himself. Not the pseudo-Godhead constructed by the reality gem. Kronos has a feeling. If he really uses the reality gem as the basis and does not build the Godhead, sooner or later, the status of the reality gem will not be able to keep up with his evolution speed. ... Mephisto, you are finished. The power of the microcosm in Kronos erupted again. Don't you want to keep your godhood? Mephisto didn't expect that Kronos would attack him directly after closing his eyes for a second. Don't worry, my godhood will not collapse. Go with peace of mind. Kronos clenched his fist. Under the power of time, the power in Kronos' body exploded faster. Stronger. And it is endless. If the speed of Kronos' power condensation is 1 when he has the sixth sense, and the power that explodes is 10. Then after comprehending the seventh sense, the speed of Kronos' power condensation is 100. The power that explodes is 1000. This is the qualitative difference. Sometimes, speed is power. Galaxy starburst. The galaxy in his palm exploded. The golden energy flooded Mephisto. This is impossible. Mephisto felt the energy flood. Gungnir shone brightly. Boom. Under the siege of the Three Fathers, Gungnir pierced Mephisto's brain. Not only did it pierce his body, it also pierced his soul. I never thought I would be killed in the living dimension. Kronos. I remember. Mephisto had given up struggling. He stared at Kronos. The body began to slowly dissipate. The lords of the Hell system have something to do. Hades, who was watching the battle, saw this scene and said. Mephisto faked his death, and the authority of the hell dimension will be vacant for at least 100 years. If someone finds the heart of the dimension, Mephisto will not survive. Hades' eyes showed murderous intent. The hell dimension is different from other dimensions. In the dimension of hell, there are many dimensional lords. These dimensions are big and small. But only the hell where Mephisto is located can be called a real dimension. The rest are just spaces cut from the hell body by the gods of hell. Although they can enhance their strength, they do not have the characteristics of immortality. In the entire hell dimension, only Mephisto has the characteristics of immortality. But if it is other dimensions, there will be no such problem at all. For example, Dormammu. If Dormammu falls in the real dimension, he will be reborn immediately in the dark dimension. Because the dark dimension is complete, and there is only one Lord. This is the gap between the complete dimension and the fragmented dimension. It is foreseeable that Mephisto's fake death and sleep will set off a huge amount of storm in hell. Because everyone wants to be the real Lord of the hell dimension. Has it finally come to an end? Who would have thought that the two-dimensional lords joined forces and still lost? The Nine Realms, Asgard, is really a scary place. Many powerful people in the universe are discussing this battle as the most intense battle in the past 1,000 years. It is naturally highly anticipated. Kronos also officially became famous in the universe. Although there was a record of exiling Mephisto before. But that was just Mephisto's incarnation, and his strength was only lower than that of the sub-father. This time is different. Mephisto's real body descended and was defeated. This undoubtedly proves Kronos' strength. Although Odin and Ancient One also contributed to it. But Kronos fought Mephisto alone. And forcing the other party to use the power of the hell dimension is enough to show Kronos' strength. A new god is born. And it is a very powerful new god. Zeus looked at this scene and sighed. The Pantheon has not had a new member for a long time. Although the other party may not be willing to join the Pantheon. It's finally over. Quote, Kronos also breathed a sigh of relief. The gains from this battle were really great. Mephisto was sleeping, he comprehended the seventh sense, and also condensed the godhood. Next, as long as he adjusted his state, he would be able to condense the true godhood. Nidavellir, the Infinity Gauntlet was finally built. However, the 5 Obsidian generals hesitated to speak. The combat power exposed by the Earth in this battle was too terrifying. There were actually 4 fathers in the 9 realms. This is simply unimaginable. Reality Gem did appear. But the person who holds Reality Gem is Kronos. With the power displayed by the other party now, they have no chance to get the Reality Gem at that moment. Time Gem is not a match for Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. And Space Gem is in Odin's treasure house in Asgard. The scene of Odin shaking the entire 9 realms with one kick just now is still vivid. The light of Gungnir, the eternal spear, can still illuminate the universe. It doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. Thanos' expression did not change much. Anyway, the most critical step has been solved now. The successful creation of Infinity Gauntlet means that his plan has been completed. As for infinite gems, Thanos did not think that he could collect them in a short time. Because almost all the infinite gems that have appeared so far are in the hands of level Godfather. He can only wait for an opportunity. Asgard, Kronos returned to the 9 realms with 2 infinite gems. Congratulations, Ancient One took the time gem and said to Kronos with a smile. Sure enough, only fighting is the best catalyst. Odin patted Kronos on the shoulder, also with a smile on his face. Kronos' growth rate is far beyond his imagination. When he first met Kronos, the other party had just touched the level sub-Godfather. But now, he is already a strong man of the same level as him. Only more than a year has passed in between. Such a growth rate is simply unimaginable. But this is not a bad thing. Are you ready to condense your godhood now? Although your body has begun to accept the cleansing of divine power, the pseudo-godhood is still a pseudo-godhood after all. It is impossible to metamorphose your body into a real god body. When you condense the true godhood, your strength should be partially enhanced. Odin said to Kronos, today is not a good time. The long battle has made my spirit very tired. I need to rest. Kronos shook his head. Now is not the best time. And after realizing the 7th sense of the microcosm, Kronos is no longer anxious about energy consumption. Even if it is 365 days a year, maintaining the reality gem all day long. It is not a big problem for him. So he can adjust his state before condensing the true God. Lord of the stars. This is a brand new true God. Odin looked at Kronos in admiration. From a mortal, step by step, now, he is about to become a true God. It is really amazing. The Dark Elves have been completely wiped out. Malekith didn't even say anything extra, and was killed by Captain Marvel Carol in the binary form. At the moment, Carol was not in a hurry to leave the Earth. After all, the day of the overlap of the 9 realms has not passed, who knows what will happen. After Kronos said goodbye to Odin, he returned to the Earth with the Ancient One. The two came to the headquarters of the Avengers. The Ancient One is not taboo to meet these superheroes who protect the Earth. They didn't meet before because it was unnecessary. Besides, they are not in the same system. Now that they have met each other, Ancient One is not opposed to meeting each other. Moreover, in Asgard, Ancient One heard Kronos' description of his godhood. He also hoped that the other party would allocate a zodiac constellation to the holy place. Even if he is a god, at least he can reach the level sub-godfather, which is a level sub-godfather that can be passed down stably. Both Ancient One and Odin want to fight for it. But now the incident of Asgard Ragnarok has not been resolved. So Odin did not tell Kronos about this matter clearly. This is the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, Ancient One. She is fighting against invaders from the magic side. In short, it is the demons of hell headed by Santo. And invaders from other dimensions. Besides, she has been protecting Earth for more than 500 years. Kronos introduced the Ancient One magician to everyone present. The others also greeted the Ancient One. They are not blind. She can be on par with the God King Odin and become the decisive force in this battle of the 9 realms. She can also be respected by Kronos. Only a fool would turn his face to such a person. Carol, first meeting. Ancient One greeted Captain Jing. Do you know me? Captain Jing looked at Ancient One curiously. The legend of magic has existed since ancient times, and Carol is also a little afraid of this powerful man from the magic side. Definitely, I saw your birth. You are excellent, quote. Ancient One said with a smile. As someone who owns the time gem, she is familiar with everyone present. Carol was stunned, but then thought of what Kronos said, that the other party has been guarding the Earth for more than 500 years. She was relieved. After all, she accidentally obtained the power of the binary star 20 to 30 years ago. It is normal for the other party to pay attention to her. And the title of Supreme BBDF Magician is not unfamiliar. After all, he is the holder of the time gem. It's just that this is the first time Carol has met him. Everyone go back and rest first. Leave the cleaning of the battlefield to the police and ordinary people. Let's have a meeting tomorrow to summarize the situation. Quote. Kronos was already very tired. This kind of tiredness refers not to the body, but to the spirit. Okay, the others responded one after another. After a great war, they also wanted to take a break. Kronos was fighting the Lord of the Hell dimension. The body and mind must be even more tired. Carol and Ancient One didn't say anything. Ancient One would definitely not participate in the meeting. After saying goodbye to Kronos, he returned to the holy place. The army of the Earth is still preparing for war. After all, the overlap of the 9 realms this time really frightened the people of the entire Earth. They didn't expect that there were so many forces and so many powerful people outside the Earth. Time quickly came to the second day. At the moment, the day of the overlap of the 9 realms was already halfway through. The rest of the kingdoms above the horizon were gradually becoming invisible. I think the entire 9 realms will be back to normal tomorrow at the latest. Kronos also came to S.H.I.E.L.D. Today is the post-war summary meeting. All the Avengers, plus Carol, Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce and the other 2. All participated in the meeting. Alexander Pierce participated in the meeting at the request of Kronos. Okay, let me talk about my opinion first. All the people in the meeting room have arrived. As far as the current situation is concerned, I think Avengers cannot belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. Because coordination is too troublesome. I discussed with Tony last night that Avengers should be independent. Become an organization dedicated to superhero events on Earth and alien invasion events. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., it is still the same, responsible for dealing with ordinary people's problems inside the Earth. Does anyone have any suggestions? You can speak freely. Kronos sat in the main seat of the meeting room. He expressed his opinion. This has exposed his thoughts. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce both fell silent. Needless to say, Alexander Pierce has already submitted to Kronos. Naturally, Kronos' will is the main thing. But Nick Fury was a little unwilling. Because this was the plan he proposed, and he also organized the people. And now, he was going to be kicked out. I agree with Kronos' opinion. Tony stood up at the first time. After all, he didn't like dealing with politicians by nature. Moreover, he didn't like Nick very much. With the financial support of the Sanctuary Consortium and Stark Industries, Avengers have absolute ability independence. If you want to be independent, you will not be recognized by the governments of various countries. The missions carried out are all illegal. Have you thought about this problem? Nick Fury said with some reluctance. You can rest assured about this. I have reached an agreement with the top leaders of various countries to only take action against superhero incidents. We will not participate in the incidents of ordinary people. Quote, Kronos said calmly. Captain America and others had no objection to this. After all, in their opinion, this was the original intention of the establishment of the alliance. By the way, I have already thought of the name of the new organization. It is called the Illuminati. As for the location of the organization, it will be located in the Avengers building newly built by Tony. Quote, Kronos' words made the conference room fall silent again, and no one objected. After the incident of the 9 realms overlapping yesterday, everyone realized the importance of high-end combat power. Kronos is undoubtedly the high-end combat power of the Earth. And it is a high-end combat power that can destroy the entire Earth at any time. Such a strong man is willing to peacefully discuss the establishment of the Illuminati and law enforcement with various countries, which has flattered the top leaders of various countries. This is the man who defeated the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. The deterrent power is simply too strong. Not to mention that the number of fans and believers that Kronos has around the world has reached a very astonishing number. It is no exaggeration to say, if Kronos stands up now and tells the human beings around the world that I want to establish a kingdom of God and unify the global regime, I am afraid that out of the 8 billion people in the world, more than 1 billion will jump out to support Kronos in establishing a country. This is the appeal of Kronos now. And Kronos is willing to recognize the existing system, which is a pleasant surprise for various countries. After all, Kronos is not Superman. He is known as the god of the world, but he will be bound. If necessary, Kronos will establish a unified global regime. But not now, because the time is not yet ripe. Wait until the subsequent major events start. Everyone will know who is the real backer of the Earth. Interesting, I can also join this organization. But I won't live on Earth for a long time. Carol is very interested in the Illuminati mentioned by Kronos. She said that she can also join. Definitely, very welcome. Kronos will naturally not refuse. A newly established organization, but has 2-level Godfather strongmen. This is already huge amounts of deterrence. Okay, I have no objection. Nick Fury sighed. By the way, there is one more thing. Mr. Alexander Pierce will become the head of the logistics department of the Illuminati. Some people will be drawn from S.H.I.E.L.D. to ensure the operation of the Illuminati. This matter has also been approved by the World Security Council. Kronos immediately announced an appointment. What? Nick Fury looked at Alexander Pierce in disbelief. Everyone, if you need any intelligence, weapons or other things in the future, you can come to me. Alexander Pierce stood up and straightened his clothes. He said to the people present. Captain America and others looked at Kronos in surprise. Alexander Pierce was the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he is not the director now, his position is still above Nick Fury. He is a big shot who can communicate directly with the World Security Council. Now Kronos wants him to help. But no one has any objections. It is definitely better to have professional services. In this way, Alexander Pierce took all the employees of Hydra and jumped to the Illuminati. Originally, Kronos wanted to kill Nick Fury directly. But he is Carol's friend after all. There is no need to do it so drastically. Taking advantage of the battle on the day when the 9 realms overlapped and Alexander Pierce's surrender. Just put Nick Fury at the core of power. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury didn't understand. He had been sidelined by Kronos a long time ago. He could only curse in his heart. No wonder when he found Kronos, the condition the other party agreed to was the command of the Avengers. It turned out that he had been planning this moment for a long time. But Nick Fury knew that he had no position to refute the other party. Even Alexander Pierce had changed sides. He had even less room to refute. He was not as powerful as the other party, and he was not as individual as the other party. Nick Fury knew that the situation was over. In the future, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only become a small organization that dealt with some miscellaneous matters. Banner, Johnny and others had no objection to Kronos' words. After all, they had a good relationship with Kronos, but they didn't know Nick Fury very well. Then I declare that the Illuminati is officially established. I will serve as the first president of the Illuminati, and the Illuminati will establish 6 counselors. If the Illuminati takes action, it will require a vote by the president and counselors. Kronos smiled with satisfaction. After the meeting, Nick Fury left with a dark face. As for Alexander Pierce, he happily started moving with the Hydra people. After all, their new office is a newly built building under Stark Industries. From then on, they were members of the Illuminati and could walk in the sun openly. When they went out to talk to others, they could hold their heads high. They were all so proud. But Tony, after the meeting, I arrived at Kronos. What's wrong? You look worried. Do you have anything to say to me? Kronos looked at Tony's hesitation and asked curiously. Call Banner and let's talk together. Tony finally made up his mind. Definitely. The 3 returned to the Manor Villa where Kronos was. Before joining the Avengers, the 3 often chatted and entertained here. Coming to a familiar place, Tony's tense nerves relaxed a little. I have an idea that has been brewing for a long time. Originally, I was hesitant. But after the war on the day of the overlap of the 9 realms, I think we need to discuss it. Tony thought for a moment and said to Kronos and Banner. Tell me. Banner became interested. He was indeed a little bored recently. After Hulk joined the Avengers, he also gained a lot of popularity. Walking on the street, many people took photos with him. This was something Banner never dared to think of before. Living under the sun again, the mental pressure in the class has been reduced a lot. He also agreed with Hulk to exchange bodies regularly for study and relaxation. Don't you think that the strength of the Illuminati needs to be strengthened? The Illuminati now seems very powerful. But that kind of power is based on Kronos. The last St. Venganza contract incident. This time the 9 realms overlap battle. Almost all Kronos is at the forefront. It seems that we didn't help much. So what you mean? Banner seemed to understand Tony's meaning. In fact, he felt the same way. In the recent events, they didn't seem to play any role. In the Battle of New York, it was Kronos who went through the space gate alone and destroyed the biological mothership of the Chitauri army. In the event of the St. Venganza contract, it was also Kronos who united the magicians of the Holy Place and exiled Mephisto. The 9 realms overlap battle 2 days ago. It was also Kronos, the magicians of the Holy Place and Asgard who took on the strongest combat power. They could only fight in the back, guerrilla warfare. They even had a hard time dealing with the ordinary dark elves on the battlefield. Only superheroes like Johnny and Hulk could enter the front battlefield. If it weren't for Carol's timely support, I'm afraid they would be killed by the dark elf soldiers. This was completely unacceptable to Tony. I mean, can we build a defense system for the Earth itself? Protect the entire Earth. Tony's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Kronos had an idea when he heard this. Tony wanted to build Ultron. Use the Iron Army to arm the entire Earth. But this plan is actually quite difficult to implement. First of all, building an Iron Army that can protect the entire Earth is a huge amount of consumption. Secondly, not everyone is willing to be protected by these iron robots. Especially the free thinking of the West, it will be considered as monitoring them. I want to build a strong artificial intelligence. Based on JARVIS. If it succeeds, then we only need to input simple commands to establish a global defense in the shortest time. Tony slowly said his thoughts. The Ultron plan has appeared many times in the multi-universe. There are successful cases, and naturally there are also failed cases. A successful case is the universe in the sacred timeline of the MCU. That is a world where the Illuminati is extremely successful. But unfortunately, high-end combat power is missing. Wanda was wiped out with a duplication. There are even more failed cases. Ultron in the 616th universe of the Sacred Timeline almost destroyed the Earth. Ultron in the Marvel What If series even collected all 6 infinite gems. He slaughtered countless multi-universes and reached the level of a super unit. Reality Gem can create countless mechanical armies in a moment. Even the Observer was beaten to the ground. In the end, magic was defeated by magic. Dr. Zora, who also incarnated as artificial intelligence, played a decisive role. In fact, if Ultron really collected 6 infinite gems, not to mention one Zora, even 10 would be a waste. Although he was a mechanical body, Ultron at that time was already invincible within the level of a single universe. Have you ever thought about the risks? Tony, artificial intelligence is indeed convenient and powerful. But there is a risk of failure. Kronos pointed out the flaws. Banner was also thinking. In fact, Banner is more aware of the risks of artificial intelligence. It has been shown in many science fiction movies. But the display is not comprehensive. The best example of the crisis of the intelligent machines is the Terminator. The Skynet in it has reached the level of strong artificial intelligence. It can not only learn and analyze, but also transform humans. It is very scary. If strong artificial intelligence lacks constraints and can learn by itself, then it is very easy to destroy the world. I know there is a risk of failure. Didn't I discuss this with you? Tony smiled bitterly. Although he was anxious, he also clearly knew the risks of this plan. That's why he went to discuss this with Kronos and Banner. I think we can try it. But there is a prerequisite. It must be done under an absolutely closed network. Kronos thought about it and Tony's idea was understandable. And the Illuminati's current manpower is indeed not enough to fight a planetary war. Do you agree? Tony was most worried about Kronos's opposition, because as long as he opposed, the plan would be aborted and there was almost no chance of success. I agree, but there are a few requirements. First, in the carrier body, data can only be downloaded and completely isolated from the network. Second, build a cocoon in the carrier body to prevent the spread of artificial intelligence. Third, gradually open up learning abilities. Quote, Kronos stated several of his requirements. In addition, there are 3 laws of artificial intelligence. First, artificial intelligence must not harm humans, nor can it ignore humans being harmed. Second, artificial intelligence must obey the instructions issued by humans, unless there is a conflict with the first instruction. The 10th instruction has a higher priority than the second instruction. Third, without violating the above 2 instructions, artificial intelligence can protect itself from harm. After hearing what Kronos said, Tony and Banner's eyes lit up. Then give it a try. Banner saw that Kronos and Tony agreed, so he decided to give it a try. Looking forward to your good news, Kronos said to Tony and Banner. The two are the most educated people in the Illuminati at this stage. The underlying logic has been explained to them, and the rest is their business. The work of the Illuminati is also under the control of Alexander Pierce, and it is completed quickly. After all, there is S.H.I.E.L.D. as a reference. It is not too easy to create a new organization. And the Illuminati has also accessed the United Nations Information Database. It has the highest authority in the world. Alexander Pierce experienced what the Game of Thrones is like in the Illuminati. There is no need for calculation or intrigue. Just say one word. Others will do it. This made Alexander Pierce feel that his previous decision to join Kronos was the right one. In the face of absolute power, all rights are false. Maybe he can become a god in the future. Alexander Pierce happily started his work. In contrast, there is Nick Fury. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is now only a title. Because before Alexander Pierce decided to go to the Illuminati, he issued a notice within S.H.I.E.L.D. It roughly means that those who are willing to become a logistics member of the Illuminati with him can submit a report. The result is that S.H.I.E.L.D. is almost emptied. Only 2 or 3 cats and kittens are left. The scientific research results have also been moved to the Illuminati. Even the World Security Council has begun to ignore S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, it has no value. It's just that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a name that deals with ordinary people's time. But each country has its own stability maintenance agency. This has led to S.H.I.E.L.D's situation becoming very embarrassing. Now there are less than 100 people in the entire Shield. More than 60 of them are newly recruited in the past few days. Looking at the empty building, Nick Fury sighed. Losing the funding and authorization of the World Security Council. Shield is now dead in name only. Kronos. Thinking of this, Nick Fury couldn't help but complain. Wow, I heard you cursing as soon as I came. Carol leaned against the door and looked at Nick Fury with a smile on her face. What are you doing here? Nick Fury's tone was a little aggressive. Because Carol not only did not support him in the previous meeting, but also publicly joined the Illuminati. This made him very embarrassed. Don't get excited, Nick, you should know that it is the best choice for Kronos to lead the Illuminati. Carol said lightly. She has been wandering in the universe for a long time and has come into contact with dozens of life planets. So she knows the rules of the game between the universes very well. That is, the strong is the king. Only with absolute power can you have the right to speak. Kronos undoubtedly has this. Moreover, Kronos has a good relationship with Odin, the god king of Asgard, and the sorcerer supreme ancient one of the holy place. In addition, he is about to become a god, and his experience will usher in a leap. These are advantages that Nick Fury cannot match. On the contrary, Nick Fury has nothing. No power, no connections. When the order is still there, Nick Fury may have a certain right to speak. But when the order collapses, how can Nick Fury suppress a group of super abilities of the Illuminati? Because he is black-faced? Or because he has only one eye like Odin? This is obviously impossible. Carol knows the rules of power better than Nick Fury. But Avengers, I formed it. Hearing Carol's words, Carrie's face became even darker. So what, Nick, listen to my advice, retirement is your best destination. Carol said calmly. If Nick Fury hadn't helped her when he was young, she wouldn't bother to come here and say so much. If it was in the universe, Nick Fury wouldn't even be qualified to see her in terms of status. Carol didn't want to say more. In the universe, Carol had also come into contact with planets slaughtered by Thanos. So she knew that in the extraordinary world, people without power wanted to be in power. The final outcome was only one word, that is, death. Kronos was a strong man with relatively gentle means that she had seen. At least he left Nick Fury with some dignity. Carol had also inquired about the reputation of the Sanctuary Consortium during this period, and it was very good. It was definitely a blessing for the Earth to meet such a strong man. She had no reason to oppose Kronos's taking power. After all things came to a temporary end, Kronos himself had things to do. For example, condensing the godhood of the true god. The divine clothes were taken away after the battle a few days ago. Kronos was placed in the universe, constantly accumulating the power of the stars. Finally, I've waited for this day. Kronos looked up at the starry sky. This time, what he condensed would be a godhood that was completely his own. It was different from the day when the 9th level overlapped. This time, no one disturbed him. Kronos went to the starry sky by himself and began to condense the godhood. Because he had had experience once. In addition, Reality Gem had already condensed a prototype. Kronos only needed to follow suit. The process of condensing the godhood was smooth and there were no mistakes. Because it had been recognized by the law, no one knew that Kronos condensed the godhood this time. It did not cause any waves. Is this the feeling of becoming a god? Kronos closed his eyes and perceived the situation in his body. There are still some differences between the true godhood and the godhood condensed by Reality Gem. After the godhood was condensed, Kronos' body began to transform into a divine body. The power stored in his body was further enhanced. Although they are both divine bodies, I, who have condensed the true God's divine body, can beat at least 2 of my previous selves. Kronos felt the explosive power in his body and was very satisfied. Then he directly shattered the pseudo-godhood condensed by the Reality Gem. Everything was uneventful. Now I can condense the seeds of the microcosm. Kronos felt his own power. The seeds of the microcosm can already be condensed. This means that Kronos can choose the right person to practice the power of the microcosm. Although not as strong as him, as long as he comprehends the microcosm of the 6th sense and reaches the limit. He can also touch the threshold of level sub-Godfather. As for the strength, it depends on the ability of the person. It's time to go back to Tarot. dash 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 dash. Kronos knew that it was time to deal with Teros Soul Devourer. As long as Teros Soul Devourer was dealt with, the Holy Land could be directly rebuilt in Tero. That was another force different from the Illuminati, a force that only served Kronos. After all, he wanted to fight for the unmanned dimension and become the lord of the dimension. No matter how much preparation, it was not too much. Because the opponent he faced at that time might be the multi-universe level dimension Mephisto. And now the microcosm seeds condensed by Kronos also have the effect of returning after the user dies. This is equivalent to him lending power to others, and then others help him practice. When the other party dies, the power of the microcosm cultivated by the other party will be returned to Kronos. Definitely, Kronos also left a backhand. At the bottom of the seed of the microcosm, there is a trace of his spiritual power. As long as the other party wants to betray him, he can activate this spiritual power at any time, take back the power of the seed of the microcosm, and turn the other party into a mortal again. Among the orphans adopted by the Sanctuary Consortium, there are some people with good talents. Kronos has already arranged for them to practice the microcosm method. The main purpose is to lay the foundation. Now it can be put to use directly. By the way, we have to make the holy clothes of the zodiac. The godhead of the god of light must also be returned. Thinking of this, Kronos felt that he had to go to Asgard again. In addition to the zodiac, Kronos also built a guard regiment for himself. The prototype is the three giants of the underworld and the twin gods. All of these require holy clothes. Thinking of this, Arnold decided to go to Asgard first. Then go back to Tero. Anyway, the Soul Devourer will not come out for a while. Shu Wenwu is still hiding somewhere, so there is no need to worry. Then Kronos directly used psychokinesis to teleport to Asgard. Kronos. Heimdall looked at Kronos, who suddenly appeared in front of him, with a face full of question marks. I didn't turn on Bifrost either. How did he get here? I have something to do with Odin, you continue to stand guard. Quote. Kronos smiled at Heimdall. Then he took a step forward and appeared directly in the Asgard hall. Odin also noticed someone coming. Did you succeed? The moment he saw Kronos, Odin knew that the other party had successfully condensed the godhood. The godhood of a true god is completely different from the false godhood. It went smoothly. After all, I have had experience once. Kronos did not hide the fact that he became a god. This time I came to return the godhood of the god of light. In addition, I want to make 20 holy clothes. Kronos said to Odin. 20 pieces, so many. Have you considered giving Asgard a seat? Odin looked at Kronos. Definitely. Kronos did not refuse Odin. After all, this is also good for him. By the way, you have to help me do something. Odin seemed to suddenly think of something. What is it? About my eldest daughter, whatever. Quote. When mentioning his daughter, Odin's expression became more anxious and old. After all, it is not glorious for a father and daughter to kill each other. Hela, the one who inherited the godhood of death. Kronos felt that he seemed to have found the candidate for the guards. Yes, in the future I foresaw, she was the fuse of Ragnarok. Odin reached out and touched his blind eye, as if he felt it aching again. Under the world tree, Odin made a deal with the goddess of fate at the cost of one of his eyes. But the future he got was beyond words. He could only suppress this matter in his heart. So what you mean? Let me get rid of her. Kronos made a joke with Odin with a bad taste. Odin couldn't hold it back after hearing this. If I wanted to kill her, I could have killed her in the first place. Why did I seal her in Helheim? I asked you to subdue her, and it would be best if I could change her character. It's my fault for forcing her to grow. After Balder passed away, I was afraid of losing my child again. So for Hela, I gave everything I had, hoping that she would become stronger. But I didn't consider the side effects of the godhood, and let her lose herself. Kronos, I hope you can help me. Odin sighed and looked at Kronos. He is now old, although his divine power has reached the peak of his life. But he is unable to reproduce his original fighting power. Now Odin is an old man who has divine power but dare not fight. He will enter the Soul Castle at any time. And Kronos, as an ally of Asgard, is now more powerful than when he was young. Even if Odin, whose divine power has reached the peak, lets go of fighting. He dare not say that he can beat Kronos. This has become his last hope to save Hela. I can help you with this, but let me make it clear first. You can't interfere, Kronos said to Odin. Definitely, absolutely not interfere, Odin said firmly. His lifespan has entered the countdown. As long as Hela can get back on track, he, 080, has no need to interfere. He just doesn't want Hela to cause casualties to Asgard after his death. No one in Asgard is Hela's opponent now. Even Frigga is far inferior to Hela. Okay, Kronos agreed to Odin's request. After all, he still has to build 20 sets of holy clothes. It is essentially a deal. Not to mention that there is a possibility of conquering the combat power of a level godfather. Hela's godhood has the opportunity to evolve and transform. In a parallel universe, Hela's death godhood was transformed into the godhood of the goddess of dawn at the last opportunity, and defeated Odin, who was in his prime. In terms of potential alone, Hela is not necessarily weaker than Thor and Loki. Oh, by the way, since one is a teacher, the other two are also teachers. Do you want to hand over Loki to me? Kronos looked at Odin and said. Loki, definitely. Odin didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Loki's rebellious period also gave Odin a headache. Although Loki's body is the giants of Jotunheim, but he has truly inherited the godhood. How much Odin has paid during this period, only he knows. Odin's love for Loki is no less than Thor's. Even more. Then I'll go to Helheim first. Wait until I deal with Hela, and then come back to pick up Loki. Seeing Odin's agreement, Kronos prepared to take action immediately. The reason is naturally very simple, ready to take over Asgard. All three heirs are under his control. Wouldn't Asgard become his subordinate force? Kronos teleported to Helheim. Interesting, is this Helheim? There is not a single living being here, not even a soul. Helheim is also one of the small dimensions separated from the Hell system. But it is obvious that this dimension is not strong enough. It was completely suppressed by the seal set by Odin at the cost of his life. Swish, Kronos tilted his head, and a black sword slashed across his face. This way of greeting is not very friendly, Hela, Kronos said to the distance. I know you. You were the one standing next to Odin on the day when the 9 realms overlapped. What, didn't Odin come? Hela was wearing a black and green divine outfit, her hair was casually draped, and she was playing with a sword in her hand. Do you want to go out? Kronos looked at Hela and asked. Hearing what Kronos said, Hela's hand movement paused. Go out? Why doesn't she want to go out? She has been sealed in this hellhole for almost 2,000 years. Do you think Odin can let you take me out? Isn't he afraid that I will destroy Asgard? Hela showed a mocking smile. As long as you are willing to follow me, you can go out. I can make you stronger than Odin. The condition is that you completely submit to me. Kronos knew that for people like Hela, there was only beating, not persuasion. As the goddess of death, Hela is essentially the same as Carol, both of whom worship power. Interesting, let me see your power. Hela's hair stood up and turned into a quill, which looked strange. Kronos knew that this was a sign of the other party's liberation of divine power. Has it been too long since you left Asgard? Kronos perceived Hela's strength. At most, she had just crossed the threshold of level godfather. It was far from the power shown in film and television works. Kronos guessed that it was because she had been away from Asgard for too long. You should know that Hela was already a father when she was sealed by Odin. Although she did not reach the level of Odin, she would not be that weak. It's just that at that time, Hela had the blessing of the origin of the entire Asgard. The current Hela car has lost the blessing of the origin of Asgard. In other words, the power Hela is showing now is her true power of her own godhood. Have you just crossed the threshold of the father? A little weak, but there is still hope. Kronos looked at Hela opposite, motionless, looking for death. Seeing Kronos ignore her like this, Hela was angry. Waving the night sky blade, she killed Kronos. Crystal wall. Kronos simply raised his hand. A golden energy barrier appeared in front of Kronos. Clang. The sound of metal collision sounded, and the more fierce Hela came, the faster she flew back. After smashing a lot of boulders, Hela barely stopped her body from retreating. How is it possible? Hela looked at Kronos in astonishment. The other party did nothing, just raised his hand, and he was actually knocked away. As the difference in strength so big, Hela looked at Kronos, and in a trance, she seemed to see herself who was suppressed by Odin. Go to hell. Hela was furious. The night sky blade in her hand constantly split. Long swords flew towards Kronos, although there was no energy attribute attached. But with absolute hardness and speed, the destructive power of the night sky blade was also quite amazing. If placed in the outside world, Hela's sword could even easily penetrate the planet. But no matter how many night sky blades Hela split, all stopped in front of Kronos. The means of attack are very simple. Kronos looked at Hela and analyzed Hela's ability. Hela's godhood did not give her the means of energy attack, but it gave Hela absolute speed, strength and body. In the big event of Ragnarok, after Thor awakening Thor's godhood, the combat power reached at least level sub-godfather. But even so, the thunderous force that pierced the heavens and the earth hit Hela, but she didn't bleed a drop of blood. To be precise, Hela was not injured during the entire Ragnarok incident. Crushing Mjolnir with one hand, withstanding the thunder power of level sub-godfather, this is the best explanation of Hela's strength and physical strength. Only when facing Surta, who has retrieved the eternal fire, she seems a little powerless. But Surta, who has retrieved the eternal fire, has returned to the level single universe. In the Sea of Universe, it can be clearly seen that Surta's body is as huge as the entire Asgard. The Twilight Sword destroyed the core of Asgard with one sword. Such a body size and combat strength can already match the celestial god group. He is a good seedling for cultivating the microcosm. Kronos raised his hand again, and the dense night sky blades in front of him were all shattered. Kronos's hidden figure appeared in front of Hela again. Abu! Before Hela could react, Kronos had already appeared in front of her. This made Hela's pupils shrink violently. The sense of danger swept through her brain. Hela was about to step back and distance herself. But there was a sharp pain in her abdomen. For this punch, Kronos did not use any fighting ability or use the Cosmo. It was just a punch with divine power. But Hela spurted out a mouthful of blood. She felt that her internal organs were about to break. She hung powerlessly on Kronos's arm. Hair, which was originally the same as Quill's, also returned to normal. With just one punch, Kronos made Hela lose her fighting ability. This is impossible. Hela struggled to stand up. But the sharp pain in her abdomen constantly drained her strength. Hela couldn't believe that she was knocked down by the opponent with one punch. But Kronos was not surprised at all. The gap between the early stage of level Godfather and the peak of level Godfather is even greater than the gap between mortals and level Godfather. Odin is the representative of the peak of level Godfather. Holding the Stylneel and wearing the Destroyer armor, he can even cross the level and fight against the gods. Still can win. And the representative figures of ordinary fathers are Thor in the middle stage and Hercules. Strong enough, but not very smart. The degree of strength shown is also unsatisfactory. How about it? Do you want to consider following me? You can become stronger. The universe is big, why do you have to focus on Asgard? Kronos retracted his hand. Hela fell to his knees on the ground. Can you really make me stronger? Hela already believed what Kronos said. There is no need to deceive her for a strong man of the other level. In Hela's opinion, the current Kronos is stronger than the Odin in her cognition. Definitely, if it doesn't work, you can leave at any time. Kronos said lightly. Okay. Hela wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and finally recovered from the severe pain. Slowly stood up. But will Odin let me out? Hela looked at Kronos. No need for his consent. Kronos smiled and took Hela away from Helheim in a teleport. What is this? Asgard. Hela's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Because she felt her divine power was increasing. Odin, I'll take Hela away, leave the landing base to me. Kronos came to the Asgard Hall, at the moment Loki had been released from the cell. He was waiting in the Asgard Hall. Leave it to you. Odin looked at his two children, his eyes full of fatigue. He knew that he was really not a good father. Humph, Odin. Hela looked at Odin, and new and old hatred surged in her heart. Just as she was about to take action, her eyes blurred and she had left Asgard. Since you are out, you must obey. I am not as merciful as Odin. I won't seal you at such a high price. Kronos' cold voice sounded behind Hela. Hela's body froze instantly. I know. Hela put away her fighting posture. Loki looked at Hela with an inexplicable look. He sensed a fatal threat in Hela. He was much more sensible than Hela. After all, he had seen Kronos' strength. Not to mention that Odin handed him over personally. And Frigga didn't object. Although he didn't like Odin, Loki knew that Frigga loved him deeply. As long as he didn't make trouble, his life would never be in danger. Don't worry, the promise is still valid. As long as you obey me well, you will become stronger, Kronos said lightly. Hela and Loki didn't speak, just kept silent. Kronos didn't say much, and took the two to the portal of the Tarot secret realm. I haven't been back for a long time. Looking at the familiar scenery, Kronos felt like he was in another world. The current Tarot secret realm barrier can no longer stop him. After all, it is only a barrier for ordinary people. As long as you reach the level sub-Godfather, you can completely ignore it. There is such a dimension on Earth. Hela looked around curiously. After 2,000 years in Helheim, she didn't go crazy, which only shows that Hela has a strong willpower. If someone else went there, he would probably have committed suicide long ago. There are no people, no animals, no plants, no entertainment facilities, nothing. It is more primitive than the primitive world. Not to mention 2,000 years, people in modern society will collapse after staying there for one day. Someone came in. Yingnan sensed the fluctuation of the barrier. Immediately summoned the Tarot tribe and came to the barrier. It can be directly broken through the barrier. The opponent is very strong. Who could it be? Xu Wenwu. Yingnan's face was very ugly. Don't look so serious, you'll get old. Kronos' voice rang in Yingnan's ears. Kronos. Hearing the familiar voice again, Yingnan almost immediately recognized who it was. I didn't expect it was you, kid. Yingnan was very happy. It's me, I'm back. Kronos said to Yingnan with a smile. If Yingnan hadn't taken him in against all odds and taught him the practice of qi, he probably wouldn't have reached his current state. So Kronos still respected Yingnan very much. After all, he was his angel investor. You've only been away for 2 years, and you've changed so much. Yingnan looked at Kronos. The other party looked more mature than before. And more unfathomable, because Yingnan couldn't perceive Kronos' breath at all. Don't worry, this time I came back to deal with the Soul Devourer. Kronos said to Yingnan. Are you sure? Yingnan's face was a little worried. After all, in the historical records of Tarot, the Soul Devourer was quite powerful. Even Tarot's dragon may not be a match for the Soul Devourer. Don't worry, I brought helpers with me. Kronos smiled. Although the Soul Devourer is powerful, it is not as powerful as the Shanghai. Okay. Yingnan saw the confidence on Kronos' face and gritted his teeth and agreed. Tarot has been isolated from the world for so long just to protect the seal of the Soul Devourer. If this matter can really be resolved, it will be like freeing Tarot from the shackles, which is great. Soul Devourer, what is that? Is it strong? Hela asked curiously. It is strong, but not as strong as you. Kronos responded. Yingnan, I am going to open Tarot. Do you have any ideas? Kronos looked at Yingnan. Tarot has been closed for too long, thousands of years. Although it knows something about the outside world, it is not much. They are more closed than Wakanda. The high-tech dimension has gradually evolved into a village system. The reason for all this is the Soul Devourer. Open Tarot. Yingnan hesitated. She is in favor of the tribe to go out of Tarot and see the outside world. Didn't her sister Yingli also bravely go out? Although the final outcome was not good. But Yingnan knew that her sister never regretted it. What do you think? Yingnan knew that since Kronos asked this question, it meant that he already had an idea in his mind. To be honest, Tarot is a pocket dimension attached to the Earth. Although it is large in area, it is inseparable from the Earth. If the Earth is destroyed, Tarot will not be spared. You haven't been in contact with the outside world for too long. The Earth is facing many crises now. I need someone to help me. Kronos said to Yingnan. Then, he took out the computer he always carried with him. He played some video footage of his battles, including the battle with Abomination and the battle with Mephisto. There are also footage of the Battle of New York. If possible, Kronos still hopes to get Yingnan's support. After all, This is his extraordinary enlightenment mentor. I know, Kronos. The main reason for Tero's closure is the Soul Devourer. Because our home was destroyed, we know how powerful the Soul Devourer is. Isolating ourselves and the outside world as a protection for both worlds. Since you are confident that you can destroy the Soul Devourer, Tero doesn't mind communicating with the outside world. Yingnan said with a smile. Okay, after the Soul Devourer is destroyed, I will be responsible for the construction of Tero. Kronos nodded. Go, Hela, it's your turn. Kronos turned and looked at Hela. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. What do you mean? Hela was a little confused. Let you vent your anger. The Soul Devourer is sealed behind the Dragon Scale Gate. You can destroy the Dragon Scale Gate directly. One thing I need to remind you is that the Soul Devourer is very good at targeting souls, so don't let it capsize in the gutter. Quote. Kronos pointed to the Dragon Scale Gate in the distance. The gate was huge. Although there was a lake between them, it could be seen clearly. Ha, do you look down on me? Hela smiled disdainfully. As the successor of the Asgard god of death, Hela was also good at dealing with souls. Can she do it, Kronos? Yingnan was still a little worried. Don't worry, she is a god, Kronos said with a smile. Hela was very fast and had already arrived in front of the Dragon Scale Gate. What a strange scale. Hela stroked the dragon scale. In her perception, each dragon scale had an extremely special power that could target the power of the soul. And the air flowing on the dragon scale, Hela felt that it was somewhat similar to the power of Kronos. At most, it is the power of level sub-god father. Hela smiled, and the night sky blade emerged. A sword fell. The entire Tero secret realm was shaken. The gate built with dragon scales collapsed directly under this sword. Is she so strong? Yingnan was stunned when she saw this scene. The residents of Tero were also attracted by huge amounts of noise. Looking at the collapsed dragon scale gate, their faces changed drastically. Don't panic, everyone. This is the helper invited by Kronos, a god. She is here to help us destroy the soul-devouring beast. Yingnan looked at the panicked residents and immediately spoke to comfort them. Tero has been operating under Yingnan's leadership for these years. So Yingnan's reputation is still very high. With her comfort, the residents of Tero soon calmed down. But they were still worried. Roar, as if it felt the seal was broken. The soul-devouring beast roared. Congratulations on regaining freedom. Countless small soul-devouring beasts attacked the Tero gathering place. After being sealed for a long time, the power of the Soul Devourer has declined significantly. It urgently needs soul power to replenish and restore its strength. Crystal Wall. Kronos will not sit idly by. He raised his hand and launched a crystal wall. It directly surrounded the Soul Devourer and Hela. With the current strength of Hela and the Soul Devourer, even if the two of them hugged each other and blew themselves up, they could not break through Kronos's crystal wall. What a fuss! Hela saw the light of the crystal wall. In Hela's opinion, Kronos was making a fuss. With such an opponent, she could tear the opponent into pieces in a few minutes at most. Huge amounts of the Soul Devourer appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the ferocious Soul Devourer, Tero's people turned pale. This thing is quite strong. This is the first sentence Loki has said in such a long time. Looking at the Soul Devourer in front of him, Loki sensed a fatal threat. This means that if he faces the Soul Devourer, he will most likely die. For creatures like the Soul Devourer, the positioning of others depends entirely on soul fluctuations. Loki's magic has little effect. It's okay. In its heyday, it was level sub-god father. But after being sealed for so many years, the Soul Devourer has just been born. The current Soul Devourer has barely touched the lower limit of the sub-god father. If it devours some souls, it should be able to recover quickly. Kronos was in a good mood and rarely chatted with Loki. I heard from Odin that you can help me become stronger. Is that true? Loki couldn't help asking when he heard Kronos actually answered him. I thought you could keep it to yourself. It depends on your choice. I can indeed help you become stronger. But the premise is that you have to submit to me. Hearing this, Loki couldn't help but clench his fists. How strong can it be? Kronos turned his head and looked at Loki. Since leaving Asgard, this was the first time Loki truly and completely showed his emotional fluctuations. His eyes were red, and his aura fluctuated violently. This showed that Loki's heart was very uneasy. It can help you beat Odin. Kronos' words made Loki look at him in astonishment. Looking at Kronos' serious expression, Loki seemed to have figured something out. Okay, from now on, I will be loyal to you. Loki took a deep breath and said this. When Hela solves the Soul Devourer, you can stay in Taro. This place needs people to build it and also needs people to guard it. You are all my trump cards. Quote, Kronos smiled. The battle in the distance was one-sided. Hela cut the Soul Devourer into a stick in just one encounter. The limbs, wings and tail were all chopped off by the night sky blade. The Soul Devourer's eyes were filled with fear, and it could only roar with force. Hela, stop playing, Kronos reminded her at the right time. HMPH. Hela snorted coldly. Then she destroyed the Soul Devourer's brain with a sword. The whole battle ended very quickly. From the Soul Devourer's breaking out of the seal to being chopped into pieces by Hela, it took only about 10 minutes. Such a fast pace made the people of Taro feel a little unreal. It seemed that something was wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. Finally, it's over. Yingnan looked at the dead Soul Devourer, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Taro had been carrying a heavy burden for thousands of years. At this moment, it was unloaded. Thank you, Kronos. Yingnan looked at Kronos, and felt that taking in this young man and teaching him to practice Qi was the most correct decision in his life. Some people in Taro looked at Kronos with very complicated eyes. When Kronos entered Taro, he was almost blasted out by them. If Yingnan hadn't pushed everyone's opinions, Kronos wouldn't have been able to stay in Taro. But they didn't expect that Kronos would lead people to kill the Soul Devourer directly. Taro was completely liberated. This made them feel a little embarrassed. Everyone, I want to announce something. Taro will be gradually open to the outside world in the future, and the tribesmen who want to go out will no longer be stopped. At the same time, Kronos will also arrange people to develop Taro. Taro will be officially renamed the Holy Land in the future. Yingnan said to all the people in Taro. The people in Taro didn't mean to refute. After all, the Soul Devourer on the other side was eliminated. The gap in strength is obvious. Isn't it courting death to oppose? And there is a relationship between Yingnan and Kronos. They are not worried about the future of Taro. Yingnan, this is the practice notes I sorted out. It says that I have been summarizing some practice experiences since I started practicing Qi. People in Taro can change to practice this in the future. This is the foundation for practicing higher level power. Quote, if the practice is successful, maybe everyone in Taro can have the power comparable to the Soul Devourer. Yingnan took the practice notes handed over by Kronos in surprise. This is a very precious thing. Okay, I will let the people in Taro practice. Yingnan nodded heavily. Kronos also has selfish motives. Taro has been isolated from the world for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, the skill they rely on for survival is Qi. To put it bluntly, the genes of Taro people have long been changed. They have become more suitable for practicing Qi, and practicing Qi is much simpler than people in the outside world. In Kronos' view, the possibility of their practice of the microcosm is much greater than that of people in the outside world. Okay, you two stay in Taro first. Then follow Yingnan to practice Qi. Qi can help you better control the power of the Godhead. So you must learn it. I will seal the power of your Godhead, and I will unlock it for you when you learn Qi. Quote, Kronos tapped Hela and Loki's foreheads with his finger. The two immediately noticed something was wrong. They could not sense the divine power. I still have things to do. When you master the Qi, I will pass on the cultivation method of the microcosm to you. Quote, then Kronos explained some things to Yingnan and left Taro. Since it has been decided to develop Taro, convenient transportation is the basis. The entrance to the Taro secret realm is too remote, and ordinary people can't find it at all. Even the entrance to the Taro secret realm requires a helicopter to reach. The terrain is quite dangerous. Kronos, why are you here? Ancient One looked at Kronos, who appeared in front of him with some surprise. The appearance of the other party was not even different from himself. If Kronos hadn't appeared in front of her, she probably wouldn't have known. I'm here to ask you for help. How was the door to holy place that can travel through various places at any time made? Can you help me make some? Kronos asked. Definitely, that's very simple. But because only one rune can be drawn on a door, the entry and exit points are fixed. If necessary, I can arrange a big magician to help you at any time. Ancient One was surprised. He didn't expect Kronos to come to him just for this matter. That's great. I don't need much, probably 2 or 3 doors will be enough. I will tell them the specific location when the time comes. Kronos breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the portal between the Holy Domain Consortium and Tarot was opened. You can enter and exit freely without even going through Tarot's entrance. This is very good news for the subsequent construction of the Holy Domain. And Tarot still needs to make some modifications. But with Kronos' current level Godfather power, renovation is a very simple thing. Next, we need to learn rune magic. Kronos' transformation of Tarot requires the use of runes in part. This thing is not difficult, but it is simple, but it is quite complicated. But Kronos needs the power of runes. Kronos' god is called the Lord of Stars. As the name suggests, he can control the power of stars. Kronos wants to rebuild the zodiac directly in Tarot, and directly introduce the star power of the universe into Tarot. In this way, the scattered Shinyi can be directly nurtured in Tarot. The point is, Kronos can give the other party the power to control the star power when condensing the seeds of the microcosm. This is what is called belonging to God. The most typical example is the apostle of the planet Devourer. As long as you accept the power of the planet Devourer and help the other party find a planet that can be devoured, you can get the power given by the planet Devourer. Kronos is the same. Aspros. Kronos contacted Aspros, who had not seen him for a long time. My lord. Hearing Kronos' voice, Aspros immediately stopped all the work in his hands. He stood up respectfully. The sanctuary construction plan has begun. All the things prepared by the sanctuary consortium will be transported to the designated location. You should also prepare to step down from the position of president of the sanctuary consortium. After saying that, Kronos unilaterally cut off the connection. And Aspros was stunned on the spot. Finally, I have finally waited for this day. Aspros clenched his fists. He knew what Kronos' words meant. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the moment when he first met Kronos. Will you follow me? Maybe I can take you to see the scenery of the universe. Maybe you will become a god one day. Kronos' words constantly appeared in Aspros' mind. Yes, my lord. Although the connection had been cut off, Aspros still responded loudly to Kronos. As Aspros' order was issued, the entire sanctuary consortium was mobilized. Under Kronos' instruction, the orphans who had already laid the foundation began to be transferred one after another. It didn't take long to carve the space gate. It took the king less than 2 hours to complete the carving of the 3 gates. The first gate was connected to Kronos' manor villa. The only 3 villas here were all under the name of Kronos. There would not be a second family within a radius of 10 kilometers. The second gate was placed at the headquarters of the Sanctuary Consortium. It was convenient for the transportation of some materials. As for the third gate, Kronos placed it in the holy place. It was convenient for both sides to support each other. And Kronos was concentrating on condensing the seeds of the microcosm. After all, after the construction of the sanctuary, the Golden Saints will appear. If the combat power is too weak, it will not be very good. The disturbance caused by the 9 Realms war in the universe was gradually calmed down. The news of the Battle of the Father and the defeat of the Lord of Hell was covered by another news. There is news about the power gem among the 6 infinite gems. Countless forces in the universe are spreading it like crazy. The power gem has left many legends in the universe. It is also the gem that appears the most times in the universe. The news of the appearance of the power gem attracted the attention of many forces in the universe, including Thanos. My lord, the news is confirmed, the power gem has indeed appeared in the world. It is said that the person who got the power gem is called Star-Lord, and he is a member of the Predator team led by Yondu Udanta. This guy is still involved with Ego, but it seems that he has not been in contact for a long time. Supergiant reported the news he knew to Thanos. The power gem must be obtained. Thanos' eyes were cold. After the appearance of the power gem, the number of infinite gems that have appeared in the entire universe has reached 5. In addition to the soul gem that had never been obtained by anyone at that moment. The remaining 5 infinite gems have all appeared in this era. Thanos felt that this was a hint from fate. His plan has the possibility of being realized. And this infinite gem is the key among the keys. Because Thanos knew very well that the remaining 4 infinite gems were not within his reach now. Although the Mind Gem was thrown on the earth in vain, his goal was achieved. The Infinity Gauntlet was successfully created. Next, as long as he gets the Power Gem and the Soul Gem, Thanos will be able to cross the threshold of the Sub-Father and reach the level God-Father. At that time, it is not impossible to plant the infinite gems on the earth. Where is the Power Gem now? Thinking of this, Thanos looked at Supergiant and asked. The specific location is unknown, but the last time it appeared was near Xandar. Supergiant replied, "Let's go to Xandar." Thanos decisively ordered to set off. Although he had sent his 2 daughters Gamora and Nebula to help him find the infinite gems. But Thanos knew very well that Gamora and himself were not on the same page. She was now trying to snatch the infinite gems just to stop him. The other person was Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. Nebula was currently beside this guy. When Thanos first heard about the appearance of the Power Gem, he made a deal with Ronan. But now it seems that the deal is going to be voided. Because Ronan never thought of giving him the Power Gem. And Thanos was not going to wait any longer. The Infinity Gauntlet had been successfully built. Collecting infinite gems is naturally the top priority now. On the other side, Nidavellir, Odin and Kronos were talking to the Dwarf King Eitri. "So you mean that Thanos took advantage of the interval between the 9 Realms War to threaten you to build an Infinity Gauntlet?" Odin didn't expect Thanos to be so bold. During the 9 Realms War, there were 6 powerful people above level God-Father on this battlefield. Even so, Thanos dared to come. Odin had also heard of Thanos, the Mad Titan. He also knew what kind of person he was. In simple terms, he was a madman with great power and faith. It seems that he is going to collect infinite gems to realize his long-cherished wish. Odin smiled and didn't care much about Thanos. The courage of the other party to collect infinite gems was commendable. He was also very courageous to take advantage of the opportunity to build the Infinity Gauntlet. But unfortunately, it was in vain. From Odin's perspective, the Space Gem was stored in Asgard. Thanos had no chance. As for the Time Gem, it was in the hands of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. The Reality Gem and the Mind Gem were in the hands of Kronos. These two, no matter who they were not enough to touch porcelain. By the way, there has been news circulating in the universe recently that the Power Gem has appeared. It's a big fuss. Many forces have learned of this news. The Dwarf King Atra told everything he knew in one go. "Okay, this is not your concern. Help me make the holy clothes. From today on, the Sanctuary and Asgard will jointly protect Nidavellir. This is my token. If you need it, activate it. I will come as soon as possible." Quote. Kronos asked Dwarf King Eitri not to mind such a small matter. It's just an Infinity Gauntlet. It's not like he has already collected 6 infinite gems. But this also reminded Kronos. Pay attention to Nidavell's safety. If necessary, Kronos is even prepared to station a gold saint here for a long time. Definitely, it's for those who have achieved success in cultivation. After all, there are still many saints to be forged later. The forging holy land of Nidavell has helped him a lot. The safety here can't be ignored. Otherwise, if something really happens, who will help him forge the saint? Does he have to do it himself? Kronos estimated that at least before he became the Lord of the Dimension, Nidavell would occupy a large proportion in the sanctuary. Because the damaged saints also need to be repaired. This also requires the dwarfs of Nidavell. Thank you. Dwarf King Eitri was flattered and accepted it. The token from Kronos. If the last time he made the armor, Dwarf King Aether didn't know Kronos. Then this time, Dwarf King Aether felt a little restrained when he saw Kronos. After the 9 Realms War, he collected a lot of information. The man in front of him was a strong man who could condense the godhood to become a god on his own. And on the front battlefield, he suppressed the Lord of Hell Mephisto. And he joined forces with God King Odin, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and directly sent the Lord of Hell Mephisto back to battle. With such combat power, if the other party is willing to protect Nidavell, it would be great. This is a complete surprise. Kronos, You must pay attention to this guy Thanos. He is not only crazy, but also very patient. Although Odin felt that Thanos was not someone who needed to be paid special attention to, he still greeted Kronos. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Quote, Kronos was also thinking that he existed in this parallel universe. How can Thanos collect the 6 infinite gems? You know, Oronos has already made arrangements for the use of reality gems. Xandar, it's all your fault. I have to go to jail now. Rocket looked at Peter Quill and Gamora beside him with anger. Originally, he could leave after grabbing the cosmic orb. But he didn't expect to be stopped by the 2 people in front of him. Hehe, do you know what the cosmic orb means? Do you really think that you can leave Xandar alive after getting the cosmic orb? Gamora looked at the people, animals and trees in front of him and said helplessly. What do you mean? Star-Lord was a little confused. In Star-Lord's view, isn't the cosmic orb just a special treasure? A treasure that can be exchanged for a lot of money. So he didn't know what the cosmic orb meant. In the cosmic orb, there is a chronicle gem, one of the 6 infinite gems. Do you know how many strong men are eyeing this gem? Or do you think you can beat those sub-fathers and level godfathers? Gamora complained mercilessly. So, who are you doing for? Rocket got the point sharply. It's okay if they don't know about the things that so many strong men are eyeing, but Gamora dared to come since she knew. That means there is someone behind her. I don't do things for anyone, I just want to prevent a disaster. Gamora's eyes are complicated. It seems to be reminiscing, and it seems to be angry. But then again, I have cared about you since I met you. Are you from the 9 realms? Gamora looked at Star-Lord. The 9 realms are now well known in the universe because of the previous war. In addition, the people in the 9 realms look similar, so they are collectively called people from the 9 realms. 9 realms, what is that place? I am from Earth. Star-Lord, who had never heard of the 9 realms, looked at Gamora blankly. Earth, isn't that it? I think we have a good place to go. Gamora's eyes lit up. Why? Star-Lord also became interested. After all, it involved his hometown. There were memories of him and his mother there, but Star-Lord didn't care much about it. Have you paid attention to the major events in the universe? A war broke out in the 9 realms 2 months ago. It is said that 6-level Godfather warriors participated in the war. It also included several level sub-Godfather warriors. Quote, even Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, was sent back to Hell to be reborn by God King Odin, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and Star-Lord Kronos. Star-Lord was stunned by Gamora's words. How come this was a little different from the Earth in his memory? You are from Earth. Don't you know about this? How long have you not been back? Gamora looked at Star-Lord and asked. About 30 years. Star-Lord thought about it and realized that he really had not been back to Earth. So what do you think? I can tell you very clearly that Xandar can't protect us, nor can it protect the cosmic spirit sphere. In the entire universe, there are very few forces that can hold the cosmic spirit sphere safely. Maybe only 3 or 4. The 9 realms is one of them. As far as I know, the 9 realms now have at least 4 infinite gems. Gamora said to Rocket and Star-Lord. Wait, 4 infinite gems, isn't there anyone to grab them? Star-Lord asked in surprise. Then I saw Gamora's eyes that looked at everything. There are at least 4 fathers in the 9 realms now. With such a strong lineup, are you going to rob? Are you not afraid of death? Gamora complained helplessly. We will be hunted down by the whole universe if we hold the cosmic spirit ball. Gamora's green face became even greener. Now she was a little worried about her life. While the 3 of them were talking, they didn't notice that a big man appeared silently behind them. You mean, as long as you get the cosmic spirit ball, countless people will come to you. Then will Thanos come? A rough voice sounded behind everyone. Absolutely, Gamora answered subconsciously, but then she reacted. Who are you? Gamora looked at Drax vigilantly. An Avenger who wants to avenge Thanos. When Drax mentioned Thanos, his teeth were clenched tightly. He exuded murderous intent. Hearing the other party's words, Gamora breathed a sigh of relief. Because there are countless people like this in the universe. Thanos has ravaged so many planets that you can't count them with 2 hands. Maybe we can cooperate. Gamora rolled her eyes and asked Drax for cooperation. Cooperation? How to cooperate? Drax looked at Gamora. My planet was also slaughtered by Thanos. Half of the creatures, including my mother. But Thanos adopted me, and I have been thinking about revenge all the time for so many years. So I pretended to be sincere, but collected a lot of information about Thanos. Do you think it is worth our cooperation? Gamora looked at Drax and said. Are you Gamora? Drax seemed to know who Gamora was. After all, Thanos' two daughters are very famous. On some planets, Gamora is also called the goddess of war. Not weak in strength. Yes, it's me. Drax, I can only tell you that Thanos cannot get the cosmic orb. Otherwise, our hope of revenge will be even slimmer. Gamora said with a serious face. I'll tell you in detail. Although Drax is reckless, he is not stupid. If Gamora really wants to help Thanos, she would not tell him this. So our destination is the Nine Realms. Rocket interrupted appropriately. Yes, now the forces that can keep the infinite gems are only the Nine Realms, the Pantheon of the Kingdom of God and the Collector of the Universe. The Pantheon of the Kingdom of God is a place that only gods can enter, and we can't touch it. Quote. As for the Collector of the Universe, this person is irritable. I'm afraid he not only wants to collect the power gem. Quote. He also wants to collect you. After all, several people and talking raccoons are quite rare. So our goal can only be placed in the Nine Realms. Gamora analyzed together. Everyone was lost in thought. Okay, let's go to the Nine Realms. Star-Lord decided on the final destination. Let's escape from prison. We have to leave Xandar quickly. It's too late to leave. Thanos and Ronan the Accuser may already be on their way to Xandar. Gamora King No said with a serious face. Sir, we are almost to Xandar. Ronan the Accuser seems to have arrived nearby. Supergiant reported the situation to Thanos. Stay where you are. Thanos looked at Xandar in the distance with a dim look in his eyes. If Ronan can fight the Nova Corps, it will be even better. The commander of Xandar has received news of the invasion. It's Ronan the Accuser. This guy, he dared to come with only one fleet. The leader of the Nova Corps was very angry. Ronan, do you, the Kree Empire, want to go to war with the Nova Corps? The commander connected to Ronan's communication channel. Start a war, just what I want. Ronan looked at Xandar with a gloomy face. Pass my order, attack. Also, find Star-Lord and get the cosmic orb. Ronan gave the order directly. The two fleets started exchanging fire instantly. So fast, the people who were escaping the prison heard the sound of explosions outside. The faces changed drastically. Quick, Xandar has not been sealed yet. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave if you want to. Several people started running wildly, looking for the spaceship. You go too, Thanos said to his 5 Obsidian generals on the holy place. Yes, my lord. The flames in the distance shot up into the sky. Xandar has deployed a defensive formation. The exchange of fire on both sides was very fierce. Monitor all the spacecraft flying out of Xandar. Thanos issued a second order. The Power Stone. He must get it. There can be no mistakes. If he can't get the Power Stone, then the Infinity Gauntlet he has worked so hard to build will become a complete waste. His long-cherished wish will also be shattered. This is something Thanos absolutely cannot accept. If necessary, he can even go against his own principles. For example, kill everyone on Xandar. We can't leave. Gamora looked at the battle situation with helplessness in her eyes. The Kree Empire and the Nova Corps have already started fighting. The entire Xandar planet has been completely blocked. Even if they want to drive the spaceship away, they will be shot down by the Kree Empire's fleet. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We will also join the battle. Star-Lord looked at the scene in front of him and knew that he and others could no longer stay out of it. Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire, was clearly coming for the Power Stone. Even if he hid, he couldn't. Because the Cosmic Spirit Orb was now in his pocket. It can only be like this. Rocket was also a little helpless. He didn't expect that he would have to sacrifice himself just by accepting a mercenary mission. It is now thinking about whether to sever ties with Star-Lord. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Nova Corps seems to have no chance of winning. Forget it, who made me kind by nature? Rocket sighed and responded to his previous friend. Everyone looked for spaceships and prepared to join the battle. Where is that man called Star-Lord? Supergiant used his mental power to control a leader of the Nova Corps. Infit. The other party's eyes were blurred, and he answered Supergiant's question directly. Go to the prison. The 5 black obsidian generals hid their bodies and rushed to the prison of the Nova Corps. In the chaotic situation, it was still very simple to find a spaceship. Soon, everyone found their own spaceships and went to the war directly. Although the Nova Corps was considered good in the universe, it was still no match for the Kree Empire, which was known as one of the 3 great empires. Ronin's fleet alone was enough to overwhelm the Nova Corps. Defeat was only a matter of time. There were flames of war in the sky, and countless artillery fires raged. The originally peaceful and developed Xandar star had become a ruin in a sea of artillery fire. What exactly is the Cosmic Spirit Ball? Why did it cause such a big trouble? The senior leaders of the Nova Corps looked at the scene in front of them angrily. They were a force that had only risen in the last 1,000 years. I don't know much about the news in the universe. Although there were conflicts with the Kree Empire during the rise. But the Kree Empire was fighting the Skrull Empire at that time and had no time to care about them. Therefore, they had some small advantages. Only then could they successfully establish the country, and until now. Ronin and his friends knew that because Ronin's father died in the early battle. So Ronin has always been a staunch hawk advocate attacking the Nova Corps and Xandar. But the top leaders and the supreme wisdom of the Kree Empire did not allow Ronin to do so. Because the Kree Empire was exhausted in the thousands of years of fighting with the Skrulls. Although they successfully defeated the Skrull Empire. But the losses of the Kree Empire were not small. After the war, they always advocated recuperation. The top leaders and the supreme wisdom believed that it was extremely irrational to go to war with the Nova Corps now. So although Ronin made many suggestions, he did not get a response. But this time, because of the Cosmic Spirit Ball, Ronin actually attacked the Nova Corps directly. This caught the Nova Corps off guard. Too exhausted to deal with it. In fact, the commander of the Nova Corps was already a little arrogant. After defeating a small part of the Kree Empire's fleet, they felt that they were also a major force in the universe. This is why the leader of the Nova Corps dared to accept the power gem at the end of the Galaxy Guardians. But the facts proved that they were wrong. The end of misjudging one's own strength is death without a burial place. Thanos massacred Xandar and obtained his first infinite gems. The current situation may be similar to the original timeline. It just omitted the middle link. The 5 black generals have come to the prison on Xandar, but they failed to find Star-Lord. My lord, the Earthling called Star-Lord is not in the prison of the Nova Corps. He should have escaped in troubled waters. From the current situation, they are either hiding, or they have joined the fleet against Ronin. Quote, Supergiant directly communicated with Thanos using mental power. I know. Thanos looked at the battle on Xandar with indifference in his eyes. Ronin's fleet had all entered the atmosphere of Xandar. It's time. Fully blockade Xandar. Thanos ordered his men. He was waiting for this moment. On the dark holy place, countless armies drove out in spaceships and surrounded the entire Xandar. It was airtight. Thanos stood up from the throne of the holy place. Then he stepped out of his warship. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to take the power gem in his hand. Only then could he feel at ease. Sir, we are surrounded. Someone reported in Ronin's warship. What? Ronin didn't react for a while. Because the battle on the front battlefield was quite fierce. We are surrounded. According to the situation detected, it is the Dark Cult. The person who reported looked very ugly. They knew very well what the Dark Order represented. Thanos. Ronin roared angrily. He knew that he was finished. Although the Kree Empire was known as one of the 3 great empires in the universe. But the entire Kree Empire did not have a high-end combat force above level Godfather. If a war was fought with level Godfather, the Kree Empire would have no chance of winning. As for level sub-Godfather, the Kree Empire was not afraid at all. But there was a prerequisite, that is, the entire Kree Empire. Now, there was only Ronin's fleet. Facing a level sub-Godfather like Thanos, they could only surrender. This can't be done. Ronin's face was covered with cold sweat. It was as if he had seen the scene of Captain Marvel Carol that year. Connect the leader of the Nova Corps. Ronin said to the person next to him. Ronin, what do you want to do again? The angry face of the leader of the Nova Corps appeared in front of Ronin. Join hands, if you don't want Xandar to be destroyed. Ronan opened his mouth and froze the leader of the Nova Corps. What is this operation? They were fighting for their lives in the last second. They are going to cooperate in the next second. Thanos is coming. The fleet of the Dark Order has surrounded the entire Xandar planet. His target is also the Cosmic Spirit Sphere. I think you should know the horror of Thanos. Ronan's words made the face of the leader of the Nova Corps change drastically. Facing Ronan, they still have the idea of resisting, but facing Thanos, even if they want to resist, it will be useless. Although the Nova Corps has not officially fought with Thanos, but they are very clear about the reputation of the Dark Order and Thanos. Over the years, the planets slaughtered by Thanos have been forgotten. Why did Thanos come to Xandar planet? The leader of the Nova Corps looked panicked, as if he had seen the end of Xandar planet. Give me the power gem. I can promise that I will no longer target Shanwar planet. Ronan's face also became very anxious. He knew exactly why Thanos came here. Once Thanos got the power gem, he would be finished. You are not worthy of our trust, so we should give you the power gem. Why don't we use it ourselves? Gamora's voice sounded in the communication channel. You are such a naive idiot. Do you think anyone can use the infinite gems? Without enough power, you will be attacked by the powerful power of the infinite gems if you rashly touch them. Become dust in the universe. Ronan recognized the owner of the voice. After all, he had also met Gamora. Do you have the ability to control infinite gems? Gamora sneered. I have artifacts to help. I can control infinite gems. Hand over the infinite gems to me quickly. Otherwise we will all die. Ronan knew that there was no time to waste. You are dreaming. Gamora cut off the communication directly. Ronan turned his head and looked at the back of the battleship. The biological motherships of the Chitauri army have surrounded Xandar. Although the overall combat ability of the Chitauri army is not outstanding in the universe, but the opponent's number is large. The number of the Chitauri army is one of the best in the entire universe. Because they reproduce very quickly and grow very fast. The only thing that can compare to the Chitauri army is the legendary Zerg. Fire at full force. Break through the defense of the Nova Corps. Ronan gritted his teeth and ordered. He BBBI has no way out. Either take the Power Stone or be killed by Thanos on Xandar. The battle on the front battlefield became more intense. Under the full force of Ronan's fleet, a gap was quickly torn in the defense of the Nova Corps. It's over. Xandar is over. The leader of the Nova Corps looked at the torn defense and sat on the ground with his eyes blank. All the senior officials knew that Xandar was no longer defenseless against the fleet of the Kree Empire. Xandar is over. Star-Lord looked at the scene in front of him and knew that the problem was serious. If he had known that the Cosmic Spirit Sphere was such a hot potato, he would never go looking for this thing even if he was beaten to death. What should we do now? Star-Lord and Rocket asked. We can only hand over the Power Stone. Thanos has come to Xandar in person. We can't keep the Power Stone. Gamora looked helpless. If it weren't for the conflict with Star-Lord and Rocket, she would have run away with the Power Stone long ago. As for being detained by the Nova Corps, Star-Lord and Rocket also felt a little regretful. I should have known that I should have waited until I left Xandar before fighting for the Cosmic Sphere. Don't worry, based on my understanding of Thanos. As long as he gets the Power Stone, you have a 50% chance of surviving. Definitely, it is not ruled out that Thanos will directly destroy the planet to test the strength of the Power Stone. Hearing Gamora's voice, Star-Lord was numb. Isn't this just waiting to die? Quill, if you can escape this disaster, you must go to Earth. Tell them what Thanos thinks. Gamora said to Star-Lord in a serious tone. Don't worry, I'll go. Thinking of Thanos' terrible idea, Star-Lord couldn't help but tremble. Killing half of the creatures in the universe. This idea sounds creepy. But there are really crazy people who want to do this. And they have already taken practical actions. Under Gamora's command, Star-Lord and Rocket and others found a hidden location to land. Leave the Cosmic Spirit Orb to me. I'm Thanos' daughter, I'll be fine. Star-Lord heard this and handed the Cosmic Spirit Orb to Gamora. You'd better find a place to hide well. And, Quill, remember what I said. Gamora looked at the friend she had just met in front of her. Don't worry. Star-Lord and Rocket both nodded. Gamora took a deep breath and left with the cosmic spirit ball. Quill, do you think we can survive? Rocket said in despair. Xandar has been sealed off. There are Chitauri armies all outside. They can't leave even if they want to. They can only pray that Thanos will not destroy Xandar directly. In this case, they may still have a chance of survival. Don't worry, believe Gamora. Star-Lord looked at the direction where Gamora left and said firmly. The other party wanted him to go back to Earth to report the news. Then he would definitely do his best to save him. The battle on the front battlefield continued. But Thanos' figure has appeared in the atmosphere of Xandar. Looking at the fleets still fighting below, Thanos just threw a punch. The powerful energy storm began to rage wildly. Under the attack of the level sub-Godfather, the spacecrafts of the Kree Empire and the Nova Corps soon all fell. Even Ronan's warship was sunk by Thanos' punch. Thanos! Ronan roared angrily as he walked out of the ruins of the warship. He naturally knew who did it. No need to be so loud, I can hear it. Thanos appeared behind Ronan, and his right hand without the Infinity Gauntlet pressed on Ronan's head. Compared to Thanos' size, Ronan can only be said to be smaller. So his head can be completely covered by Thanos' palm. Thanos, you actually broke our deal. Aren't you afraid that the Kree Empire will punish you? Ronan still wanted to struggle. But his body had been lifted up by Thanos. It's not that I violated the agreement, but you never thought about abiding by the agreement from the beginning to the end. Thanos said lightly, and then clenched his right hand. The head of Ronan the Accuser exploded. He turned into a corpse. Hand over the Power Stone, and half of the people on Xandar can survive. Thanos looked at the devastated Xandar and said, although he only opened his mouth lightly, his voice spread throughout the entire Xandar. Fortunately, he didn't think of destroying Xandar. Star-Lord, Rocket, Groot and Drax, who were hiding in a secret location, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Drax wanted to go out and fight Thanos to the death. But he knew that he couldn't compete with Thanos at the moment. The setting here is the MCU, don't use the comic setting. Gamora was relieved when she heard Thanos' voice. As long as Star-Lord returns to Earth alive, the possibility of Thanos' plan being realized is almost zero. Although Thanos is very powerful, Gamora doesn't believe it. Thanos can seize 4 infinite gems in the 9 realms with 4 fathers. Father! Gamora's spaceship stopped in front of Thanos. Gamora! Thanos looked at Gamora with some surprise. He didn't expect that she would appear in front of him. He loved his daughter very much, but he also knew that she hated him. Father, I have the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Can you let the people of Xandar go? Gamora took out the Cosmic Spirit Ball from her pocket and said to Thanos. Thanos didn't expect Gamora to actually get the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Is this your condition? Thanos didn't take the Cosmic Spirit Ball, but asked. Yes. Gamora nodded. The whereabouts of the Soul Gem. Thanos looked at Gamora and said. Okay. Gamora was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. She knew that Thanos knew her too well. The moment she escaped from the Dark Cult, Thanos had already guessed something. That's why he left the Dark Order. Even if he didn't trade with the people of Xandar, Thanos would have other ways to force himself to speak. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.